again. Usually I make one big set of splits for marathons like this, but I'm just gonna go as is. Activated. Yep. What's been revive? What this is activated. Let's try this again, I suppose. 3, 2, 1. Good shit. There we go. Cool. Hey, I appreciate it, Toff. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much. Yeah, auto-split machine broke. Here's me spending like a minute to say, oh, the auto-splitter in this game is great. It works perfectly. And then Live Split decides to shit the bed. Live Split is actually like a pretty decent program. You can actually do quite a lot with it. But like, there's still a couple of things that I really wish you could do with Live Split. I don't know if it'd be possible or not, but a way to, like, pause or save the splits where you pause them to be able to come back, like, if you're on a long run, like, the next day, if you're on, like, one of those stupidly long, like, 100% runs or something like that, I guess the answer is just don't close Live Split. Not everybody has the power to be continually powering a bloody PC for that one. Who survives? Shit, you. That sucks. Oh, that sucks. Okay, hopefully this guy hits me first. He just froze. Come on. Someone hit me. Don't care who. Well, you're not the one that survives. You are! Okay, so that means that you're getting the punch, my friend. And you're getting the heat attack. Lovely. Okay. Not the best graveyard, but we'll take it. It's fine. FFZ filtering block community challenge contribution. That's the one. Yeah, I had a suspicion. that FFZ would have had an option, so I'm glad to see that it does. Might pop that on later for next stream. It should be fine for now. Should be fine for now. Most people obviously do it when they join, but it's really frustrating, like, trying to read chat and there's just a line of Twitch messages saying people are contributing to the challenge. Yes, I get that, Twitch. I do appreciate it, but at the same time, no. Oh, yeah, exclamation mark, FOV. There's now 2 FOV commands. If you want to know why the FOV of this run is weird, if you didn't see the run the other day, K2's FOV has to be weird these days, I'm afraid. You get used to it. Thankfully, it's the only one that's like this. This is absolutely terrible, because I've literally pushed everybody to different parts of the actual arena. Ew. Ew. I see Nightbot's FOV command didn't turn up. Interesting. Is now Nightbot dead? Great. Great. Which one of you survives? You. Let's go. That was bad. Oh, this is a very bad start. Again, with marathon runs like this, I don't tend to do any restarts. It's not like I'd like to get PBs, but it's not like I'm like forcefully going for them. How one? That didn't go through. But oh well. Anyway, all these menus are automatic, by the way. It's not me that's actually controlling them, otherwise I'd be going a bit faster than that. Unless I drank the wrong drink, then I would have to restart. I'm looking forward to those of you who haven't seen Yakuza 6's run to see Yakuza 6's run, because again, it is it is slightly masochistic. It's absolutely wonderful. I love it. I love it to bits. It's such a good speedrun. It's a genuinely good speedrun. So it's not one but it's the other. Yeah, it's true. It usually is. Hey, Anydale, thank you very much. Appreciate it. There we go. Nice. You have a slight, it's not very large, but you have a slight little bit of a wider attack with your hitbox when you're strong thrusting with the knife like that. That's a better menu, there we go. So it's been so long since I've done proper K2 runs that I don't like that. That's actually a reset, I think. Because I need to access this vending machine. I was not paying attention to my minimap. Well, never mind. I said no resets, just the one. Just Just the one. just the one. Just the one. Whoops. Let's try that again. 3, 2, 1, go. Let's try that again. I'm actually getting hot already, which is great. Yeah, Kiryu does feel really small. It's like, it is like fisheye lens, but unfortunately we need it for fight spawns and all that shenanigans. It helps a little bit with some of the fight spawns around Kamurocho as well. So the way that it works in K2, and this is like kind of how the tech with the high FOV works with the finale, is that with the high FOV, you're tricking the game into thinking that your vision goes all the way down to, like, say, the end of the graveyard here. And because it goes all the way down to the graveyard here, and you're telling the game, hey, I can see that far, the game won't spawn fight spawns there. That's why the FOV has to be that high. It also is kind of like that for some other Yakuza games, but not others. Judgment, for example, is similar, but Judgment actually spawns enemies, nice. Judgment spawns enemies as close as it can away from your vision. So, it doesn't have to be like a max range. If it's like behind a corner... that's not gonna hit me fast. If it's behind a corner, then they will actually spawn there. Somebody hit me? Nice quick hit. Killed him, survives. Okay, we're gonna have to get the ladle. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Whoa. Terrible. I have to get this guy. Terrible. Awful graveyard. Worse than awful. Oh well. Again, marathons I'm not resetting unless something horribly goes wrong. Which again, hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it really doesn't. Four is interesting. I mean, 4, again, if you're going numerically, 4 should instantly feel way better to play than 3. I actually quite like combat in 3. It's weird because, like, with most Yakuzas, I'd always say, you know, play your own way, etc. But weirdly enough, Yakuza 3, I would always suggest for people to actually play it on hard. The thing with Yakuza 3 is that all of the enemies guard a hell of a lot. And if you're on harder difficulty, they guard less. It's really weird how that works out. But yeah, with most... Really? With most Yakuzas, I would recommend, you know, starting on whatever difficulty you want. It glitched out. I did that like a frame too early. Never mind. Okay, last reset. Last reset. No more. No more. So yeah, weirdly enough, on 3 I would recommend you play on hard. It actually feels better to play on hard than it does the other difficulties, which is really weird. But also with 4 you can attack enemies on the ground again, which, you know, you should have always been able to do in the first place. But one of those, you know, teething issue things where, you know, you should be able to do this and you can't do this, but it's just because of how old it is. But 4 is interesting due to the fact that, you know, if you played the series, like, from release order, like, obviously I did at the time, for Yakuza's 1, 2, and 3, you obviously only had Kiryu, and Kiryu obviously played very similarly in all 3 games. And then you get to Yakuza 4, and it's like, hey, here's this one dude who plays completely differently, and by the way, you're starting the game as him. I actually really respect Yakuza 4 for that. Yakuza 4 has a lot of respect for that. I hate how that is not as smooth as it is in the later Dragon Engine games. Gotta remember that for 6 as well. So, yeah. Yeah, it's because they're more aggressive. There, it's exactly that. Because it's funny because, like, 3 really wants you to... Oh, God. The one that's on the ground is the one that's close. Yeah. 3 really wants you to kind of be a bit more methodical, like, take your time, counter the enemy. But 3 also wants you to do a thing called bounding, which is to bounce an enemy off the wall. Don't ask why it's called bounding, that's the actual term for it. So, the other one survives. It's good. So yeah, in regards to 3, there's a couple of different like systems at play. Of course, I messed that up too early. All right. Listen, I just don't want a bad graveyard. Listen. I have enough spare time for a couple of resets. Good marathon. I mean, Yakuza 3, like, Yakuza 3, I will be doing a speedrun to show people what I mean with Yakuza 3 in a bit. Yakuza 3 is currently undergoing a little bit of a route readjustment. After we found that baseball bats were good in 4, we found that baseball bats are good in 3, but not quite as good, but still quite good, but only in certain fights. So there's currently like a big, because baseball bats cost money, there's a bit of a rework for the early part of Yakuza 3's route going on right now. I'm not quite sure where that is. Tap semi-briefly came out of Yakuza Speedrun retirement to do a run, which I think is one of the only runs that's been done with a new baseball bat route. I think maybe Playing Like Ass has done one. But I don't think there's any like written documentation of, hey, this is what's actually good in terms of baseball bat route for 3 yet. But in the speedrun for Yakuza 3, it's actually a speedrun of like 2 halves, because we actually oh my god. We actually have in the first 2/3 of the run, without baseball bats, and probably still with baseball bats a little bit, a almost infinite combo. But the infinite combo is interesting because it requires actual skill. It's not an infinite combo that you just do and, oh, hey, there it is. It's an actual infinite combo that... Okay, that should have worked. It's actual infinite combo that does require, like, actual precise timing and input. So... It's one of those interesting things that, like, we have an almost infinite combo for most characters in Yakuza 4 as well, again, which relies on timing stuff, though that's now very much baseball bat hell. But it's easier to do in Yakuza 4 because you can hit enemies on the ground as well. So, I actually really like Yakuza 4's combat. But, you know. So... Our last resets. It's a good marathon run. The timing is more difficult depending on which boss you're going up against. Some bosses, it is near impossible. Majima 1, for example, with the fact that he has an attack that gets him off the ground, if he does that, you know, unless you're literally at the most precise point away from his get-up attack, but still in range for you to be able to connect with your strong attack, it's not happening. It's a very precise lineup for that. With Tamashiro, that's a hard one if you get the wrong corner of the room. So, yeah, it depends on the boss as well. It very much depends on the boss as well. What's up with my no early attacks today? This is a terrible graveyard. Come punch me. Ah, you're the one that slides. Good. I need the other guy to come down here. Oh, heck. Alright, fine. Ladle him then. It's a bit late, but... So again, for anyone that's gonna survive that's that far away, you have to use the ladle. It's very rare that you actually want to use the ladle in the graveyard. It's not actually that good. But for enemies that are like halfway down the graveyard, you have to use the ladle. There's no other choice. So. It's a shame, but... Okay. Alright, let's do this right this time, shall we? Let's not get into a fight spawn this time. I'm looking forward to showing you all Yakuza 6 who haven't seen Yakuza 6. Again, it's a very, very good run. For reference with Yakuza 6's run, by the time we hit the end of the game at full HP, we can die to certain bosses in 2 or 3 hits. I'm not even kidding. Yakuza 6's run is a bit sadomasochistic, and I absolutely love it. really shouldn't. It really shouldn't. It is good. Good. So, you'll get to see that hopefully in about 2 hours from now. That would be nice. That would be very nice. I also have a little bit of buffer time tonight, or would like to get through reasonably quickly. I should. I like it when it does take care of the first guy that is supposed to go down. Because now I have to like worry about which one of these goes down or not. It's this guy. There he goes. Again, this is not me menuing, otherwise I'd be menuing way faster than this. Away from this guy, so that we don't talk to him when we're at this menu. It's actually been fun going back to K2 again. I like this run. I like this run a lot. It's just really hard to go fast at this run when you get to the level that I'm at this point. It's so hard. Like, the consistency, you really need, like, just a massive consistency for this run when you get to this stage. It's really bloody hard to do. Like, really bloody hard to do. Most popular, are you talking in terms of, like, viewer numbers or runners? That's a very good fight. Ooh, baby. That's the good shit right there. Kiryu's shimmering there. I don't know what the fuck was happening with his shoulder blades. Because if you're talking to watch, it's actually like a dragon, which might be surprising because again, it's actually the one non-action game. If you're talking in terms of amount of runners, this. Which, again, helps because this is the shortest Yakuza speedrun, but also it's the one that we always recommend to anyone who wants to do a Yakuza speedrun to start with first. It's not a hard run per se, it's a hard run to be, like, super consistent at, but it's also a very easy run where if something goes wrong, like a weapon breaks early or something like that, you can very easily rectify that problem and fix it. So this is actually a very, very good run for a lot of new runners. I'm fairly certain in my notes that I made for this game, I also included a section, or I included in like the notes like, hey, if you're a new runner, you might want to consider taking this weapon, because obviously weapons... The weapon route that we have... The weapon route that we have, or at least my weapon route for this run, when done perfectly, I have 3 spare hits. So if I mess up 3 hits, then I'm going to be down on weapons. This is the reason why if I can get a sword early in Chapter 3, it's really good. Because then I don't have to worry at all about extra weapon hits in my weapon route. Which is not good. All the top 3 runners for this game, Tap, Big No-No, and myself, we all have, I think, slightly different weapon routes, but all of our weapon routes are very, very tight. Most of the weapons that we get are always going to be the same between each of us, so we're always going to pick up the coin locker key for the Oakwood sword, for example, because that's such a good early game weapon. Then it just comes down to the weapons that we pick up in the set pieces. For example, there's a crowbar in Chapter 5 that is notoriously hard to pick up because it actually falls through the world. Sometimes I grab that, sometimes I don't grab that. It's really fast if you can get it without it falling through the world. And some weapons are a lot stronger than others. Some weapons also suck despite being really strong. For example, the spears that you can get in the tiger fight in Osaka Castle. They have some really, really good attack damage to them, but their actual animation for attacking sucks absolute ass, and they're terrible. So, yeah, it's one of those where it's like, if you're a top level runner for K2, you will never ever pick up spears. They are absolutely god awful, but as a new runner, if you get to Osaka Castle and you get to the tiger fight and, you know, something's gone wrong with your weapon route, you've got 1 or 2 spears you can pick up as an extra. Are they great? No. You would think that they would be, considering, you know, big, massive fights against lots of enemies, but unfortunately not. like, the attack animation is just so bad. Like, you would think that something like a spear, which hits multiple enemies, would be a good thing. But no. No, you would rather take a normal wooden sword that just thrusts hard.
Boy.
Like, that's how it works. It's really weird. That's kind of the same coming up in Yakuza 6's run, in that there's going to be a couple of set pieces where we want to use a bit of furniture, and there's specific pieces of furniture that we don't want to go anywhere near. Bar stools, for example, are absolutely god-awfully terrible, which is really weird. You wouldn't think that a chair would be a bad weapon to wield in a run like that, but yes, it is, actually. Depends on the chair. Some chairs good, two-handed chairs good, one-handed chairs bad. I'll take it. I'll take it for the last, not too bad. But yeah, as far as like runners go, K2. As far as audience goes, LAD. LAD is a good run. LAD is a very good run. I love LAD. I will always go to bat for LAD's run. I absolutely love it. Again, LAD's run, I'm hoping to get into either a GDQ or an RPG limit break, because I love that run. I love that run to bits. I want more people to see that run. This is not a good set of NPCs. That's why. Apart from that one set of NPCs, not bad civilian spawns. But that was not good. That set of 3 there was always going to be a problem. Yo, I saved time. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, as Dr. T-Chop says, the best one to pick up is crowbars in Shangri-La, because whilst they may not have the range that some of the wooden swords have, the crowbars, especially early on, have a disgustingly insane amount of damage. Like, actually disgusting amount of damage. Like, we are talking certain bosses in the early game that would take 3 hits with wooden swords, only take 2. Crowbars are good. They just don't have any range to them, which is the problem. This allows the bosses to store up potentially a guard or a dodge, and at that point they can obviously counter back. So, for some bosses it's still better to use wooden swords rather than crowbars. But crowbars, especially for ad clearing, oh, so good. So good. Cannot be overstated how good crowbars are in this game. You wouldn't think crowbars would be that good. They are absolutely fantastic. And the Shangri-La set piece has, like, 3 spare that you can pick up. So you get close to me. Not too bad on the first one, anyway. Slow Seth 42. Thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Hope you're having a good evening tonight. I hope I can get this double thrust on the guys on the left. Oh. For the large lads here, they will actually not go down in a single normal combo like that. They have to go down to either the last hit of the light combo, it has to be the last one, or a strong thrust like that. So there, ideally, what you're looking at is, like, hopefully having the enemies go into a good position to triple combo them like the first one. But the second one, obviously everyone at that point has moved away, so I have to react to that. And that's, like, a big thing about K2 and its consistency, is you've got, obviously, a bunch of enemies, and then you've obviously got, like here, everyone was, like, nicely, like, lined up here, for example. Like, there I know I can just start going ham with the Switchblade. And you don't want to pick up this sword too early, because we want this sword to last for as long as possible here. The longer this sword lasts, the better. If you can carry it until after the sofa guys, that's really good. These guys as well, with good positioning, can actually be taken out in 2 light attacks. But again, it's all rare and depends on their position. Like, if this guy had walked forward a tiny bit more, that would have done it. I'm going to dodge that. Bad angle from me. So the guy's gotta get stabbed. Because this run has gone through a lot of changes over the years. We used to take down the sofa guys with charged strong attacks, one of which you'll see for the later ones, because we don't have a weapon at that point. These 3 should be taken down with light attacks. Now, normally you wouldn't put away a 2-hit sword, but I'm actually going to keep that for later on for a boss skip. As long as I have 1 hit on it, it's fine. Bad movement there. Very bad movement there. Oh, got all 3 hits. Grab this sword, be careful running into it. Dragon Engine shenanigans will usually dictate that it flies into the air. Watch this guy for this way. He tries to attack, which stops him throwing another knife. You have a very small amount of time to pause and get your muscle soda out there. Gets a lot easier with practice, trust me. You have a very, very slow amount of time to do that. Grab Sofa, hit at least the main boss with a strong attack, because obviously he survives. Charge your strong either when going through the door or just before it. Dodge that. With good timing and him throwing or attacking with that knife, he can actually hit you when you're coming out of your animation from doing the strong attack on the Sofa guy. And that saves you a second because it interrupts your staggering animation, which is really good. But again, kind of rare. I saw the gun fly. Actually, it's in a really good position, I'm not gonna lie. Need everyone's so far away. Ow. Just hoping that wouldn't break. He landed on the gun? That's bad. And that gun broke. Okay, we have no spare guns. That's not good. That is very not good. No spare sword is fine, because again, I have weapons for that. No spare gun bad, because I do need a spare gun, preferably 2, and you get 1 in this set piece, and then 1 later on. Charge your light. Hit this guy with it. Do that, and that's not ideal. That means we're going to have to hope for luck with the set piece later on. It's not the end of the run, but it is. You prefer a spare gun from the set piece just to make a set piece later on go a little more smoother. Ryuji's nice and easy. Strong thrust twice. Heat attack. Make sure you heat attack. Give me a kick up the bum. Wait for the QTE. Soon as the QT is done, is because this can be square as well. Hold light attack. Careful that Ryuji doesn't try and do that. Hit him. And feel. You can get lucky and just hit Ryuji with a normal light attack, but that attack there had hyper armor on it, so he would have attacked me for it. That's the reason why I like doing the charge light. It's not really that much faster. You can go faster, but it does guarantee that I get out of that fight. Is the good thing. Right, and with that, we go on to the next chapter. And this next chapter is essentially our setup for the early part of the run. So, we already picked up 1 gold plate for money earlier. We need a certain amount of money for this chapter. There's a 2-minute time waiting segment in this chapter, but thankfully, we're going to be going around getting a bunch of weapons, items, and money during that time. Before we get to that, we're going to be going on the left here and grabbing this gold plate. It's another 100,000 yen. When we get to the red car here, we're going to be consuming our Poseidon power. You want to wait specifically till you get to the red car, because we need a lot of sprint to last for this upcoming segment here. So by doing it at the red car, we have just enough, provided we don't make any movement mistakes. Now, coming up is a confirmation trigger. So a confirmation trigger requires you to not be in the middle of a fight, and there is usually a fight spawn along this road as we go back. There isn't this time. If there is, the info men on the left-hand side there, certain shops, when you go inside of it, you're not allowed to take a fight inside of it. The info men is one of them, so if you walk into the entrance of the info men, the actual fight spawns around the area will actually de-aggro. They won't despawn, but they'll de-aggro. This allows you to just, obviously, go in and get out. So, you don't need to go first person in this part. It's not faster. I just move around less in first person. I have jittery thumbs. So, you want to be very careful not to hit NPCs and stuff. There's a bunch of dialogue from Kaoru that is based on her HP. If we hit multiple NPCs, and these are bad NPC spawns today, then we're going to get that dialogue early. There's one that's attached to her half HP bar. There are certain NPCs like this guy on the left that we have to avoid, because that's a massive time drain. It's going to get the other one, isn't it? So hit that guy multiple times. No, good. Ooh, that was close. That was very close. So, this is where we have to do a big, long shopping section. So all of this that we're about to do for the speedrun is very important, and we're on a 2-minute time limit. So, run in front of Don Quixote. We're going to get this sub-story here. First option, you actually get a bit more for the... You get 100,000 yen for the second option, but we don't need it in the run. Run over to the right here, grab this. This is a lock key for a technique tome for EXP. If you come into this chapter with just 2 muscle soda, you have to replenish your muscle soda. There's a green vending machine on the right-hand side here that you can do that. If you're a newer runner, consider going down those stairs there. There is, hidden a bit further down in front of the casino, a locker key for a Chinese saber. That's one of the strongest weapons in this game. It's the one that we used to get in the run, but has now been routed out because we grabbed one in the finale. And elsewhere as well, as you'll see. Now, this next one's important. We're going to go down this... That's usually a fight spawn that happens here, which is nice. Like, that fight spawn is usually the most common fight spawn there. You never get one going up here, which is really nice. So, this coin locker key is for Blood Cake Chainmail. It's going to drop our defense a little bit, but it's going to raise our attack. Phone call. It's a good time for that. Want to go to Iwao Bridge, which is up by 4 on your taxi list. I like remembering K2 stuff. This chapter is LAD's chapter 5, but light version. Again, try and avoid NPCs. Avoid the left-hand side of the bridge, because there is the sub-story about becoming a voice actor. It's a very good sub-story. Again, wish we could show off the actual good stuff of these games, but we can't. This locker key is for an Oakwood Katana. It is a 36-hit version. Normally, Oakwood Katanas, when found around the world, come with 12 hits. Anytime you get an enemy weapon off an enemy, they'll usually have half the durability. So obviously every time that we get a sword off of the actual enemy, it'll be 6 hits rather than 12. Which is why grabbing swords like this and like the 12-hit ones are really nice. They don't clog our inventory up. By the end of this run, we should, if the actual like weapon route goes well, you'll have either 2 free or 1 remaining weapon slot free. So that's how tight it is weapon-wise. And by doing that, we have no extra menuing to get rid of, obviously, any old weapons. Now, even though there's an enemy spawn on me, I know I'm completely safe. Because the pharmacy, like the info men, is a place where you can stand to get rid of fight spawns. And there's our second phone call. When you get the second phone call, you can now get the bandage, which is the key item to progress the story. In OG Yakuza 2 and OG Yakuza 2 Speedrun, you can go and buy those bandages at any time. You do not have to do any time waiting here. But the nice thing is, obviously, in this game, with our time waiting segment, we just get things to prepare for the speedrun. So we're not actually losing that much time, as you can see. If your movement is good enough, you can get there to the pharmacy with plenty of time remaining. Which is really nice. So, I do like that. I do like that a heck of a lot. Alright. So, this is what I like to call the second part of Chapter 4, because we've now done all the shopping stuff. We're going to go and get some information on who shot Kaoru, so we're going to go to the Mahjong Parlor first. This is again a place where OG2 Speedrun differs greatly from K2 Speedrun, because when we go over here, there's going to be a guard at the door. Now, in Kiwami 2, this is going to set up a kind of long back and forth fetch quest. It's going to last about 2-3 minutes. In OG Yakuza 2, if you speak to that guy, I think it's 15 times, he gets so angry with you constantly berating him at the door that he just lets you in anyway. Not in K2, I'm afraid. We have tried. We have very much tried. Unfortunately, that is OG2 only, but it is really cool that he does that. But in this game, we do have to go through this whole rigmarole we're about to go through. As you can see, my stamina just ran out. This is Junko. He wants to catch something from the UFO catcher for him. So we are, of course, going to do everything that we always do with UFO catchers in these speedruns. We hit circle and we cancel out. Because you don't actually have to catch anything. I don't know why there was a long load there. That was weird. Anyway. That fight spawn down there. We have to get rid of that because it's in the way. So, vending machine. I did not want to buy CC Lemon. This is not Yakuza 6. Not yet. Getting stuff ahead of time. Hopefully that's not in the way. I think CC Lemon is at the bottom of my list, and I hope it is, because otherwise my menuing is going to be bad. Open up all our lockers. So again, as we said, the Spirit Tome, the Bloodcake Chainmail, and the Oakwood Town. And with this, we're going to be starting this fight here.
Yeah.
This fight should be hopefully nice and easy if everybody plays nice. Turn around, grab sign, turn around, swing, menu. Put on that. We're going to put on one of our swords. Right, deep for this one. Nice. Everyone did stay together, which is good. With that, we're going to use a Poseidon Power. I'm going to actually not use CC Lemon, because that's going to overwrite the Poseidon Power, and I need that. Use the CC Lemon later. Actually, I don't need to. It's fine. It's fine. And with this, we're going to go and get Junka's cap back. And we're going to go back and see Junka. You can sometimes, very rarely, get a fight spawn along this bridge part here. The higher FOV actually helps with not getting that fight spawn. But there is usually a fight spawn up here, unfortunately, so you have to be aware of that. That's why I keep looking at the mini-map every so often when I come this way. This is actually a good one. So we just run this way and go past them. And this will despawn them. Very nice. This taxi's down by 2. This taxi's the surprising one, because the taxi spot that we go to for the Mahjong Parlor is always down by 3, but it's down by 2 here because we're at one of the taxis in the taxi list at the top. So we want to make sure that obviously we go in for that, and we remember that, you know, you can't taxi to one of the spots you're standing at, so it removes it from the taxi list, and every other taxi subsequently below it goes up by 1. Good. Here's your call. Pay. So, with this, we pay 100,000 yen, and you can see we have 371,000 yen. This is good. Because we raised enough money during the waiting segment, we can actually skip out on a 2 to 3 minute back and forth fetch quest that's supposed to happen here. You're not supposed to have the money, you're supposed to go and see Kurakawa. Kurakawa says, you know, oh hey, go to Stigil, then you go to Stigil, then you come back here. So, you skip all of that by having enough money to just basically go through this conversation. The Mahjong Parlor fight sucks. Every single time there's a Mahjong Parlor fight in a Yakuza speedrun, it sucks. There is no easy way to do it. Just pray that you get most enemies with your swings, which is not happening. Oh god. Goodbye. If the enemies do survive, a good tactic is charged light attacks. Charged light attacks, you can see, leave them with 1 HP, and then you just finish off a combo like that. So we need to replenish our muscle soda. Because there's enemies spawn at the end of the road, I know that I can avoid it by going to the left. That's an early activation, which I don't like, but it's fine. Here's our muscle soda machine. If that fight spawn at the end of the road isn't there, you have to go for the first green vending machine, because there will be an enemy spawn in the middle of the pathway here. It's always guaranteed one of those two. And you have to go this way around because you are forced into the Cabaret section. Cabaret is back from Yakuza 0. It works exactly the same as Yakuza 0, and it's also the same speedrun-wise in that if we interact with this minigame in any way, that timer at the top stops and we lose time. So we are not going to interact with this at all. Simple as that. Simple as that. That was a good ragdoll. That was a pretty good non-Yakuza 6 ragdoll. Hopefully in Yakuza 6 today, you'll be seeing a Beyblade or two. You'll see what I mean by a Beyblade, hopefully, when we get there. Yakuza 6's PC port have some of the best ragdolls. Like, the absolute best ragdolls. They are fantastic. When they happen, they are wonderful. You'll see. What's GDQ mean? Game's done quick. One of the biggest speedrun marathon that just finished up a GDQ last week, raising, I think it's 3.4 million for charity, which is absolutely bloody insane. Which I was very lucky to be a part of again. We Lost Judgment, so. As a bunch of VODs, Rosetta, if you want to link the GDQ website, nobody else link it because Nightbot will snipe you. But Rosetta, if you want to link the website, you can find a link to the VODs of the event. They do weekly hotfix shows on their channel, but they also do, like, obviously annual marathons every year. Coming up next, I believe, is Frost Fatales? I believe? Might be wrong with that one. I'm fairly certain their next marathon is coming up. They're also accepting submissions for more marathons coming up very, very soon. All of which are a very, very good cause. So, Femme Fatales, that's the one. Frost Fatales was the winter one gone? I think. But yeah, support that as well. It's very good. Very good. It's a speedrunning marathon for only women, which is really good because obviously speedrunning is a really hard, can be a really hard fucking thing to break into as not a man, because there is a lot of chauvinistic, masculine fucking. You could also say there is also masochistic stuff. Trust me, you've seen Yakuza 6. But yeah, it's very hard in certain communities to get, obviously, actual proper support. So for GDQ to have a nice, safe marathon like that is actually really nice. Is that an average guy? Oh my god, an average guy turned up. That's rare. Hello, my dude. Thanks for trying to spend money in my club. Get the fuck out. Tells us 27th of the March, 5th of March. Nice. Okay, cool. Cool. I've heard Judgment and Lost Judgment. Judgment. I don't dislike Lost Judgment though. Gameplay-wise, I think Lost Judgment has the best action gameplay of the Dragon Engine. I just think that speedrun-wise and casually, I think Judgment is just a little better. I think the plot is better in Judgment. I think the gameplay is better in Lost Judgment, but the speedrun, especially OG Judgment, is better than Lost Judgment. Which you all will see soon. Because I owe an any percent Judgment Legend speedrun, and fuck me, that run is hard. This part of 100%, yes. Of course you do. Why wouldn't you? You have to do it for all sub-stories, so why wouldn't you have to do it for 100%? 100% is 100%. 100% is 100%. You don't just take out one aspect of the game when it's 100%. What's the level up part? This is the level up part. I can't remember. Fucking level up. I do not remember my level up. I hate it when it doesn't go on to, when it doesn't register my D-pad input to skip cutscenes. They made it a lot smoother with the later Dragon Engine games, which is really nice. Every game after this one, it's a lot easier to skip cutscenes, but for some reason this game is a little pig-headed at times. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to grab myself the Technique Tome for EXP. Demon Fire Dagger for the story. This sword. Again, I messed up my camera here, so my movement was bad. And then Katana's going to be my spare sword for what's coming up. And then we leave. I remember my level up. Sprint 1, EXP 2, weapon attack. Right D-pad for sword. Right D-pad for sword. Muscle soda, sprint technique zone. Stats, sprint 1, SP 1, SP 2, weapon 1. We have the good menu there. Why did man not die? Oh, you fuck. That's why. Forgot to equip the blockade chainmail in the previous chapter. Yeah. Yep. That's where it is. That's where it is. That's where it is. Bad menu. That's gotta go. I was hoping it was going the other way. It's really hard to see where fight spawns are going at night. So, over to Don Quixote, we need to grab 2 items. We're not grabbing the beads anymore. I'm team no beads. After the run the other day, I'm now team no beads. Absolutely, team no beats. Student. Sakamaki wants us to train with him. That unlocks our extreme heat mode. But extreme heat in this game is very slow to unlock and also not actually that good. So we don't do it. We start with extreme heat in Yakuza 6, which is very good because extreme heat in Yakuza 6 is bloody broken. And it's very, very good. Very, very good, as you will see. It's going to keep me alive in certain places. It also might kill me in certain places, but that's if I play badly. So. Yeah, for Baton Kaitos, there's one item in-game that takes a couple of I hate this guy. Really? I hate this guy's hitbox so much. For some reason, it just doesn't work sometimes. For Baton Kaitos 100%, there is one item in-game that requires a few real-life days to make. So, yeah. Yeah. That's why. Did not mean to use my healing item, but alright. And yeah, there's my damage. I'm playing like shit all of a sudden. This is a bad chapter 5. It's a terrible chapter 5. Yeah, I could save some time back if I have a good clan creator. That's just not happening. Legend himself, Gary Buster Holmes. Unfortunately, that's the only time we'll be seeing you tonight, Gary. Alright. If you could behave today, I'd appreciate it, because you did not behave the other day. Huh. Yeah, I think the Judgment's final fight is one of the best final fights RGG have ever done. Behave, lad. That's okay, I guess. As far as finales go, I actually think that one of the best finales is Yakuza Freeze, which... allow me to explain why I think that Yakuza Freeze finale is so good. With Yakuza Freeze finale, you pretty much go through this very long set piece, and every single enemy that you fight in Yakuza Freeze set piece is essentially every single enemy that you fight in the game. And it basically almost goes in sequential order, so you kind of go from, like, your low-level mobs to your gun mobs, your large lads to, obviously, Anderson's goons. Like, it's a really good finale that's balanced quite well around every single type of enemy. And then, obviously, you have the Mine fight, which is a really good fight. Like, and obviously you have the Anderson fight as well. I really like Yakuza Freeze finale, like, as a whole. I think Yakuza 2's is pretty good as well. I think Yakuza 2 has a pretty long and pretty fulfilling finale. Yakuza 1's is alright as well. Saying that. Yakuza 0's is very, very, very good. Yakuza 0's is also, like, pretty much up there, to be honest. Yakuza 0's also very, very, very much, like, damn near the top. Oh, which... yeah, that's right. I was like, I couldn't remember if I moved Majima over yet. No, we moved Majima off this one. I do need to move you down here and Gun Guy here. Hopefully fast enough that stops them. Majima, you're done. You get two. Majima, we're done with those. Here. Thank you, Gun Guy. This is why I moved Gun Guy down, just in case, because sometimes one person can get by, and that's not good. Not great tracksuit back here. This is actually gonna help with these guys later. Move them back now. I'm hoping that clears out that bottom lane a bit faster. I didn't move Majima back. That's the important part, and I messed it up. That's not the right one to do, and Majima's doing the bad spin. Alright, we need everybody back here. Majima, please. Good. I actually managed to get him over. Alright, and then this time we'll do our attack up. Imagine get a tiny attack buff as well. The guy in the great tracksuit's actually like the really strong party member in this one, because Majima can do that spin that doesn't do anything. 53 is actually pretty good. It's better than average. I'll take that. I've had some real terrible character creators over the last few months, so honestly, I'll take that. Hey, thank you, Jonas. I appreciate it. Yeah, I made, like, even though I've done, like, 3 GDQ runs, I actually put the most effort into Lost Judgments. I obviously put effort into all of them, but I put a lot of effort into Lost Judgments. At one point, I was doing 3 or 4 runs a day, which caused my thumb to swell up a little bit before GDQ. So there is such a thing as well, folks. If you ever get into, like, if you ever get into speedrun marathons, there is such a thing as over-practicing. You can also find that by over-practicing, you can make yourself sick of the run before you actually get to the actual event. So just be aware that over-practicing is not a good thing. But I put a lot of effort into the Lost Judgment run, and thankfully, I've had a lot of really nice feedback. So we can have a discussion about whether or not Lost Judgment is a actual proper showcase for GDQ, because even I have my own feelings on that, and they're surprisingly not that positive. As much as I love Lost Judgment speedrun, I do think that as the run evolved over time, it became less and less of a GDQ showcase. So... but that's just my thoughts and feelings. I know a couple of other people that I've seen opinions of have the same feeling. It's still a very good speedrun, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad speedrun. But as a GDQ showcase, I think it lost with all the optimizations we made to the fighting and how stupidly broken EX and Tiger is. I think it lost a little bit of the what would have been pretty good combat. Because again, if you see the Soma fight, you'll see me start to juggle the guy. That's what we had a lot of in the original route for Lost Judgment. So a lot more in-depth combat than just going to EX and hit your moves at the right timing. So, I think you can easily have a conversation about whether Lost Judgment was GDQ material or not, and I think if pushed, I would also say no. That's bad, I needed this guy today. He has a lot of HP. Froob Demon, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs, I appreciate it. Alright, I need to concentrate for this bit I have to do well. I'm on a bit of a strict time limit for this bit. Now, can I have a nice fight here for once? Because the last couple of days, you have not played nice. So, when both of the brothers here are alive, they're going to be summoning backup. So ideally, you take care of the brothers as fast as possible. Now, the best way to do that is when they go together, which requires the guy on the right to go left, which he did thankfully, but so did the other one. Still decent. But yeah, sometimes when they go together like that, you can actually catch the both of them with a single sword thrust, and that gets rid of both of them, and you don't get any backup at all. That's still fast. What you just saw is still fast. That's not good. Kaoru, I'm gonna need you. Have I fucked up? I have fucked up. Yeah. Ah, that sucks. I need to use this taxi. Come on. Should have waited for Kaoru. Should wait for Kaoru. That's bad. If I just run, is this gonna despawn? I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not. Because Kaoru's in the fight. Oh, for fuck's sake. I can't use any of my muscle soda. There we go. Jesus. Well, that's terrible. That's terrible. Because Kaoru can be used to de-aggro the enemies when you speak to her. That's why. And it wouldn't have gotten me into a fight that way. Again, anything with a confirmation prompt will stop the enemies from getting into a fight with you. It's basic Yakuza stuff. Oh, that's gonna ruin this run. This run is unrecoverable at this point now. But it's a marathon, so we keep going. And it's just very, very, very fucking annoying. Exceptionally fucking annoying. This for later. Charge up. I want at least one gun from this fight. So what I might do is just try and grab this guy, because then he'll drop his gun. Okay. He should have died to that. I don't know why he didn't take damage. Gun corridor. This bit sucks. There's my spare gun. Not bad. You could technically get 2 guns from that gun corridor and, like, fix the lack of gun that I have for later on, but it'd be too long to run back down the corridor, pick up the gun, and then come back again. So there's no point. Just have to... Oh, again. Hope we get lucky later on. I don't know what's going on with the menuing being bad today, but it is. So... Terrible menu. That's the one thing that annoys me the most about these runs, is terrible menu. That's good. Spare sword. Easy peasy. If I can get past these guys, I'd love to get this crowbar. Because again, this crowbar, very good, but this crowbar also likes to despawn through the world. It's got more hits than I would like, but it's fine. Hello, shotgun guy. Screw you, shotgun guy. Get through here while still having my attack buff would be nice. Okay. Wait for half a second here. The timing on this is quite precise. Especially to stop him from hitting you. You do not want him to go anywhere near any of the boxes. Fuck. Well, old-fashioned way it is. Come here, you. I hate trying to hit him with the crowbar. This is what I was talking about earlier when I say that the crowbar obviously has less range than the wooden swords. With the wooden swords, he doesn't get close to you and try to hit you and have iframes. You. Bad chapter 5. Terrible chapter 5. It's not even chapter 5, it's chapter 6. That's how bad chapter 5 is. Go on. Not happy with that. Again, not resetting because we have 2 other games to play tonight. Okay. Definitely not good. Definitely not good. Oh, well. So in this bit, it may not look like it, but we are actually using our stamina, so we want to use side and power. Having 2 left here is good. That means you're on the correct side and power route. If you have 4 muscle soda, you're on the good drink route as well. If you have any less than 4 muscle soda here, for whatever reason, you need to replenish your muscle soda in this chapter. Because we'll be using 3 muscle soda in this chapter and 1 muscle soda at the start of the next chapter. But you also need to go fast at the start of the next chapter as well for that 1 muscle soda. Should probably put on my fresh sword when we're in the Millennium Tower basement. Policeman? One all the way at the end, I see. Still over here. Okay. It's not too bad. So, with the policemen, they're the only ones you have to be worried about in this section. They're the pink dots that you can see on the mini-map. Most of the time, the only problem is when either you come up at the start because you can't see if there's one in front of you, but also the end bit there where they can be in that corner. It's always random, so you just have to get lucky. That wasn't too bad, although obviously that one NPC that was walking around wasn't ideal. Okay, not too bad. Alright, so correct dialogue option here is Bantam. Last one. Looks like a cutscene that you can skip, but it's not, so we text smash through. And now we've Poseidon Power again. So this is our one use of Poseidon Power for this chapter. We will not be using Poseidon Power again for 2 chapters. Actually, 3 chapters, I think. We're going to be getting a sprint upgrade later on as well that will help with that. Date's a ghost, as you can see. Good old PC physics with high FPS making Date's jacket go so far up that you can see right through him. Good old ghost Date. But the nice thing is we're running over to here and then we're going to have to run back again. That's why we use the Poseidon Power here. You don't have enough sprint to be able to get all the way from here to dock in motos without stopping, and vice versa, which is the more important part. You can get to about these stairs and then we have to take a small break. That's what we're going to have to do on the way back. Otherwise we will not have enough stamina. Which is really bad, obviously. Really, really bad. But yeah, the partner for, like, de-aggroing enemies is just... It's one of those things that you'll get when you do enough runs of this game. When you start to panic and it's like, oh shit, I need to deal with these enemies, you suddenly realize, wow, I can speak to my partner. I did not swing, which is really bad. Please don't hit me. This corner? Alright, sure. So the fun fact is, you only need to get one of them to 1 HP. As soon as the final QT of this fight happens, that actually ends the fight. Which obviously they're now both 1 HP. Please feel heat. Yep. Sometimes, thanks to Dragon Engine shenanigans, the feel the heat won't go off until you hit them again. If that happens, you were just unlucky. Oh well. It's happened. It's very rare, but it does happen. It's happened to me multiple times over the years of running this game. It is just literally, you got unlucky. Oops. Now, I did get a spare sword or 2 from the previous chapters, so I can start using my wooden sword for this next fight, which is good. So, once again, we don't have the stamina to be able to fully make it here, but we don't want to use the Poseidon Pack, so we need to save our last one for when we do need it. So I'm going to wait until we get here, and then sprint. Might be a bit early. Yeah, it was a bit early. I'm right there! See? I'm right there. Just a little bit too early. Again, that's the D-Rust showing. It's just getting that slightly off there. So, sword out, muscle soda, and hopefully... No, would not stay together. For that fight, you really want to do strong thrusts, because like, people like the bar tend to take 2 hits. If you don't have a spare sword, use one of those bar stools. Not the one at the bar, but the ones in the middle of the bar. Those are okay to use compared to the other ones. And Poseidon Power. Oh. Actually, I did use an extra Poseidon Power at some point. Ooh. Interesting. So I'm supposed to have 1 left after that one. Okay. Okay. That's good to know. That's easy rectifiable in the next chapter. There is a vending machine I'll be getting muscle soda from that has Poseidon Power in it. So I'll just grab 1 Poseidon Power while I'm there. Interesting, though. Not quite sure when I use that. Don't worry about the fight spawn here. The next bit is an area trigger for the sub-story, so you can just walk straight through it, even in a fight. Granny White here, again, a difference between OG2 and Kiwami 2. Granny White here is actually a legit NPC in Yakuza 2 that you can run past. Every time in OG Yakuza 2 speedrun you get to this bit, as long as you stay next to the wall of Serena, you can actually avoid Granny White. In Yakuza Kiwami 2, obviously she's a sub-story marker, so we can't actually avoid Granny White at all, unlike with OG2. Again, well, there's small little differences between the two that's actually important. Lenin Tower, Shangri-La. So we have one muscle soda left for this chapter. That's good. It's enough for the next set piece coming up. It's a little tight timing-wise. I'm going to have to make sure I have a fresh wooden sword equipped as well, because mine is starting to go down. So, go on over to the Moon Tower. You'll always get Granny White's text when coming through here, so just spam X and circle to get through it fast. Because you need circle to get rid of the email. And then we go through this way. Oh, so, down we go. But yeah, we need our muscle soda to last for this bit, so you want to go reasonably fast here. So, start of this bit, sword out. Wooden sword, probably. Now, every enemy in this part spawns behind you, so what we're going to do is muscle soda. Go to our stats. I'm going to go to my heat actions. No, not my heat actions. Battle skills, you idiot. Get weapon attack level 2. And then we're going to... I was supposed to equip the sword. That's what I was trying to remember. Every enemy is going to spawn behind us, so we're going to spin the camera around every single time we deal with an enemy in this part. Here, this guy got pushed over by Kaoru, which isn't great. 3 hits. Yeah, that's actually perfect. That's actually perfect. Okay, so. Hayashi. Because I have a perfect amount of sword hits. Sword out. Strong cross. Heat attack. And then we want to hit Hayashi as he's stacking up. Successfully do the QTE. And you'll see this will leave Hayashi at 1 HP. We do this order very specifically so that we don't knock Hayashi into a second phase. Hold light here to charge your light attack during this cutscene. But you really want to get that QTE off before Hayashi goes to his next phase here and gets extra defense. You want to hold your light attack here because your charged light attack has hyper armor on it. That's gonna, if Hayashi then goes hyper aggressive, which can happen, that's gonna stop Hayashi from being able to hit you, and you're instead gonna interrupt him. Sometimes though. Hayashi just don't care, which is good. This QT is one of the only QTs in the game you do not want to touch. There's a couple in K2, but this one's important. If you keep hammering the square button, you keep punching Hayashi, which is not a bad thing inherently, but it is a speedrun. We've got a slight Hayashi bounce today. It's not too bad. But I am going to have to equip for swords, which is bad. I should have done that in that last fight, so bad menu. So, note, 1 extra side and power, please. We go to this vending machine. I get my spare side and power. We get 10 muscle soda, which is what you want to do here. When I muscle soda in my next menu, that's when I'm going to equip my weapons. It'll probably be nameless and wooden. No vitamin ones. Okay, fun fact: if you're playing on base PS4, when you run into this marker here, do not be in the middle of a fight. You'll crash your console. It doesn't happen all the time. Happens about 60% of the time. But with the OG... Damn it, I was too late. With the OG PS4 runs, there is actually a couple of Yakuza runs where you can guarantee crashing the game or the console if you run into the middle of it in the middle of a fight. One of the knife. Playing bad. This guy's going to survive this hit, which is fine. Just remember that. Ideally, I don't want that anymore, because I'd like to go fast, but I'm not going fast right now. Because these three stay together. Hit them, hit this guy, hit these three staying together, hit this guy. But unfortunately, muscle soda ran out, because I did my muscle soda battle. You want to try and aim for him to hit the barricade there. This set piece you want, if you're down on weapons, a couple of spare crowbars. There's one on the right, although I recommend not using that one. Shame this guy moved, because otherwise it would have broken this. It's not good in terms of weapon durability, but that's a good hit. Hits you. Pocket you. That's my spare weapon from here, and I'm good now for the rest of the run. So you keep remembering to refresh your muscle soda. That's the thing that I keep forgetting. I do not want this guy going into that corner with the sword, so I will hit him into the wall instead. Try and bounce off the corner here, because that allows you to throw that earlier. Grab the sword, don't put it away. Go over here. Break this. If you're a new runner, in that barricade down there is a very, very strong sword. One of the strongest swords in the entire game. We actually use it in Legend difficulty. You don't need to. You can. It's a very, very good sword if you are running low on the swords with durability. Silver Baron, thank you for the host, appreciate it. This guy's the most annoying character to fight against in this entire set piece. You have to hit him at the right angle and make sure he doesn't guard. You can also knock him into that spare crowbar there. That's usually a spare crowbar that I like to grab if I need a weapon, but obviously it's one of the more dangerous ones to try and get because you can knock that guy into it and break him. Shenanigans, after all. Not want to get out the nameless, but fun fact, this room right here is actually a room that kills you quite frequently in OG2 speedrun. It's terrible. I hate it. Lady Rosetta, thank you for the host. Yeah, we don't like that set piece in OG2. It's actually really nasty in OG2. It's actually terrifying. It's actually one of the scariest set pieces in the entire run. So yeah. Yeah. Start skip Kashiwagi, text skip Kaoru. Start skip this, text skip that. Alright, so this is where we need the gun for. There's a very quick strat that you can pull off in this chapter. Don't like that fight spawn. If the guy in the middle wasn't there, oh, you fuckers. Okay, not too bad. You have a very short frame window once the fight begins to be able to hit a confirmation prompt like a vending machine like that. It's not 1 frame, but it is something small like 2 or 3 frames. It's like less than 1/3 of a second. It is a very, very short window. So you have to make sure that you actually get that with the right timing. And you can't be mashing X because you will actually backstep instead. So you have to be careful. You have to be very, very careful. I've got all of my weapons equipped, so I don't have to mess around with weapon equip. Although I might want to equip for. Nah, we'll equip for the set piece later. That's fine. Speaking of annoying as fuck enemies, this man with the sword. This man with the sword is very annoying. In OG2, we intentionally want to get hit by him down to low HP. In K2, I want the man to die, because the man is, again, one of the most annoying enemies in this entire set piece. Thankfully, he didn't do jack shit today. That man can guard, that man can dodge, that man can slice. He does everything. His AI is aggressive as anything. For some reason, he was not today. I'm happy with that. You want to aim for him first. He is the one that has to die. Out of any enemy in that set of enemies, he is the one that has to die. I didn't go to the side of the taxi? Alright. Sure. Sure. Alright, so. We're now going to do a big level up coming up here. So, we're going to run along here, and we're going to get the cutscene with Majima. We're going to get sprint level 3 at this point. That's important because now we don't need to worry about Poseidon powers apart from one part. No more need for infinite sprint ranks. So stats, sprint 2, excuse me, sprint 3, battle skills, heavy attack max, or weapon attack max even, and air attack as much as it can go from this point. There you go, cool. It's going to help make things go a bit faster. Minimap fight spawns around this corner, which it doesn't look like there are any, which is good. If there are, again, dip your feet into Don Quixote like that, and it will de-aggro the enemy, because Don Quixote is a place you can't fight inside. So for my next menu, I'm going to set up my weapons. I'm going to need at least 1 sword, 1 gun. I do have a sword on, so I will equip the gun. So, soda, equip this, then I go gun, that'll do. Now, in this bit right here, this fight, do not finish this fight before the title card goes away. If you do, the game will soft lock. If you do, you finish it so fast that this doesn't appear, this barricade. It is not available to hit. The hitbox does not appear. Good fight. I'm going to leave that guy alive because I want this guy dead. which ideally I should just use a weapon for. But I did not have that much on that sword. Should have just used my swords, to be honest. I got plenty spare. So, alright, so this fight, we do this in a different way than we used to. We used to deliberately not do enough damage to Shindo, but now we do way more damage to Shindo than we need to do. Because we used to skip the next phase of this fight, but now we just want to skip the end of the fight, which is vastly better. So we're going to grab the sofa, we're going to swing the sofa, we are of course going to consume muscle soda. We're going to make sure we drop the sofa with down D-pad. We do not want to throw it, because Kiryu likes to throw the sofa and hit that sofa on the left. That's bad if it happens. Get out any sword. Again, this is usually why I keep a 2-hit or 1-hit sword from chapter 3. Shindo goes down to 1 HP. Get your gun out. Start running. I think it actually resets our position anyway, but start running. He's going to head outside, and this is the annoying part about the Shindo fight. Much like the second phase there, Shindo stores up a dodge or a guard because he can see you coming from so far away. The heat attack obviously goes through that because, you know, it overwrites whatever he's stored up. The nice thing about this bit is even though Shindo's all the way over there, bang! Right in the foot. And that is Shindo. You do not have to worry at all about having to deal with Shindo's absolute bullshit. It's so good hitting that. Like, it's not hard to do. You don't even have to, like, aim for that long. But as long as you are aiming from that door frame, you will always hit him. It's a little tight because you can hit his foot, obviously, but it usually always hits. I think I've only ever missed once, and that was because I was stupid. I think that strat was done by Kuro. Kuro, speaking of the devil, because I do like shouting out at Yakuza Speedrun community members, Kuro actually just took back world record for Yakuza 0. By a good 30-odd seconds, so shouts to Kuro. Kuro's now derusting Yakuza Kiwami, the poor thing. That is unfortunate. That is a bad life choice right there. Alright, so we're going to go back in. Reminder that Muscle Soda works during QTEs as well, which is the reason why I'm using Muscle Soda there. You want to do it while you're opening the door, because the animation while you're opening the door stops you getting your phone out. And because we didn't break the sofa earlier, grab sofa, hit Shindo with sofa, that's the end of the Shindo fight. That's Shindo in a nutshell. Shindo is a very fast fight. Shindo's a very good fight now. And it's a very, very good fight. Agent Dragon 257, 14 months. Thank you very much. You're having a good evening tonight. Hey, it's Kiwami on. No more Kiwami. But yeah, that's a good chapter for that. Ah, I saved 2 seconds. That's a good chapter for that. Chapter 10 is the last place we use Upside and Power, by the way. We just need a little bit more sprint coming up in this chapter. But Chapter 10 is also the filler chapter. Remember dealing with the filler bullshit from Kiwami, aka the florist's son, Takashi. One character that did not need to be reintroduced into this game. And yet we have to deal with his bullshit anyway. So, I'm going to run down here, hopefully avoid these guys by despawning them. I'd rather not have to deal with them. We're going to be going to Theatre Square, which is Theatre Avenue in this game. Don't touch anything, because when you're going through the load screens here, if you hold forward on the control stick, you actually move in the direction where the camera is. You saw at the very end of that cutscene there, the camera was slightly panning. If you're holding a direction, you will go in that direction. In 2 places, that's one of them. That can get you into trouble. This game has save anywhere, right? Because if it does, we can use the save load trick to get past the really bad fight spawn here. Because we never knew about that before. I have the really bad fight spawn, but it's going the correct way. Oh, fuck you. Can I... Oh, I don't have any spare. I can save loading there. So, if I was to just do shit, that's my... Wait, you. Yeah, you would. I want to overwrite my thingy, my aim on save. Because that was my aim on saves. I have aim on saves, just in case, you know, marathon stuff. But there you go. Save load, you get rid of the enemies. The problem with Yakuza Kiwami 2, as you can see, is you only have 16 save slots. Great. Great. Wonderful. I have a bunch of saves that are just useless, and I have a bunch of saves that are, hey, here's Amon. I think that was my all sub-story save as well that I was looking at. I'm not quite sure, but yeah. Well, yeah, only 16. In LAD, you can have, like, up to, I think, 99, which is more than you need, but it is also very good. This is where we use up Poseidon Power, by the way. Need a little bit of sprint. And with my drink route, I'm going to have to get a little bit of muscle soda here. Before we can replenish our muscle soda again, there are 3 fights, and I only have 2. A fight spawn in front of the muscle soda? You're darn tootin' it is. So I'm going to have to use this one. You got muscle soda on the left, which is a little fast to get to, and then you got this one here. Oops. Oh, I just bought some green tea, which I wouldn't be against right now, actually, to be honest. Alright, so over back to Takashi. Takashi, sum up Takashi's stuff. He's an absolute dumbass. The girl he went off with from Yakuza 1, who's the daughter of a Yakuza boss, he thinks that she's cheating on him because she keeps going to meet a mysterious stranger, which is actually her dad helping with money because Takashi is such a deadbeat that he can't raise enough money for the both of them. So basically, Takashi is a massive dumbass. They've almost committed adultery and ruined their relationship. Thank God that's that. Never have to deal with that dumbass ever again. Well. Not in a speedrun. Not in a speedrun, at the very least. Shoutouts to Yakuza 3. Why do they keep bringing Takashi back? Please stop this. There's no reason to. Horimoto and what a face that you get in this K2 free and Ishin of all games. Yes, good. But Takashi? No. There's no redeemable quality traits for Takashi. The man's a dumbass. The man's a dumbass and tried cheating on his partner because he thought his partner was cheating on him instead of having, you know, a conversation. Jeez. Jeez. What? Menuing bad. I thought I hit the, I thought I hit a hitbox to talk to it, but I did not, so, oh well. It is what it is. God damn it, Max. I appreciate that. How you doing, Max? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the Dragon Engine games are locked 30 because of base PS4, but they're unlocked base 30, if that makes sense. So whilst they only go up to 30 FPS, they technically can go, you know, to the maximum. So that's why with Judgment from the... let me be specific here. With the PS4 version of Judgment on the PS5, not the remaster, the original, that's why specific fights in that game, like the batting center fight against Kido, actually go a lot more smoother because you don't lose FPS to the vending machines going bang. As you do. Wouldn't have minded using a... oh, I don't have a crowbar or a wooden sword on. So you know what? I'll do just that one. Shame. I was hoping for all 3 there. All 3 would have been good. Very, very rarely you can do that fight with a wooden sword in 2 hits, whereas all 3 of the people down the bottom actually line up. It's exceptionally rare that that does happen. I think it did happen in my PB. It's a pain in the ass. I like using my crowbar here because crowbar good. Crowbar takes care of all enemies in 1 hit. Crowbar very good. Right-hand side of this bridge to avoid that guy on the left. He's a sub-story. Then, move to the left to avoid that guy on the right. He's a sub-story. That's one of the big things about Yakuza speedruns. Avoid sub-stories. They're slow. They're slow. The shirt is a special thing. Also, mostly when we run Yakuza 3, because Kiryu wears the Hawaiian shirt in that game. So, you know. Gotta dress the part, you know? Gotta dress the part. I don't know if that came out on the microphone. That's my stomach. As I said, these new gastro pills are, ooh, they're working alright. I'm gonna take a quick break between this and 6. I'll leave you with a good cutscene. There's a very good cutscene in this game. It should hopefully only be 2 minutes. Grab a fresh drink while I'm up as well. I'm blowing my nose. I'm having nasal problems today. It's terrible. Oh. Okay, up D-pad is the one I want. We used to, because like, evolution of this fight, see that cooler on the left-hand side? We used to use that to take care of all of these guys, for instance. But now we have Crowbar, because Crowbar are good when they're all together. When they're all together. Sometimes they're not all together like that, and it's a pain in the ass, but Crowbar, usually, thumbs up. The sword has more thrust, but because they're supposed to stay together, the crowbar is usually better because obviously you take them out in 2 hits, but sometimes that happens, so it's not good. So let's go into Speedrun, a Dojin indie game that goes by the name of Grief Syndrome. It is a Tassifro game based on the anime Madoka Magica. Very, very not well-known fact that about me. 110 100 109 5824. 110 100 109 5824. Gotta remember passcodes for this chapter. Which, thankfully, thankfully, I do remember. But yeah, that was the first run I ever did. I still have a world record in that game, I believe. The Sayaka characters when that wasn't even my main character. Yeah. I'm supposed to pay the guy! Caro, no. Don't you laugh at me, old man. The menu's bad today. Sub-story speed tech, yes. There are specific routes we take in these games to avoid certain sub-stories. Because certain sub-stories literally do lose you depending on the game, like up to 2 minutes. It's kind of bad. Oops. 10, 9... Hmm? 8, 2, 4. Cool. Those are the ones you just have to remember, and everything's good. Okay. Alright, now let's go get called a yappy little bitch by some random guy. Who's gonna end up stabbing with a wooden sword anyway. But this bit is probably the biggest difference between OG2 and K2. In that, for this bit here, you're supposed to go to, in OG2, you actually go to a different part of the city completely that's not in K2. Good old little Senseicho. Good. Okay, now we just have to deal with bloody Sim. Anyway, we've got to go find Santa Claus now. Got to find our way into a hidden shogi parlor, which is over here at the bottom right, which is nice. Pretty much every single place we have to go to, storyline-wise, is right next to a taxi spot, which is really good. Here's Santa. Hey, Santa. Now I get to fight a man who actually mutes my VODs. Sim is the band that they got to sing the insert songs and the ending song in this game, and yeah, mutes the VOD. Thanks for that. It's really weird, because it's like, I've always wanted the licensed music back in these games, and I'm glad the licensed music is back for casual players, but as a streamer, no, I'm not. It's a massive shame. Anyway, bad chapter. It's fine. Alright, so. In the entire speedrun, this is probably the hardest chapter in terms of the any percent. The set piece is really hard to be consistent at. The boss sucks. Hitboxes are a suggestion. And hopefully we don't mess up the first part. And the first part can mess up because of Dragon Engine shenanigans. So. Also, they replaced the music in the next scene, and it makes me upset because the music in the original and part of this next scene is actually really bloody good. Unfortunately, Sim isn't as good. Abracadabra. So, we need to go to Aoi. We've obviously been stabbed. Now, you don't want to hit people here. This is the only time the game actually heals you to full. So any HP that we have left after this bit is going to be the HP we have for the rest of the run. Now, thankfully, every time we take Muscle Soda, it also does heal us a tiny bit, which is good, because obviously we'll be chugging that stuff as we go. Now, you have to be very careful of all of the telegraph poles and light poles in this section. Reason being is that if you hit them at the wrong angle, they can teleport you backwards. I wish I was joking. I am not. So, you want to stay away from the side of the road if possible. Now, if it looks like I'm moving in a weird direction, that's not me. Because we've been stabbed, the game secretly puts on the, drunk multiplier effect. So basically, the more drunk you get, obviously the weirder you move, and that is exactly the same kind of movement we got here. It is not easy movement to do. No, it doesn't go away in first person either, sadly. Like, the game keeps teleporting me and juddering me backwards. I appreciate that. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that at all. I really do not. Alright, so we've got to go and get Haruka back. We're going to go to the golf center to begin with. And guess who? It's the Overtarian, everyone's favorite. So, in this fight, very specifically, I'm going to be doing an upgrade. We're going to grab Bike, Throw, Bike. We're going to use our Muscle Soda. I'm going to go to my stats, I'm going to go to my attack, and I'm going to level it up to 174. 174 is enough to take care of that guy and most of the enemies coming up, but it is one less damage tick than is needed to send the final boss into the second phase of that fight. Whilst you can get more attack than this, to do the strats against that final boss, you are then limiting yourself to being able to do a heat move on about 2 or 3 frames. We'd obviously much rather take the fact that you don't have to do that. I didn't equip the saw. You know I forgot to do something. I need to equip the saw here. Because with our extra damage, the saw will take that guy out in 2 hits. Every other weapon that we currently have will take him out in 3. And other weapons we're looking at little light there as well. Fight spawn here is not ideal. I'm going to get rid of that. Reason being is that the next trigger after this one is a confirmation prompt, not an area trigger. So we do have to be very careful not to be in a fight when going down here. Up Kurokawa Madu. Okay. Feeling better? I'm feeling a bit better. Less tired than yesterday, which is good. I really wanted to hit Kurokawa with that as well, but unfortunately, not. This Kurokawa takes 2 hits, so I was trying to have it so that he'd actually go in front of everybody so I could just keep thrusting, but unfortunately not. Good. And with that, we need to go back and see Asaki, who we beat up in the Mahjong parlor earlier. About this fight spawn, but it is avoidable. Going this way. I like that fight spawn when it actually spawns a bit closer to me, because I can actually run past the closer one and just go straight to the taxi. That one, because it's so far back and notices you so early, you actually have to go that way that I went, otherwise you're pretty much getting into the fight, and then you have to do the confirmation prompt on the taxi in like a frame or 2, but you still have to wait for the fight to start anyway. For Asaki here, we're obviously going to use the saws. Going to use up the rest of this muscle soda. Now, for this bit, we are timed a little bit. We want to get to the set piece whilst this muscle soda is still on. So, we're going to start running towards the closest taxi, which is this way. On the way, we are going to be grabbing some muscle soda. This will be the muscle soda for the next couple of chapters. And then we get to Osaka Castle. This is the set piece that is really hard to be consistent at. It's definitely the hardest set piece to be consistent at in the entire run, to be honest. Although saying that, Chapter 5 is also pretty rough, not gonna lie. Grenada needs all the enemies to go down first before we take him out. Now, thankfully, we still have a very high usage wooden sword. If he's going to guard like that, just do light attacks because it's quicker than trying to frost him twice. Now, every single one of these is now going to be on a global timer. So, the faster we go, the better pattern that I know is going to be happening. These enemies are the worst enemies in this entire game. I hate them. They dodge a lot. They have an insane amount of dodge. If you've got a muscle soda on, you can take them out with light attacks, which is really nice, as you can see. Otherwise, strong thrusts will always take them out with at least even a basic open wood katana. Now, if we're on good timing, that will be the closest one here. Very good. I was hoping that would actually hit that guy. I think you can now understand why I dislike these enemies. They are an absolute pain in the backside when they want to be. So, we're coming up against our Gatling gun section. So, we want to do this really fast, if we can do this. Take care of Creator first. Because he stays there. Take care of you, take care of you. And you have to be fast here because you have to spin and take care of these two before they reach the top of the stairs and knock us off. Bad, bad, terrible, terrible bad. With that, we're going to try and go down at a specific angle here, which pushes us down. Unfortunately, I went a bit too to the right. I got pushed to the right. But other than that, it was okay. Now, for this fight, it's going to be the reverse of what happened at the start of this set, because we want to take care of Kuneda first, because he resummons the backup. I'm going to be using the name's Katana against him, because I want this man dead. I don't want to use the sword, because I'm saving the sword for what's coming up. Now, the problem with this fight is these enemies. The spear traps that are all around the room, if they walk on top of them, they're going to dodge continuously, which sucks ass. Speaking of sucking ass, hitboxes of tigers. With the first tiger fight, we are going to use the attack on the sword, but don't use it straight away or you'll miss. We want to give it half a second or so. So get out the sword. Frost. See how late that was and how I only just hit that? And you still get hit during that, by the way. So you do have to be careful. This is going to take out the first tiger. Now, the second tiger is going to go into that EX, even though it's not going to look like it. This is a problem because they're now going to take 3 hits instead of 1 hit. And at this HP range, these tigers can actually kill them. This is where it gets dangerous. This is good. So I'm going to hope that the other tiger does a very specific attack. It's very rare that he does, but he has given it to me the last couple of attempts. Not that attack. This attack bad because it's the triple lunge, or double in this case. He's on 1 hit. Tiger hitboxes. If he does the rising claw attack where he like stands up and tries to claw you, that's actually really fast. But again, it's a bit rarer than him charging you. Bit of a shame, that. Now, very rarely, if you can get both tigers with a single hit in the first phase, the fight is going to end almost instantly. There is no easy way to do that. We have been trying for a very, very long time to find a proper setup for both tigers. But the problem is the first tiger always charges you at the start of the fight and always straight ahead. Even if you move, he still charges straight ahead. So already one of the tigers is massively out of place compared to the second one. This is the reason as to why we don't try lining them up. It's not impossible, but it takes a lot longer than just, you know, stabbing the oncoming tiger and then dealing with the second one. But if you could find an actual setup for the first phase, it'd be faster to do both tigers. So, yeah. It's one of those things. We need to explore Sunbury with Haraka. This is actually a distance-based phone call, so the easiest thing is to taxi up to West Sunbury Street, and then after that we taxi back down to where we were just now. Oops, sorry. 1 minute. This one might actually be a bit further away than the other taxi now that I think about it. It's so close, because it's like... Actually, I don't think it is. It's like right in the middle. It's like a pain in the ass. I think this taxi... I've always used this taxi. I think this taxi is closer, but only by a tiny bit.
Nani?
Okay. This fight should be nice and simple. This fight is usually just, you know, hit them with the sign and the fight's over. So we're really hoping they all stay together at the start of this fight. I like running in between them to get a couple of them to try and attack me for that purpose. Because that guy can move away. The guy at the back, as you can see, also can move away. Sweet. Not ideal when that happens. It's a shame. You lose, like, a couple seconds off that, like 2-3 seconds. It's one of those things. Like, you don't have that much control over him, unfortunately, so... Did I want to use my Muscle Soda there? Maybe. I do want to replenish my Muscle Soda at some point. So I want to go to Sigil even, so we're going to be heading up to the top left-hand part of the map. This bit, again, is not something that you actually have to do in OG Yakuza 2, but we do have to do it in K2. But thankfully, it's not that long, it's only about a minute long, so... We just go back and forth a tiny bit, and then we are all good. We skip that in time, this door still stays open, and then we can just leave. I am going to have to go fast in the next part with not replenishing my Muscle Soda, though. Fun fact about this bit, and it's a lot easier to do on console. If you skip that cutscene on the correct frame, her singing gets bugged into the background, and it will persist until you turn the game off. It even follows you to the main menu. So, kind of cool. But it's a very small frame window to get the skip right. It's a lot easier on console than it is on PC, because obviously you got more frames on PC. Don't like that. Do not like that. That's fine, actually. It's a bit closer than I would like, but it allows me to go to the taxi early. So hopefully, ideally, I can do the rest of this chapter in 2 Muscle Soda. It's going to be very tight to do that, very, very hard, but hopefully we can do that. I think my weapons are getting very low and I need to replenish my weapons. Now, unfortunately, I do not have a second spare gun. This is going to be a problem for this next set piece. With a second spare gun, this next set piece becomes pretty much trivial. We're now going to have to rely on luck. To begin, we're going to run forward, we're going to grab the first guy, and because of the physics of the Dragon Engine, we can just take him and everybody else and yeet them off this truck. 13 to 10. Replenish my nameless. Which is fine. Get my equipment, I'm going to be going here and crowbar. You know, it's not that much weapons left anymore. It might be in a spot of bother. This is now the lock part, so ideally you get here with a gun. By getting here with a gun, we don't have to hope that one of those guns falls on the thing. Now, because it didn't fall on the thing, I'm going to have to hit this guy with a grenade. Because, as you can see, knives don't do anything. So, I have to hit him with a grenade and hope the grenade takes him out, which, as you can see, doesn't always work. This is why we like getting a gun earlier in the run. You don't have to worry about that. And getting a spare gun earlier in the run, we lose like 1 second to picking it up, but we don't lose 20 seconds to trying to get that guy with a grenade. Again, thanks to Dragon Engine shenanigans, everybody leaves. I have to reuse the soda. So I'm going to be down to 4 after this chapter. I think that's enough. I think that's very much enough. So we should be good. Here he is, once again, it's the man in black. Not for the final time either. Again, with the gun strat, you can actually get to him with the original Muscle Soda still on, and he just takes 3 hits and that's it. Nice, easy fight. And watch where he ends up. Again, somehow, man is not dead. Somehow man is not dead, somehow man is going to be coming back in the finale. I will praise the Man in Black's resilience. That's insane. But we're going to be heading out to the final fight of this chapter now. Where I'm going to be using up the rest of this saw. But yeah, my weapons are... That's kind of... Nah, it should be fine. Yeah, it's fine. Just wondering if that was too close to me or not, but we're good. Again, as I said earlier, this is one of those times where you don't want to touch the control stick whilst you're loading in, because as you'll see on the minimap to the right, there's a bunch of enemies. So if you are holding the control stick, you can accidentally move to the right before you load in, which obviously gets into a fight. Kurahashi. Hopefully we get the good angle for this. If we get the good angle for this, it's quite funny. Kurahashi here knows how to slide. Unfortunately, he's gone the wrong way. No sliding Kurahashi strokes. If Kurahashi goes to the left, you can knock him against the corner of that desk there, and if you get him at the right angle, instead of staying there, man just decides to go that way, and I'm not kidding, he just leaves. It's great. It's always fun to show off when it happens, but usually Kurahashi walks that way, so unfortunately I don't get to do it that often. Very rarely you can get, obviously, all of these free in a single hit, so that happened in my PB, which is another reason why I'm going to lose an insane amount of time in the chapter. Like, it's really hard to do the end of that fight if they're not all lined up, and again, they don't always line up properly, which is a massive pain in the ass. Having them line up obviously causes it to go way faster, but unfortunately not. And that is that chapter. We have a reasonably quiet 2 chapters coming up, which is nice. There's a couple of fights in this chapter, and we'll be doing those at the end of the chapter, which is quite nice. They're not actually too long, these 2 chapters. The next one feels long just because there's a very big, long time waiting segment into it, but this one isn't too bad. There's not actually that many fights. There's about 3 of them. We shall hopefully be using only 2 muscle sodas over the 2 fights, and then we should be pretty good. Hopefully. Hopefully. No guarantee. No guarantee. Let's head into Serena. I'm gonna go blow my nose during these runs because good god, it's congested as fuck today. Okay. Also, I had this really cool idea that I was going to change my my shirts, all the runners' shirts for each of the GDQs, but then I realized my GDQ 2022 shirt is currently in the wash, so I can't. So I can't. Interesting thing is, in that alleyway next to Serena, it actually despawns enemies. There was an enemy spawn right here, and it got despawned. Which means it was replaced with that one that spawned ahead. So it's not always a good thing that it does respawn, because that fight spawn actually wasn't too bad. But, yeah, that alleyway in Serena for some reason respawns fight spawns. I don't know why. It's really stupid. As far as speedrun strats found by non-speedrunners, I think there is 1 or 2. I'm just struggling to think. I'm struggling to think which off the top of my head. I'm fairly certain somebody told us about something via a YouTube comment. Oh, of course. Fuck me. How could I be so stupid? We call this gun strats. It's the dumbest shit. Somebody came into my chat one day when I was running, I think it was Yakuza 4. It was either Yakuza 3 or Yakuza 4. And someone left a comment in chat saying about that we weren't doing things very fast. Now, I didn't catch it at the time because I was busy concentrating on the set piece that was happening. But Tap called it. And essentially, we were told, and I can't believe we didn't realize this, in the older games, aka 3 and 4, if you shoot guns without holding R1, this is going to sound stupid, but it's real. If you shoot guns without holding R1, you fire about 1/3 of a second faster for every single shot. Now, if you consider that the last third of Yakuza 3's speedrun is shoot guns, we saved about a minute because of that. We call it gun strats to hide our embarrassment. Because because it is rather embarrassing. But yeah, that's one of those that's just literally, you know, it's just one of those that's literally just, you know, it's not exactly common knowledge, but it is, you know, nice to be told that. There was one other one that was a lot bigger, that was told to us via a YouTube comment as well. That one I can't remember what it was. But it was a while ago. It was one of the older games, so wish I could remember, but I don't, unfortunately. Also, interestingly, because we don't actually have that many, that many runners for the Yakuza games from Asian territories, which is weird because you think we would do. But funnily enough, we thought we found the baseball bat strats by one of our runners a couple of months ago, but found a very, very old run from a Japanese Yakuza 4 runner who was using baseball strats way before we even considered them. But the weird thing is, they only went half of the way with it. Whilst we have them for, like, almost all of the run, they only have it for a singular character. So, they did most of the work, and they just didn't think of the practical applications for it. Like, they had what is now the fastest way to do Yakuza 4, but they just didn't think of the entire practical application for it, which is a massive shame. That also happened with, one of the early, because there were two Japanese runners of Like a Dragon, and the old world record holder at the time, back on PS4, they did most of the battle arena, not all of it. And the weird thing is, despite the fact that obviously we don't do like that much of the battle arena, where they did the battle arena, they stopped the battle arena. Disagree with that hitting that man, but you know what? Alright, sure. Hitboxes. The problem with the runner, the Japanese runner who did the battle arena, they did the battle arena up to a certain floor. If they did one more floor, they would have gotten a much stronger weapon for Ichi. So they would have gone way faster if they'd just done one more floor. Obviously, we've cut down on that by like 2/3 at this point, so, you know, that strat wouldn't have been viable anyway, but it's one of those things that, you know, I don't know why I did that, I didn't need to, but it's like, you know, it's one of those things that, looking at other runners and what they did, the things that we find that might surprisingly be fast may not have always been found by us. Which is why it pays to look at speedruns from runners from other countries, or speedrunners who haven't submitted their runs to leaderboards. Because again, this is what we always keep saying with speedrunning, and it's always the same for stuff like the Boba skip in Metal Gear Solid, is that more eyes on a game can lead to you finding out new and better strats. Like, the problem about playing these speedruns sometimes is that you get, by doing them so often, you get a little too close to the run sometimes to see the actual benefits of doing something that can save a couple of seconds. Like sometimes you'll instantly go to yourself, oh, that can't be faster, this way is clearly fast enough, like we've been doing it all this time, but that's not always the case at all, which is why, again, having more eyes from more people on the run is a good thing, because, like, you'll have people come into chat with, like, suggestions sometimes, like, again, don't hold R1 to shoot guns, which saved us a minute, stuff like that. Like, it's why, obviously, suggestions are, like, a good thing for speedruns, because, like, you know, you could suggest something like, you know, for the drink route, why don't you go and get muscle soda from this vending machine instead, for example? And whilst it may be bad for the run because that's away from the way we have to go, it's still a good idea because, you know, it gives you thoughts about potentially routing in muscle soda elsewhere. Stuff like that. So again, that's the reason why, again, you want more people running the games as possible. I think there's a commonly held thought that Yakuza 5 can potentially be faster, but the trouble is we don't know where. We actually have good speed tech in Yakuza 5. We have one thing that practically pushes us out of bounds at one point. Oh, that's... Oh no, I need this. I don't like this. Thank you. The less time in fights, the better. Every time you get into a fight, that pauses the timer for this time waiting segment, so not good. So yeah, it's like for fight stuff, we have a couple of things for Yakuza 5's fights, but like there's some things we think may be better, but they may not be. Again, it just requires other people to notice these things and say, hey, this is really overpowered. An old speedrun that I used to do, called Titanfall 2, has a part on the first part of a level called the Beacon, where for years we knew that there was an early prompt to speed things up, but we didn't know how to get it. Then a random person on Reddit found out something to do with that early prompt, but it softlocked their game. At which point, obviously using what they found, we went and had a look into it and found, oh crap, if we go to this specific area and don't go too far forward, but we kill the enemies beforehand, that stops the softlock and gets the early trigger to keep going with the game. So it is nice like that, because there is, again, that's the nice thing about having people just like say anything, is just, you know, sometimes it can lead to something good. Sometimes it could be something that we're already done or, you know, we're already doing, and it could be quite simple. But that's the reason why, you know, if you're speedrunning, you should never, like, poo-poo others' ideas. Like, it's always worth entertaining ideas like that, because you never know. It could lead to something actually good. So. We're dashing for New Vegas, quick break that game open. Exactly. Like, it can just be some random person. I will be honest, I have, in the past for Yakuza games, gone onto YouTube and searched Yakuza game named glitches. I've done that with Fists of the North Star to see if I can get the buggy to glitch in the wasteland to save me about 20 minutes. There might be a possibility there, but I don't think there is. But the buggy can glitch sideways. I don't know if you knew that. I knew that. I know that now. There's a small chance I could use that and potentially, if I can get some momentum, get the buggy to lift up over some rocks. I need to practice it, but it's possible. Like, it's stuff like that. Just like even YouTubing, you know, the game and glitches just goes to show, you know, there can be something there. People can record stuff and go, look at this funny glitch. Which funny glitches, usually most of the time in speedrunning, is actually a good thing. No, leave me alone. Bad fight games. Like, what most people would consider funny glitch would actually help a lot. You've all probably seen the infamous Yakuza 6 glitch of Kiryu holding Haruto. If we were to be able to get that out constantly, we wouldn't have slow walking sections. We'd have running sections, which would easily save like a minute or two in Yakuza 6's speedrun. But no one's ever known how that little glitch occurs. Like, I had my baby shrink on me once. That was terrifying. Happened in a marathon. Two hits for this fight. If so, it's good. Very good. Now, this is a new finale route that we do. I say new, I came up with it a couple of months ago. It's what we call the single weapon strap, because we're going to be using this one Darkwood sword for the entirety of this finale. So obviously we want all the enemies to get together. The Darkwood sword is the much stronger version of the Oakwood katana we were using earlier. So we're going to go through the right-hand side of this barricade, because specifically there's an enemy on the right-hand side here called Seo. He doesn't activate unless you get close to him like this. Ideally, you can get a good mix of light and strong attacks for this bit. Not the best of dealing with enemies here. Your durability of these weapons is also very important for this next bit coming up. This is why the one weapon strat is important. Go through here, get to the next fight. Shame this guy didn't get any closer. And a muscle soda as well. I was hoping to get all of them before that ran out. Oh well. Break through this barricade, at which point toss it. There are rocket launcher guys to the right, so you don't want to go down the right-hand road. You want to pocket that Chinese saber. That's the one I mentioned about earlier with the lock key. Pocket that Darkwood sword. This is the bit coming up why the FOV is so large. This is the actual important bit. So as we run down here, we want to grab this sword right here. You don't have to put this one away. Make sure you hold on to it. But remember, if we get knocked down, we will be losing this sword. And again, this finale is littered with really strong weapons. So if a weapon breaks at any point, there's another Chinese saber. That's really good. There's a Patriarch bat in that corner. That's really good. Like, oh, I didn't mean to jump over. I went too far. You want to try and get these two together to hit them at the same time, so they both go down to this QTE. If one survives, it's not too bad, because he just one hit is taken out. So, and this bit coming up right here is the entire reason as to why we have high FOV. All the way down at the end of Purgatory down there is a fight spawn for respawning enemies in this part. Because we have our FOV this high, it's gonna make it so that they do not spawn all the way down there because we can see down there. We're tricking the game into going, hey, we can see, you know, this fight spawn. So you can't spawn enemies here. So as long as I don't spawn all the way down there, I can spawn in all the enemies around me instead. That literally saves you like up to like 30 seconds or so. It's a dumb amount of time that saves you by having high FOV. In this bit, you want to be a little careful. There are enemies with grenades. Those grenades will explode if you hit them as they go down to the ground. No. Ruiner of speedruns. Cutscene broke. This happens sometimes. Whoa. Now, for the final time, here he is. It's time for the man in black. And I do actually have to do a menu here for my weapons, because I don't have enough for the man in black after the rest of the run. So, the Darkwood Sword, the Chinese Saber. Make sure you walk forward a little bit so you can connect your hits. And now you can see why we call that the one weapon strap. We basically take the one weapon from the start of the finale all the way to the finale without using any of the weapons that we pick up either. And this way we only have 2 weapons for every fight coming up. It's more than enough for all 4 bosses, including the man in black. Hey Argic, hope you're doing well. Yep, I'm doing all of my GDQ runs that I've done so far. This run did not go well thanks to a random fight spin. Smiling emoji. Ryuji 2. This fight, there's a lot of very precise fight straps for these last few fights. So, with our attack buff still on, we are going to be going with the Chinese sword to begin with. We're going to be getting that out. Strong thrust into a heat attack. The strong thrust throwing a heat. Make sure you hit Ryuji as he's standing up. You have to wait half a second to make sure it goes through. There is hyper armor on it, and you'll do a normal thrust if you try and attack normally. For the rest of this fight, just try and hit him normally. Just smack that light attack so that doesn't happen. Ryuji does that sometimes. Even the backside. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Argic. If anyone hasn't seen as well, go follow Argic and go watch Argic and Amber's Sonic 4 Episode 2 run from GDQ just gone. It is very, very good. It's very, very good. The entire Sonic block was very, very good. I'll say that multiple times. Daejim Kim. Ruiner of speedruns. But thankfully, we have the lore on Daejim Kim now. We're going to be getting out the Darkwood Sword. I'm going to be using Mustard Soda, and we're going to go and do light attacks against Daejim Kim. We want him to get to this phase here. You do any button that isn't X, that's Shinsuke. This one you want to do. Now, for the rest of this fight, get your sword back out and move away from Daejim Kim. Reason being is that if you go close to Daejim Kim, you go into your field of heat. Now, Hio, unfortunately, got too close to Daejim Kim. I somehow have not gone into my field of heat despite being next to Daejim Kim and smacking him right in the face. But by staying away from Daejim Kim, you don't put your sword away and have to get your sword back out again, and the enemies stay grouped up like that. So it's very important that you do the correct movement there. And the entire reason why we're at 174 attack is for this next fight. Man bounced. Good ragdoll. So because we're in 174 attack, with our first attack we will not push Ryuji into the next phase. Now, you can have more attack and still get the heat attack off that we need to get, but it's a much, much tighter window. I mean a much tighter window. It's like only a couple of frames. So, sword out. Stab once. Heat attack. That's the small frame window you have. Make sure you hit Ryuji as he's standing up. He has multiple HP, does. And this fight's pretty much over. Once we successfully do the QTE, we have to hit Ryuji one more time. Because this does a lot of damage. As he's getting up, hit Ryuji, and that's the end of the fight. Provided you don't mess up the QT. You mess up the QT, it's instant game over. Never done that in a run before. Never done that in a run before. That's K2. That is K2. I love K2. K2 is a good run. We had a lot of... This hair has been on my webcam for a while. Had a lot of bad, unfortunate problems in that run. We had a nasty fight spawn, for example. And again, it's really hard to be consistent at K2 when you haven't done the run for a long while. It's really hard to be consistent at this run. It's a very good run. Even in the any percent, it's pretty much non-stop action, which is really nice. It's obviously the shortest Yakuza run, which is also really nice. Next up is going to be Yakuza 6. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Oh no, that's going to mute my VOD. No, Sim, stop that. So once I go and use the loo and refill my water bottle before we start for Yakuza 6, I'm going to play you a cutscene. I'm going to play you a lovely little cutscene. So let me dump the webcam for a second, and I will load up this cutscene whilst I'm away. Yakuza 6 is going to be interesting. For those of you who haven't seen a Yakuza 6 run yet, Yakuza 6 is the sadomasochistic run of the Yakuza Speedrun series. It's fantastic. It's in an S tier on my Speedrun tier list. It's that good. We are going to go, and I'm going to give you this wonderful little cutscene here. So whilst I am away, enjoy this cutscene. I'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Hi.
次は青やな。
はい。
なんや、腹の調子でも悪いんか？
いや、故郷に残してきたお袋のことを思い出してしまって。
なんでおかんと爆弾が関係あるんや？
いや、お袋一人暮らしだから自分にもしものことがあったら。
せやからこうして解除しとるんやろうが。
でも親父、これでこの配線を解読できるんですか？
アホか！俺がこないなごちゃごちゃしたもん分かるはずないやろが。せやけどやらにゃしゃあないからこうやって勘を働かしとるんやないか。
勘なんすか？
なんやお前、俺のこと信用しとらんのか？
いや、そんなことはないっす。
それならはよやれんけい。
はい。あ、親父、最後の2本です。
あ？面倒や。どちらにしようかな、神様の言うとおり。決まった。赤や。
親父、生きるか死ぬかの選択なんです。もうちょっと真面目にやりましょうよ。
うっさいボケ、もう赤に決まったんや。それ貸せや。
Of course, the nice thing is that explosion was not a real explosion and only happened in a dream from Kaoru, but yes, Majima defused the bomb. Anyway, let's go see Yakuza 6. So, let me get my splits up for Yakuza 6. Okay. Yakuza 6. The beginning part of Yakuza 6 is very much a boss rush. This is a very, very, very fast-paced run. It's a very good run. Now, obviously, as per usual, PC version is faster, but, big ol' but, there are some people that have problems with the PC version of this game. I'm one of them. The latest patch for the PC version of Yakuza 6, when Yakuza 6 first came out, there were some people that couldn't launch the game, so it needed a couple of patches to be able to go faster. For me, the best version of the game was the initial patch, and then every patch after that got worse and worse, to the point where I had massive stuttering in every single city. So I've had to downgrade my version of the game to be able to run Yakuza 6 on PC still, which is why I haven't done a run of this in ages, because it's a pain in the ass. I'm actually on the wrong version. I want one more up. But this is Yakuza 6. I can actually turn Yakuza 6 up a bit because it's quite quiet. Yakuza 6 is, as I have said earlier, the sadomasochistic speedrun of the Yakuza speedrun series. You're going to see some stuff in this run that is very dangerous. At points in this run, there are certain bosses that can kill us in 2 or 3 hits. Even on easy. This is a terrifyingly hard run, and let's get into it. This is also a bit of a de-rust, so let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. This is a very terrifying run. I love this run. Hopefully we'll get some ragdolls so you can see the ragdolls. Is my light split crashed again? Has my live split crashed again? Let me hit the button. Yes, it has. Live split. What is wrong with you tonight? That's twice now. Give me a second. We'll punch Nagamo in a moment. Fun fact, Nagamo's actor. Wasn't expecting him to turn up in a certain place. I was watching Hideyoshi Matsumoto's documental on Amazon. The fucking Nagamo walks through the door. Nagamo's actual real-life actor, who is an actual comedian, turns up in that. Like, actually stunned. Yeah, no, live split crashed again. What is wrong with live split tonight? I do not know what's wrong with my live split tonight. This sucks. Yakuza 6. Try this again. Cool. Just check it's all activated. Yep. By Hoxie and Voitus. Lovely jubbly. Cool. Let's try that again. 3, 2, 1, go. Hey! There we go. So, there we go. Yeah, I wasn't expecting his real life actor to make an appearance in that. It was kind of surprising. Either way, this is Yakuza 6. This is a very, very fast-paced speedrun. I do like the speedrun a lot. It's in my S tier. So, we're gonna get your usual tutorial. We're gonna start off by guarding against Nagamo. I'm now gonna dodge Nagamo. Now gonna dodge Nagamo. Lovely. I'm going to run to these bikes. I'm going to lock onto Nagamo with R1. I'm going to hopefully combo him to the right-hand side. Preferably away from these bikes. I need to grab... Oh, I need to do the finishing blow first. I broke the bikes. I'm redying. I messed up my order. I need to do the strong attacks into the lamppost, and then we do the heat attack. That's the one. Forgot about the strong attacks. Forgot about them damn strong attacks. No, there's not. It's just a cheeky way of saying that the games play a bit better on controller, but anyone can use mouse and keyboard. I've used mouse and keyboard a couple of times in the series, and whilst I've been playing the game since the PS2 originals on a DualShock, which is why I need a DualShock, honestly, they're still serviceable on mouse and keyboard. It's still fine. Like, if you want to play with mouse and keyboard, play with mouse and keyboard. It's just a funny little in-joke. It's not anything to be taken seriously. So, yeah. I'm hoping we get some good Beyblades. If we get some good Beyblades, that's a good Yakuza 6 run. Even if the Yakuza 6 run itself is bad, good Beyblades make it a good run. Once again, here's Nagamo. So many resets tonight. So, Nagamo, we're going to start off by guarding against Nagamo. We're then going to guard. We're going to then dodge his next attack. I said we're going to dodge his next attack. Run over to the bikes, where we lock onto him. Start punching him. I need him to stay here so that he doesn't move away too far from that. Now we're going to use the wall EX finisher on him. Oh, we use the bike. That's an interesting one. Not bad, but certainly interesting. We're going to go to our EX mode. At this point, we're going to pick up this bike. The bike, Kiryu. So the bike does way more damage and finishes Nagamo off in like 2 hits. Whatever, Nagamo. Whatever, it's fine. Thanks, Nagamo. Nagamo is always a bit finicky. I stood a bit too close to the sign. Either way. The bits that we saw there are actually a bit further forward in the future. We're going to go backwards in time a tiny bit, right to the ending of Yakuza 5. Literally, this is the reason why we say not to start with Yakuza 6. Yakuza 6 literally starts at the end of Yakuza 5. Here's all the characters in the game. There's Majima and Saejima and Akiyama and Date, the kids, Daigo. You'll never see him again. You barely see him in this game. But they're all here in this weird fever dream where we're walking towards the light. Kiryu's not dead, don't worry. So, we're going to get better over at the hospital, and because of the events of Yakuza 5, Kiryu's going to be incarcerated in prison for about 3 years during this time. There's going to be a bunch of tabloid, shitty news rags that say the orphanage is raising Yakuza kids. But they've obviously looked at Taichi. Oops. So, Kiryu's going to get out of prison, we're going to go back to the orphanage, and we're going to meet up with the kids and find out that Haruka has gone missing a couple of years ago. So, we're going to speak to all the kids and skip through. This is the fastest, obviously, thing to do. Mitsuo is still going for his baseball scholarship. Eri still has a dog. Taichi's in the house. Shiro's a goddamn stock trader. Good lad. He was the only one we had any promise with. Koji... Ayako is still the big sister. Akiyama's a phone. And Rinoa is in the kitchen. She didn't really have much of a character arc in Yakuza 3 anyway. Now we're going to Kamurocho. So, in Kamurocho, we're going to be grabbing very quickly a drink. And you'll notice a big difference from Yakuza K2 in that the drinks that we grab actually stay in our hand. This is a very, very big difference. The drink system in this game, you're limited to having a drink in your hand. You cannot put them into your inventory. So, this is going to change up when we get drinks and, obviously, how we get them. Now, the nice thing is, vending machine drinks in Yakuza 6 are very overpowered. If you thought Muscle Soda was strong, just you wait. Real-world product placement is about to hit you right in the face. So we're going to go to the new Serena. We're trying to find out what's happened to Akiyama and Haruka. Alright, I forgot. Yakuza 6 is not actually faster to tech skip. It's actually faster just to hold R1X. There's a weird thing. So here's the thing with Yakuza 6, and one of the things I like about Yakuza 6. The game is fully voiced. The game is entirely, fully voiced. Now, because of that, it means that actual text skipping is not faster. We're going to buy 3 bentos. 3 bentos, please. Well, actually, I'll get a bit more just in case. We don't want to get too many. You can get a few more if you're a newer player, because this is a scary run, but we don't need that many. We just need a tiny bit of healing just in case. I'm going to head over here to these guys. Did my sprint drink run out? I feel like my sprint drinks ran out. Either way, here's your next tutorial. You don't have to finish this one. So there we go. I feel like my drink ran out. We'll be watching Rugby Baby after the run when I have to set up my PS5. So it won't be during the run, it'll be after. Did it actually eat my drink? This is why this patch is bad. I need to be on the patch for the next patch, which I haven't got access to. So we're going to be running over here to try and find out more about Little Asia. The camera feels really close to Kiryu after the K2 run, huh? And yeah, it ate my drink. That's really bad. Huh. That's really, really bad. Huh. Well, damn. Now I can't run through the entire bit like I'm supposed to. So. A group of people called the Scio Triad have managed to get their way into Little Asia. They're the people who are after Akiyama. So we're going to go and see what's going on with them. I have to hold my fucking sprint. This sucks. Forgot this patch actually can eat drink, which is not good. I need to actually like up patch it to the next one. This sucks. Speaking of sucks, this fight. So, the nice thing about Yakuza 6 is that you can actually move around before a fight begins. So, what we're going to do is we're going to run over here to grab this sign, and hopefully not have them hit me or the sign break. Unfortunately, the sign breaks, so I'm going to have to use Spike Block instead. Fucking hell, I hate it when this happens. I might actually restart just because of the drink issue as well. This is really bad. Catch. Yeah. It's actually really bad. I completely forgot this patch actually ate drinks. It's really, really bad. I guess I'm gonna go for the backup one, which is the one after... Which is it? I'm guessing it's the Serena conversation that ate the drink, which is really stupid. It shouldn't work like that. But... Oh, let's try this again. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, not good. Oh well. This sucks. This sucks. Back to Nagla. It's hoping to be like 30 minutes into Yakuza 6 at this point today, but it's not gone well. So, guard Nagla. Shame that that one doesn't last long enough to count as the dodge. Hit me, bud. Oh my god, that didn't actually work. Come on. Stop. Stop moving. Hate it when it doesn't count sometimes. And wallop Nagamo. Okay. Terrible Nagamo. Terrible Nagamo. It's fine, we'll carry on. It's only a second. Terrible Nagamo. Hate Nagamo. He's a pain in the ass. Nagamo is actually the boss you fight the most in this game. You actually fight him 4 times, which is 1 more time than any other boss in the game. There's only about 4 bosses that you only fight once in this game. Most bosses you actually fight 3 times in this game, but there's actually a couple of bosses that you only fight once. It's very, very few. You do more repeat fights than you do newer fights, but those repeat fights actually aren't that bad. I'm hoping I can do the finale strats well as well. So, once again, back to the orphanage. Speak to the kids. Blame Taichi for everything. This side of the table. I don't know what that movement was, but sure. Alright. Okay. Back to Kamurocho, where I'm not going to get that drink this time, because I'm not having the game eat it on me. So we're back down here, meet up again with Date, and then we leave. Did not walk into that door, but sure. And down we go. And me running into that sign. Okay.
So. この辺りずいぶん理由はそうはるかちゃんそうでもあとママそれじゃ
Right, back over to the Popo where we're gonna buy some healing items. Maybe the Popo was upset that I bought too little healing items and that's why I didn't get my sprint drink. I'll do 7 instead. You really don't need 7. But 7 will do. You need at least 1 because we're going to be using it for an NPC, and also the fact that, you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff coming up. We actually need a bento to progress the story coming up in a second. I'm just going to see if this erases my sprint drink. The fact I don't see it on the UI is actually making me worried. Okay, there it is. Heck you, my dude. Keep an eye on it, see when it gets eaten. We still have it for now. So sprint drinks work exactly like they do in K2. In the when you take a sprint drink, you have unlimited stamina. This is the reason why sprint drinks are important, not to have them eaten by the video game. That's fine. The FOV is really, really weird after watching a K2 run. Like, even playing it, it seems like really, really closed in on Kiryu. See if the sprint drink has been eaten in this cutscene. Nope. Bizarre. Very bizarre. Alright. Fair enough. We carry on then. Thankfully, with the sprint drink on, we can make it to the next place without any worries about our stamina. And hopefully, we have a better fight here this time. This fight did not go well last time. I need that sign. Better. Much better. And also, good. We didn't have Guo actually run away this time, because sometimes he does. It's a pain in the backside. So, we're going to head back to Sky Finance. Going to go via this way, because we're going to go in taxi over there. It's a bit quicker, obviously, than just running back there. Thankfully, the taxi list in the Dragon Engine games is relatively the same for every single Kamurocho. So, the Tenkaichi Street one is near the bottom of the list. So it's very, very nice. Very, very nice. Now, taxis in Yakuza 6 are a little weird. So I need to grab a CC Lemon. Taxis in Yakuza 6 are very, very, very weird. With taxis in Yakuza 6, you can actually only access them on a specific side, which is the left-hand side. Oh, everyone moved away. This sucks. Okay, that was kind of salvageable. It wasn't a good fight. Not good. I've always been hopeful we could go out of bounds on this guy, but unfortunately not. Alright, so with our attack drink, we're now going to go and fight the first proper boss of the video game. His name is Ed. He's fantastic. I love Ed. That's a fight spawn. I don't like that. That's got to go. And it's gone. This is the reason why we need our big set of bentos, is because we have to give a bento to one of the homeless guys up here. If we don't give him a bento, then we can't actually move. This sub-story in this park is actually important, because that sub-story right there is the one proper sub-story that you have to finish to be able to fight Amon in this game. Most Yakuza games, to fight Amon, you have to do all sub-stories. Not in this game. You only have to do 2 specific sub-stories, but that sub-story right there is actually in the way of finishing one of those pre-mentioned 2 sub-stories. So we need to do that one to be able to actually be able to do Amon. Ed. Love Ed, he's good. For Ed, should hopefully be a simple fight. Grab this, swing. I was hoping to hit Ed as well. The next hit, I'm going to be aiming for the ants and not Ed. As you can see, our damage with CC11 is bloody insane. Unfortunately, I've missed this guy, which is bad. Yep, because he's going to be alive now. As long as we do the damage QTE. See? Love Ed's theme, by the way. Ed's theme is fantastic. Wait for it. He's not going to die to the cutscene, but he is going to die. Me kicking him in the back. Unfortunately, this guy is still alive, so I'm surprised that didn't count. All right. Terrible fight. Very terrible fight. Very surprised that didn't count, actually. Ouch. It's a bad ed split. I know I had a good ed split in my PB, but that is a bad ed split. Okay, so. And this is going to go get a taxi and go to Toto Hospital. Again, you have to take taxis from the right-hand side in this game, so try not from the left-hand side in this game, so try not to take it from the right. Oh, wait, no, I don't know why. That's the bit coming up. I'm stupid. I was going to say it must be because I got a god taxi in my PB, but we haven't actually got to that point yet. That's the next bit. that's the next bit. Alright, so Haruka has gotten herself into an accident and unfortunately has a baby boy. We're going to investigate the accident here. Usually the camera's the other way around, but you know what, yeah, sure. So, we're going to do our best Batman impression and find out that, you know, this is where the hit and run happened. Some cutscenes actually let you keep the drink through them. This is one of them. We want to grab a green Dakara because it gives you more sprint over time than the Poseidon Power. In the console version of this game, especially the PS4 version, this guy can actually load on this corner here and get stuck almost infinitely, which sucks. It's like the first big reset point of the run if you're running this on PS4. Nothing you can do about it. PS4 Pro is fine, it's just base PS4. So he's going to keep running. We're going to go after him. If I said my PB actually had a God Taxi, I might be wrong. I remember getting a God Taxi here, so let's find out. When you get to high-level Yakuza 6 runs, you have to turn around here and look to see if a taxi spawns there. Good luck. It's a very, very low chance of spawning. If it doesn't, there is a set taxi that we go and get right here, but the God Taxi is obviously way faster. I'm surprised that fight spawn didn't see me, and I kind of wanted it to see me in case there is a fight spawn outside of Little Asia here. So keeping an eye on my minimap in case there is a set of enemies, which there is. That's obviously going to have to get save loaded. I don't know what save that actually just did. That one. 17. I thought you said I could only have 16. Oh wait, that's K2. Yeah, that's what it's like. On the console version of this game, it's actually a lot faster to save load, because anytime you go into your pause menu in the console version, it actually auto-saves the game, which it for some reason doesn't do in the PC version, which is a pain in the ass. If it did that, we'd be able to start and then unpause and then very quickly get back out again. So, massive shame. So, off to Serena. Have a very short conversation, and then we're going to go get interrupted as soon as we leave. As soon as we leave, this is a gang called Justice, J-U-S-T-I-S, spelled that way on purpose. If you do their storyline, you'll see why. But thankfully, these guys are very easy to take out. Very easy to take out. We don't even have CC Lemon on, they're nothing. So, you just hit them with a sign. With this, we are going to have to keep going this way, despite the fact that storyline-wise we're supposed to go back to the hospital. The game wants to introduce you a new feature that is only in Yakuza 6 called Troubler. Yes, it's a pun on Tumblr, obviously. Troubler is a bunch of separate side missions that you can do around town. Some of them are pretty cool. We're not going to go do those. Instead, we're going to head back. We're going to get a phone call from Date saying that we need to get back to Toto Hospital. Because Akiyama's over at the hospital. So, we're going to grab that CC Lemon, because it is time for another fight. Let's take a second to be able to grab it, of course. So we don't have to drink the CC Lemon when we get to the taxi, but as you can see, by holding a drink like this, you can actually hold on to drinking it for a little while. So sometimes we will be holding on to drinks until we get to, like, the taxi stand like that. For this one, it doesn't matter because it's literally, we only need it for getting to through this fight. Every time it changes chapters, it actually eats any buff that you have on, which is what's going to happen after this fight. Akiyama, you only fight him once in this game. He's one of only 3 or 4 bosses that you only fight once. Akiyama's strats are pretty simple. Very, very simple. We're going to go grab one of the tables, hit Akiyama once, hit Akiyama twice, and that's going to end the fight. A weird low-quality sound effect, that. Cool. Nice, easy fight. Very nice, easy fight. With this, we're now going to go to the second map of the game, which is Onamichi. over in Hiroshima. That's another cutscene from more on. There we go. Okay, I need to remember my level up here, which is 116 and dash. Okay, so we're going to be doing a level up here for a couple of things. We want a little bit more attack, and we want a very, very strong attack. So we're going to go into our thing. We're going to go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we want dash attack. So dash attack is an attack that you do with your strong attack while running. It's not actually like a charged kick or anything like that like we did in K2. It's literally a running kick, and in this game, it's bloody obscenely strong. Genuinely bloody obscenely strong, as you're about to see. Bikes? Yeah, bikes, that's fine. Nagamo's back. This is Nagamo round 2. This is actually earlier than the Nagamo fight we did earlier in the run. Trust me on this one. We're going to go into this corner. I'm going to go grab the first bike. We're going to try and push Nagamo against the wall if possible. I do not want you walking away from me like you. I do need to, you know, actually hit you. Good stuff. We're now going to go back over here, where we're going to be grabbing this bike with our EX. We're now going to do a little bit more damage with it. Again, I was hoping I wouldn't knock him away. This is fine. Getting into second phase actually makes it so that this fight is going to end, which is nice. This sometimes doesn't work when you're in EX. It's a little weird. And hopefully one more hit. If not one more hit, dash attack. Dash attack, good. We like dash attack. Not too bad. Okay, so we're going to be getting a couple of things here. A little bit of things to set up for the run. We're going to be going up this ladder here, where we're going to be grabbing a safe key. Around Kamurocho and around Onomichi, there is a couple of safes with items in it. We're going to be getting one of those right now, because this item is actually very, very strong, and is one of the reasons as to why this run gets a bit masochistic. So, open the safe, we're going to get ourselves the equipment piece, the Bloody Fundoshi. You'll see what this does in a second, but we do need to do a couple of upgrades as well. So, as I go through here, because obviously we don't have anything here, equip the Bloody Fundoshi. Oops. We're going to get Sprint level 1, 2, and 3. Kind of forgot about that. Heat Actions level 1, and Combo Speed 1. That's going to be everything that we get for now. So, the Bloody Fundoshi raises our attack stat at the cost of our defense. You start with a base 100 in every single stat in this run. We are going to be sacrificing our defense by half, down to 50, and we're not going to supplement for that in any way, shape, or form. We're not going to get any... You want to load the autosave here. That actually makes it so that Eno doesn't stop and we just carry on. Also, go first person to push him a bit faster. It's a bit weird. But yeah, we're going to be getting our defense down to a 50, down from base 100, and we're not going to supplement for it. This is the reason why late game bosses can 2/3 shot us. It's a bit of a scary run because of that, but it's a good run. Did I forget to take the beer? Did I forget to drink the beer? I did, didn't I? That's really bad if I did. If I forgot the beer, I'm in a lot of trouble. I did? Fucking hell. God damn it. Supposed to drink a specific attack drink here so that we get some attack damage for the bit coming up, because we don't have time to get the drink, or we can't get the drink, I should say. So this is going to be very bad. Very slow. At least I know the game didn't eat this drink. This was just me being stupid. If you can get here at the right time, you will actually skip the rest of Eno's conversation, which is good. If you skip the rest of Eno's conversation, you know you've done it right. So, we have to get some milk for Haruto. We're going to go and grab that immediately. I can't believe I forgot the most basic of fucking things in this run. God damn it. So, we need to speak to a specific NPC to carry on this bit. It's actually this guy right here. So speak to this guy. I'm gonna turn around and go to the pharmacy, and this is where usually you would get the mini game where you have to shake the baby, as we like to call it. So you get a couple of different prompts with Haruto that you have to do, but here's the fun thing: you can actually avoid it completely. We're gonna save the game over a slot 17, and I'm gonna load 17 again. By doing this, it actually resets the timer for Shake the Baby. By doing that, we can just carry on forward, as we would. Simple as that. We don't have to shake the baby. Now, with the addition of, obviously the PC version and the Xbox version not having motion control, it is very slightly faster to actually do the minigame itself. But you need to get the most perfect RNG possible for it, which is... it doesn't happen. To put it bluntly, it doesn't happen. So we just save load. Actually, it might be faster to save load in the PC version, but we are once again going to load up the autosave that just got made and carry on. Not having beer for this next bit is terrible. How many fights does that affect? Christ, that affects like multiple fights. That's really bad. Oh my god, it affects the baseball fight. I might actually have to restart. So this guy's supposed to go down in a single hit. He's not going to go down in a single hit anymore because some idiot forgot to get his attack off. Yeah, that's actually going to really affect the baseball fight, which is really bad. So here's the rule. When you're with Haruto, you can't actually interact with vending machines. This is the big problem. So I can't get my attack up drink that I need anywhere from now on. This sucks because I have a very big nasty fight coming up that does need that attack drink. It's the bloody baseball fight. I was also supposed to use the taxi there, I think. I can't remember. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, it's the baseball fight. That sucks. I don't think you're listening to what I said. Again, you need the beer from the vending machine for the attack buff. Hana no Kubo doesn't give you the attack buff. That is a restaurant. That is not the vending machine drink. It has to very specifically be the vending machine drink. Those are the ones that give you your buffs. That is why when you're with Haruto, it's a bad thing, because now I can't literally get the buff that I need for the boss fight. I'm going to see how this fight goes without it, but it's probably going to be... I might even reset, because this is actually terrible. Yeah, I remember, yeah. This taxi is the one that I always forget. I'm glad you said that. I was already had it in my head, but this is the one I always forget. Roadway crossing. Yeah. It's the one I always forget. You are right in this. This is the one I always forget. But this is going to be bad without the beer. I want to see how it goes. I want to see how terrible it is without the beer. Also, P.S. Callum, my version of the game is eating my vending machine drinks. As we found out. Oh, if you were here for that. Yeah, it's so little damage. Even with EX, this is gonna do fucking nothing. Oh, this sucks. Maybe with that baseball, Nagamo. You tried, my dude. Yeah. I have to hit Nagamo, because Nagamo's the one that survives these. Even though I forgot... How did I save time? How did I save time despite forgetting the attack up? Alright, I guess we carry on. Because the nice thing is I will get another opportunity to get my attack up now. But that is terrible. That is actually terrible. Good lord. That is actually garbage. No gold taxi. I should have checked for the gold taxi first, but no gold taxi. That definitely could have been worse. That's the thing about Yakuza 6, you start off very, very strong in the first place. We have a lot of attack and we obviously have the bloody Fundoshi, so it actually wasn't that bad. But it's still, you will one-shot that fight on both Yuta and Takashira if you have the beer on. Like, it's so much faster. So much faster. So... A really bad fights last time. I think I forgot the taxi. This is Masazoe, by the way. Masazoe's a dick. So we're gonna go punch him. So, you saw me earlier grab one piece of equipment. We're gonna go grab the second now. More importantly, this bit you don't have to speak to any of the NPCs, just run forward. We're gonna be going and grabbing a very specific piece of equipment up here. This is gonna be our second piece of equipment that raises our attack and lowers our defense. thankfully I can get back to normal with my bloody attack drinks at this point. So, the bloody binding, we'll put that on in a second. As you'll see, if you saw the right-hand side of the screen, although it's quite hard under my splits, my defense went down to... I hate trying to get these vending machines. My defense went down to 50. So we are now basically massively dropping our defense that we're not going to recover at all. I'm going to hold it for a bit, even though I don't need to. Imagine if you could get these poem stones ahead of time. Oh, if you get the poem stones ahead of time, that'd be really nice. Master Zoe. This is a fight that should be reasonably easy. Rule of thumb for this fight, take care of Master Zoe first. Master Zoe will, in both of his fights, actually resummon the ads with the... Why am I attacking? Master Zoe will resummon his friends via his mid-fight QTE. You're not dead. Bad fight. Bad fight that somehow still saved time. How bad was my PB? So yeah, Master Zoe is the exception to the rule. There's usually exceptions to every rule in every Yakuza speedrun. Master Zoe is our big exception rule in Yakuza 6. Whereas most fights won't end until you see the mid-fight QTE. Master Zoe, you don't want to see the mid-fight QTE. Now, I do need to level up 2 things in this chapter. So I need to get, where are we? Collateral? Is it collateral? Yeah, collateral and charge. Almost forgot for a second. Wait, this is chapter 4, right? I'm not crazy. That is the place to do it, right? Either way, for the next part, you can either go for a beer or a CC lemon. I'm actually going to go for the beer for once. I usually go for a CC lemon, but I'm actually going to go for a beer this time. That way I can show off what the beer does. So the beer, not only does it fill my orbs up to max, you can see that at the top left, my attack has a number next to it, not a timer. This is actually very important. The number is the number of attacks that you have until the actual buff runs out. Timer is obviously a timer. This is a bad bar stool. You can use the plant that's in the corner, but I have had no end of bad luck with this plant. It is broken out of my hands the vast majority of the time. Bad fight. Bad fight. Never, ever, ever, ever pick up those bar stools. Those bar stools are some of the weapons that I was talking about earlier that are absolutely garbage. Those bar stools, if you pick them up, have the overhead one-hand attack. That is absolutely terrible. The overhead one-hand attack has, like, surprisingly little arc to it, and basically does fuck all. So never ever pick them up. Also, how am I ahead? I just realized I'm actually ahead. That's what the green is. The God Taxi! I see you. I see you. I see you running away from me. It's technically one God Taxi. I actually don't think I could have caught up to it, but there it is, going behind us. That is the God Taxi. If we ever use the terminology, God Taxi is a taxi that is a random spawn. Every single vehicle that can spawn in this bit is completely random. So we'll be looking this way and this way to see if we get a lucky taxi coming. If there's obviously a taxi coming, you want to use that instead of running all the way down the road here, for example. But no God Taxi for me this time. This is where the God Taxi is really nice, because there is actually a taxi point right outside of the Hirose family office, which is where we're going to right now. So by getting a God Taxi here, you save an insane amount of time, which I'm fairly certain I did in my PB. So I'm looking forward to losing some time for no reason in this chapter. You can save load, as we said earlier, to try and get, like, said vehicles to respawn again, but I ain't about that life yet. not yet. I'm not needing that just yet. I ain't that necessary to do that just yet for me. At least my baby didn't disappear this time. The video game. I still wish we could do the... I still wish we could figure out how the Haruto pickup glitch works. For those who don't know, like, there's a couple of, like, really hilarious glitch images of Kiryu holding Haruto like he's, like, an actual object. And you can actually run, apparently, if you're holding Haruto like that. But we've never been able to figure out why that happens, so it's a shame. It's a massive shame. Because if we could figure it out, and we could run in these sections, we'd save a decent chunk of time. Like, yeah, sure, we're, you know, lightly jogging right now, but we would save a good chunk of time, to be honest. So... Anyone has any idea how to hold this baby like a weapon, let me know. So we should have enough hits left to grab this bike, turn around, hopefully hit most enemies on this part. Wakamatsu here is a pain in the ass because sometimes he actually runs backwards. Ideally, you will hit everybody in one hit there rather than two. But again, sometimes Wakamatsu walks backwards because Wakamatsu likes to be a pain in the backside. Simple as that. This is where we taxi and then get the beer, isn't it? I have to remember this taxi because I don't remember this taxi. I think it's down by 5, but I might be wrong on that. Again, if we could go through the middle of the road here, we could skip out on all of this, but the actual game wants us to go on this fixed pathway, so we're gonna follow the video game and go on this fixed pathway. It's a bit of a shame, but... we're gonna be grabbing more beer coming up. There is a sub-story coming up here that you cannot avoid. It's on the way down these stairs. Thankfully, even though it's voiced, we can skip the intro to this cutscene because it is a very long one, and we just carry on. There it is. It's down by 3, actually. That's how wrong I am. That's how very wrong I am. So, as we get hit, we're going to just go here very quickly, grab another shoyu bit, and drink that as we go in. It's a bit quicker than going the other way. There is no vending machine with CC Lemon nearby. So, do not try going for a CC Lemon, always go for a shoyu bit. And if this fight goes well, it's very, very fast. You might recognize Yuta if you've ever watched a movie called Battle Royale. Yusa's very famous actor. Hopefully, I can get a good hit for the second part. That'll be on 1 HP. You can actually hit them both with a strong attack at the right angle here. That's not what I want, because I did the strong attack downwards, that's fine. I just lost another 30 seconds even. The reason for that is because I had a God Taxi in my PB, and I'm certain I did. For Matsunaga, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the Hirose family office where Master Zoe is hiding out. We are going to grab, as you can probably guess, a shoyu bit. Yes, there is muscle soda in that vending machine. No, muscle soda in this game, I'm full drunk. That's bad. Whee! Muscle soda in this game isn't that good. It's not that good. Well, say Ice Cream, hey now, I hope you're doing well. So I'm going to grab the bike once again, take care of Master Zoe before take care of all the ads. Oh, you're alive. That sucks. Now, if there's a lot of enemies left, EX works, but also so does using enemies as a weapon. You do not want to do your strong attacks. It's actually bad. This is terrible. Awful fight. Very awful fight. Very, very awful fight. Ideally, what you do is you take care of the vast majority of them with a bloody bike, and you don't have to worry about them. But that was a very awful fight. I still don't know whether this taxi is quicker than just running back or not. I'm gonna go do it anyway. Here's an old friend you might recognize from good old Yakuza's 4 and 5. We're not gonna deal with him, you fucker. Get out of my way. I said we're not dealing with you today, Shindo. God damn. As I destroyed you, fair enough. Fair enough. Hopefully you're feeling better today. Friend is a bit of a stretch. He's also the second sub-story that you need to do to unlock Amon. So, of the 2 that you have to do to unlock Amon, he's the second. So, keep that in mind. Didn't do anything in Chapter 5? No. Clan Creator. So, this is where the Shoryu beer strats were actually first implemented. We need an attack buff that's going to last past this next minigame, and of course, CC Lemon isn't going to last long enough. But a hit-based drink will. Hence why we found Shoryu beer right there, and it transformed everything. So, this is once again justice. Hopefully, we can get the right angle. If you get the right angle, you take care of both of them with a simple kick. Like so. Usually the guy on the left actually also moves forward, so you don't have to go back that far, but today he decided to be a dick, as you do. So, you've seen Clan Creator once today in Key 2. You are now about to see Clan Creator in Yakuza 6. This is the first game that it turned up in. And speedrun-wise, Clan Creator in Yakuza 6 is far faster than Clan Creator in Kiwami 2. And a lot less RNG, which is very, very nice. So, I have a set list of things that we do in this fight. You have a couple of normal units you can summon and a couple of stronger. This is more of an RTS than, obviously, it was before. The first guy we're going to send here to take care of these guys. As soon as the second guy is available, we're going to send him up here. Ideally, we want him to get this guy's attention. So I'm going to keep using this to make sure he runs up here and doesn't stop and fight enemies. With the final guy, this is Joe. He is one of our only ones. I need this guy. Oi, oi, get him. Get his attention, thank you. We need Joe to be able to drop kick the last guy. Because the last guy has a crap ton of HP. Now, at this point, I'm just going to send a bunch of enemies forward, even though there's not that many left. Only 2 enemies left, which is this guy, which Joe managed to take out, and the last guy. 425 actually isn't that bad. It's not great, but it's not that bad, actually. I'll take that. Especially after the guy with the blue shirt decided not to go to what he was supposed to do. So yeah, as you can see, much faster than K2, much less RNG than K2, much nicer for the speedrun. We're never going to bother with Clan Creator again. Fuck off, Joe. No, seriously, fuck off, Joe. Joe's going to keep asking us. So, fight time. Some of the normal enemies from that fight you can see here. The guys with the guns, the large lad, and this normal lad. We're going to go over here, grab this sign, and of course, spin to win. Preferably doing it in 1 hit, not 2, but that happens sometimes. My angle was bad, that's my fault. So, we are now going to level up our attack and a couple of other things. We do have a very specific upgrade we can get that isn't available in K2, that actually, helps us out with our vending machine drinks. So, we're going to go into our inventory, we're going to go over here, and we're going to go and get ourselves, wait for it, vending machine drink 1, 2. I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to get a bunch of attack. There we go. Cool, so with that, we can now carry on. Now, we're going to be getting into a mini sub-story here. This one, do not hit yes on, because it also moves to a different position, which is also going to be in the way. You will lose about a minute over the run to accidentally starting this sub-story. It's the only one that has an intro that you can't actually avoid. And we're now going to go and do the next big set piece. As we go down here on the right-hand side, you might recognize the man to our right if you've ever played Yakuza 0, Munan Chohet Bunast. Run in here, grab ourselves the CC Lemon, and we're going to drink it as soon as we hit this point here. I hate that because I keep doing that. I keep doing that every time where I keep accidentally interrupting my drink. That is my fault, it's not the game's fault. I'm getting too close to the side, I know that. Somiya's going to turn up. I haven't met Somiya yet. Somiya's a little shit. He's trying to be... Daigo's in prison, act surprised. So Somiya's like one of the big highest ranking Tojo lieutenants that's left, alongside Sugai, who he's working for. This is Pete Takeshi, you may know that guy. He's quite famous, I'm told. He's very famous. So, time for the hotel set piece, where again, hopefully we have a little bit of luck at the beginning here. We're going to run to the left, grab this plant, and spin. We are hoping to take out all of the enemies with 2 plant hits, or 3 plant hits, I should say. Very good if you do, because you obviously go fast. Very, very nice. Very good start. This is a really cool set piece. We're going to be going through the different floors trying to find Kiwami. There are hidden story beats in every single room that you have to get to. You can see them on the minimap. Nagamo, get out of my way. We're going to be trying to attack both the enemies with drop kicks like that. If, in the early rooms, one of the weaker enemies survives, you can actually leave them for Nagamo. If it's one of the larger lads on the next floor, I wouldn't recommend it. That's a bad angle from me. Thankfully, by being close enough that Sophie, you can do that kick attack and just take him out. Good old Saboy, still causing me issues from Kiwami 1. Yeah, it's a reference to an anime movie, The Girl Who Leapt Through Time, as Rosetta is rightfully alluding to. It's a good sub-story. It's a very good sub-story. 3rd floor, more rooms. So, More enemies. Now we get to the larger lads. Now, the larger lads are going to take a couple more hits. I'm going to leave this guy to Nagamo. Oh, I didn't mean to kill him, but, you know, it works. Hopefully, again, you can actually... I'm actually going to leave him for Nagamo. I'm going to hope Nagamo actually takes him out, which is a very, very, very not good thing to do. This is bad. They're all moving away, which sucks. We need all the enemies dead before this bit can continue, and it looks like Nagamo actually did the shot. What a good lad. This is why collateral really helps here, because if you have collateral and you hit two enemies at the same time, they'll take way more damage than they normally would. The second enemy takes more damage than he should. And I think it also applies to the first as well. So if you can hit both of the large lads with your dash attack, it takes them out in one hit. Whereas if you miss like that, you then have to do the rest of that. And yeah, it's bad. It's very bad. How many of the Hirose families does it take to keep one guard busy? The answer is 3, and the answer is also badly, because they're not going to do a good job of that. Good job, lads. Us and Nagamo are going to go upstairs. We're going to go to the spa, which I'd like to say is a sly little throwback to Ryuga Gotoku Ishin. It's a fantastic, fantastic game. We're going to hopefully not have this break on me, because I have had it break in the past. Grab this bench and walk over here to get into the cutscene. As long as you're carrying that bench into this cutscene, you will have it in the next fight. In the console version, you can go for the plant in the corner. But in the PC version, when you go for plant in the corner, it actually breaks on the wall. Bit of a shame. But as long as you go for the bench here instead, you should have it for the next fight, which makes the next fight hilariously good. Or hilariously good. Ugh, God. This was fresh water. This ain't good. Couple of enemies in here, one of which is really nasty. It's the guy in front of us. He's the one we're going to hit with Sofa to begin with, because fuck this guy. So, whoop. Good first hit. Hoping to get these multiple with a second hit. This guy with this hit, and then a dash attack for the last hit. Good fight. Very good fight. They're not drowning, don't worry about them. Nagamo is an idiot, walks into the sauna, takes his mask off because it's hot. Somiya now knows it's us. We're gonna now go and catch Somiya. And the interesting thing, as you can see, is that Somiya doesn't have any ink on his back. I still have my attack buff here. This hasn't happened in a long time. This is nice. This is a good pace, actually. I think this is probably one of the best hotel paces I've had for a very long time, actually. Pretty good. Having my attack buff, yeah, they didn't deal with the guy at all. Having my attack buff here means I should be able to deal with this fight quite quickly. We're going to go up here. We're going to grab this plant because you can see 3 large lads. We're going to take care of them with the first hit. Take care of, oh god, hopefully everybody else the second hit, but unfortunately not the plant out of my hand. I'm going to go for this one because it's closest. Another large lad, take him out, and we're hoping that everybody else takes care of the other ads. I'm going to go for the big group. Nice, they ran over. That's Naga. One job, my dude! Yuta doing something useful? In my speedrun? Alright. That's weird. We're gonna run down here. If you're on the PS4 version, sometimes this door's hitbox doesn't load. I wish I could tell you why. I don't know why. Here's Somiya and his boxes. We're gonna hit him with a sofa. Very, very easily, what we do is we go into our EX. Don't move at all, just go into your EX. Makes the beginning of this fight much, much faster. Spam the square button. You use both sofas. We're going to grab this love seat and hopefully hit Somiya. Good start. Thank you, Somiya. This takes him to the second part of this fight, where hopefully we should be able to take care of him in one sofa, or the last hit, this glove seat. If not, one more dash attack. Patience. He has hyper armor and iframes. Good fight. That's a gold. That's a legit gold right there. Good. Not bad. Not bad. All right. What's the next chapter? What is the next chapter? Kamurocho? Kamurocho. That's right. 6? 6. Okay. Next level up, we're going to be getting our attack up to 145, heat actions level 2, and vending machine level 3. Should be mentioned that every single time we get our... That's right. And then to heat attack 2. Machine. Every time that we level up a vending machine drink by another level, what that does is that causes the effect of that drink to go up a tiny bit, like just the actual like potency of it to go up a little bit, but also every single level makes the drink last an extra 30 seconds longer. Very useful. Very, very useful. When we get back to our apartment, Joe's gonna turn up. Tell Joe to fuck off because we're not doing Clan Creator. Joe says, wouldn't it be ironic if we both went to Kama Roadshow and I met you there and you did Clan Creator? Fuck off, Joe. Fuck off, Joe. Fuck off, Joe. We're now going to head this way. On the way, we are going to grab, at some point, a CC Lemon. I do not like that fight spawn. I could deal with it, but I'm going to get rid of it. Do you get the CC Lemon before this? Yeah, you get it from here, don't you? Actually, that's a bit early on this one. Because we need this one to last. I should get it in the next bit. It's fine. I don't think this cutscene keeps my drink. It's fine if I had accidentally bought this drink, because I can get another one in a bit. There's a drink coming up in the second, which is what we want to grab. It does keep it. Nice. So I'll drink this just before we get to the next cutscene. So hold it. You get one from that vending machine. I think that's the one you want to get it from. I can't remember which is the one you want to get it from here. Before we get to this cutscene. Look at that. Perfect timing. Yuta needs a shit. That's the plot. I'm not kidding you. That's the plot. Yuta needs a shit. We're going to go over to Stardust. We're looking for a guy called Tatsukawa, who's a host. Unfortunately, as we find out, Kazuki and Yuya have sold Stardust to this stupidly good-looking motherfucker who goes by the name of Jungi Han. God damn it, he's so hot. Jungi Han is a member of the Jingwon Mafia. Kind of ironic that we're playing that game after we played Yakuza 2 earlier. The Jingwon Mafia are not dealt with yet, and the Jingwon Mafia really want to fight Kiryu again. Surprise. So we're going to go and head over there. I want to grab a weapon before I get into this next fight. It's going to make things a little faster. It's not this one. Is it this sign? I don't think it's this sign. It's this sign. I can't grab that sign? Am I stupid? I am stupid. Oh, I was supposed to get into the fight and then I could grab the thing. That's fine. So, I had to do things the old-fashioned way, which is get hit by that guy. That doesn't normally happen. You'll fuck off now? Holy shit. Why are you all so aggressive? What the fuck? What the fuck? Holy shit! I've never seen them this aggressive. Oh my god. Alright, fine. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. I'll use a bin. I won't use a bin. It's terrible. I'm just gonna go over here and grab a bike. The bike is good. Oh my god. I've never seen them that aggressive ever. Which normally would be a good thing, but here is not a good thing. Holy shit! Piscal, you seeing this? You still here? You seeing this shit? Holy shit, my HP. So the nice thing is, I was about to say, in Yakuza 6, throwing enemies is a viable option. This fight should be way over at this point. I've never heard this chorus in months. Jesus Christ. No? What the fuck happened? My game set the difficulty to legend all of a sudden. Jesus. I've never seen them that aggressive in my life. Like, genuinely never. Alright, that less HP is going to be a problem later on. Glad I bought extra bentos. That's going to make me lose time in this chapter, which is what sucks. I'm losing time already. I've not even gotten to the fight yet. God. God. What the fuck? What just happened? Either way, this is Jungi Han. Again, he's the hot. We fight him 3 times in the speedrun. Here's the first time. We're going to go into our EX. I'm going to hit him a couple of times and hopefully do the quick combo. Which we did. The quick combo, or this combo specifically, is the long combo that actually does all of his damage. Weirdly enough, you want to come out of your EX. It might seem a bit weird. Sometimes bosses don't go from phase 1 to phase 2 while you're still in your EX. I wish I could explain why. I can't. That's just how it is. That's how it be. Just punch Jungi Han. I somehow lost 45 seconds there. What the fuck? I've never seen that level of aggression in this run in all the time I've been doing this run. Good God. Well. Oh well. Never mind. We carry on. Jungi Han honors his side of the deal. Tells us where Tatsukawa is. Tatsukawa lives on the other side of town. Spoilers. Man's dead. Killed by Ed. We're off to go see Ed. What the fuck happened? I'm still shocked about what just happened there. I'm still shocked about that aggression. Holy fuck. I've genuinely never seen that level of aggression before in that fight. It didn't lose me all the time, but it did lose me probably like a good 25 to 30 seconds there. Holy shit. You can literally chalk that one up to the never seen that before board. Yikes. Alright, so, Chapter 7. I have a little bit of an upgrade coming in this chapter, only a small one. We need a tiny bit of attack damage to be able to deal with a couple of enemies in one shot in this chapter, because there are a couple of nasty ones. This is pretty much the first time that's got to go. Fight spawn there, you can either save load or use this vending machine. I like using the vending machine because save loading in 6 is a bit more of a pain in the ass than it is in some of the other Yakuza games. But it's still very important that you have the save load here just in case. As we get back to Serena, once again, we're going to say fuck off Joe. No. Unfortunately, he takes us to the Millennium Tower where, you know, can crater. Jump over the side. We don't like Joe in the speedrun. Jump off the side, we're going to head back to Serena. I'm going to grab a CC Lemon on the way for some damage. I think that's an auto conversation if I get close to it. I can't remember, so I'm just going to stay away from it. Might be getting my Yakuza games mixed up again. Grab CC Lemon, I'm going to drink this CC Lemon. Unfortunately, that can cause a fight spawn around this corner. Thankfully, it hasn't this time. I'm just going to hold it a tiny bit. Should be fine, I'm just going to hold it a tiny bit. We need to find Akiyama. We're going to go find Akiyama. Oh my god, I said fuck my run. Probably. Anyway, Akiyama's in the sewers. As you do, I guess. Man, it's a good hiding spot. It works for a while. Until we brought the Sara Triad to Akiyama. Bad. So. Thankfully, most of the taxi spots that you use in this speedrun are all near the top or the bottom of the list. It's very rare that any of the taxis you need in the run, outside of maybe one, are kind of in the middle of the list. So that's actually kind of nice. And again, because of the Dragon engine, you have way more taxi spots than any other game in the series, which allows us to just pretty much go anywhere, which is the nice thing. It's one of the other reasons as to why Dragon Engine runs are so fast. Is again, it's the same reason, you know. LAD is fast because, you know, you have the fast travel anywhere system. Same with Lost Judgment. We can't fast travel anywhere from the school, though, can we? Grab this, turn around, hopefully everyone's in position. You know, we haven't had a ragdoll yet, and that makes me upset. I haven't seen anything close to a ragdoll yet, either. It's making me very upset. I think it's because we're currently, I've got my game locked to 60 FPS for the late game QTs, so. Yeah. So, now is where I'm going to go get my level up after I've done this. God, Taxi, or are you just happy to see me? Son of a bitch. There it goes. There it goes. We want to get our attack to level 158. So, back in it. Probably do it when that gets up. Oh, I don't have enough orbs. Interesting.
Hey, it's my favorite speedrunner.
I needed the next fight, apparently. Didn't realize that. Alright, after the next fight, at least I know in the future. Holy shit, is that Shen? What the hell, Shen? Shen, thanks for 13 months, I appreciate it. How you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. Fuck that fight spawn. Yeah, I need to do it after this next fight. Oh well, that's fine. Bad extra menu. You can't actually run here, which is a nice point to have a drink, which is great. I do love having a nice drink opportunity in these runs. Kiryu doing the Haruka thing from Yakuza 5, looking behind him and going slower. Thanks, Kiryu. Yeah, I hope you're doing well tonight, Shen. So, This fight should be reasonably simple. Should be pretty obvious. There's bikes on right next to me. Grab bike, swing bike. Turn around. Hopefully push this guy next to these two. Ooh, a bit lucky I got that guy on the left, to be honest. I don't think that was gonna work. We gotta go to the Happa Hotel. This is where you're supposed to level up. Here's product placement, the video game. I need a Rise Up membership myself. Rise Up is a very famous gym in Japan. Its prices are insanely expensive, but it's a real thing. Gets results, apparently. They, like, obviously measure your diet, tell you what to eat, then you do, obviously, the different things. Very, very, very expensive, but very, very, very also good. They've had very good results. If you go and Google, like, Rise App on YouTube, you'll find a couple of, like, videos of Rise App and how they do their things, and obviously the before and after videos, which they also do in this game as well. It's fantastic. And fight spawn should be fine. Okay, I do need to get my attack up one more time. So, let's do that one more time while we're here. There it is. Yeah, I just did it too early. It's fine. I forgot the point where I was supposed to do it, but Akiyama's here. Akiyama's gonna get us into Little Asia so we can go and meet with Ed. Let's go and do that. Let's go and do that. I want to have a Beyblading Ragdoll as an emote, but trying to get a good angle for that and also get it like cut out and look really nice for Twitch is really hard. As you can probably guess. Really, really hard. Really, really hard. Same, Nayu. Like, that's actually Nayu's big contribution. After I did a run of this for ESA back in was it 2018, Nayu? Something like that. This is old strats. I immediately messaged Nayu after the run, and I was like, something feels off here. I feel like we could, like, probably find something. And I said to Nayu, can you do me a favor and look up, like, all the equipment stuff? And Nayu actually went through, like, the entire list of, like, all the equipment and found all the equipment that we obviously use in the run. Like, again, it's always nice when you do a speedrun that, you know, you don't fully drink this because this goes with the cutscene. It's always nice that a route that you have made all those years ago still applies to this day. Because, again, it means that even with, like, little, you know, incremental changes and fixes, it still means that, for the most part, you were on the right track with that speedrun, like, with that routing. Akiyama, push us. Good lad. Push us all the way. Ah, shame. You want this drink to last the majority of the set piece. I drunk it a little early, but it's fine. So. Fun fact, this bit can glitch out in the PC version and can actually lock you out. I don't know how, but I remember people saying that about it, so let's just be careful about that. Door slams, we go through. If you go to this side of Akiyama, you can actually push past him a little earlier, which gets this next cutscene a little faster. Question mark. Usually. Question mark. Question mark. Hello? That's what I remember. That's what my brain is telling me, please. But because we've gotten our attack up enough in all our upgrades so far, we should hopefully, fingers crossed, be able to one-shot the next fight, which is a reasonably long fight, usually. This chef here, back in the day, we used to actually wait and just sneak past him. These days, it's faster to smack him in the face. Good speed tech. Hit man in face. That's the speed tech. That's all we got. See that cart in the right-hand corner? That's what we're going to use. We go here to get his attention. We're going to run over here. We are going to break through this with the cart so he gets to our side quicker. And hopefully, not one hit, but that should end it. And we can just run. So, even though we're in a walking section, at the end of some of these fights, you actually run. So, provided you're close enough to the door, you can actually get through quite fast. I still don't know the optimal strats for this room, because I hate this room. Akiyama says don't get caught. Akiyama got caught. So, I'm gonna go... I'm actually gonna use my EX, I think. him out, and then... What if EXing the sword is a good idea? Just doing light attacks like that? Probably not. Probably not, but oh well. Nah, we don't, I'm afraid, Ice Cream. No more Akiyama Dab, I'm afraid. What's he doing in the next chapter? Enhanced counter. Oh yes, I remember. It's for later as well. Alright, so. We're now going to get into the main building where the Saya Triad are actually also hiding out. This is where we're going to help get the others up here, because they're waiting outside. We and Akiyama obviously snuck inside. Everyone's waiting for their meal, and this happens. That's unfortunate. Goodbye. But also, they're not going to get their meal anytime soon, because the chef is predisposed of. In fact, speak of the devil. Here he is. If I could do the same. Oh, that's... I was supposed to grab not this, but this also can work. I hate this fight when I don't do it properly. This fight sucks. This fight sucks! Oh my god, it's actually going horribly. I should be able to grab the chair over here. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. You can do that very fast if you do that correctly. You can actually pick up one of the objects off the desk really quickly, and you can actually almost stun lock him, which is kind of nice, but it's a bit slow. So. I mean, to be fair, I haven't done that many speedruns of this, considering, you know, the problems I've had with the PC version. Again, I need to up patch by one patch. I might ask Hoxie what the ID for that version is, because this one, obviously, eating my vending machine drinks at times is not useful. Grab this, we need it for later. Thankfully, I have a lot of my attack buffs still left, so we should still be good. We're gonna run back here and grab, hopefully, not the chair, but a person. Grabbing a person, we can actually throw them in this fight, and it's very, very fast, because again, throwing people is a viable speedrun strategy in Yakuza 6. People actually get massive damage by being hit with other people thanks to collateral. My HP is really bad. This is not going well. I don't want to hit that guy. Oh my god, this is actually going horribly. This is a terrible chapter. I wanted to hit this guy so I could have killed him, you know? When in doubt, throw people. That's the strat. If things are going wrong, pick up people, throw people. That's the backup. Dash attacks probably would have been better. Anyway, for the second time in the speedrun, it's time to find our friend Ed. Once again, with his amazing fight theme that you get to hear more of. It is now also time to put the fear of chairs into Ed. It's time to hit this man with a lot of furniture. Ed, so. I'm gonna run over here and grab a chair. We're gonna turn around and hit Ed with the chair with some of our attack buff. This is gonna take us to the next part of the fight. You don't actually need your attack buff on here, but it helps. Ed can, I think, one-shot me in this fight at this point, by the way. Let's not find out. Give him a second. This is going to be a bit weird. I'm using a heat attack here because Ed used to go to the second phase on that hit all the time, but hasn't these days. The reason why I use the heat attack is because Ed is going to turn around and try and charge me again. By using the heat attack, that's going to interrupt Ed and stop him from fucking me over. Probably. Now, Ed in the PC version is a little more aggressive than the console version. Usually, he's supposed to charge you at the start of this phase. Not in the PC version. PC version, he's probably going to stab me. By God, I hope he does not. See how he did his little dodge there? That's what he does in the PC version. This guy's dead. Not too bad. Now, unfortunately, the Saya Triad enemies, all of them have massive amounts of dodge. They're really frustrating. That's unfortunate, because I wanted that guy to get killed by that. This is terrible. No. Keep kicking. Who's alive? You left Do alive? No, dude. Terrible set piece. I only lost 11 seconds of, like, messing up practically every single aspect of that set piece. That's a set piece where I can save a bunch of time, for sure. Ugh, terrible. Anyway, Master Zoe is here. We also meet a man who goes by the name of Big Low. No relation to Big Bo from Binary Domain, sadly. We'll be dealing with him, Big Low, in a second, actually. It's in the chapter. We need 166 attack and vending machine 4. So, a little bit of a level up coming up here. How do we do everything right? So, attack 2, 166, 2, 3, 4, and vending machine 4. So again, this is going to make our drink last a little longer, which is very important for what's coming up. You need to grab the drink upgrade before you get the drink itself. We're going to go meet Big Low, but unfortunately, Somia's here. Somia decides that he wants in on this little party, even though he's not invited. Now, this next set piece, it goes a lot better if you go fast, which, I mean, bit of a misnomer considering it's a speedrun, but the problem with this set piece is we need this attack buff to last as long as possible for us to actually get the most use out of it. There's one fight later on that will go a lot faster if we still have our attack buff. I did get it. I started drinking it a bit too late, so you can't take drinks through the taxis with you. That's the big problem. Okay, I recognize this place. It's Shangri-La. Still completely ruined, even more so. So, hopefully you can take out everybody with one kick in this first part. This bit sucks. That's not too bad. I don't like having to hit the last guy, but that's not too bad. He can actually mess me up quite badly. So we need to grab sledgehammers in this bit, or two-handed weapons, more importantly, to be able to break through any walls like this. For this part, obviously, the only two-handed weapon that we have nearby, or strong attack weapon, is the sledgehammer. Might have heard a certain somebody just then. Oh boy! This is Hangman! Don't ask why a man in a full gimp outfit is at the bottom of Shangri-La. I can't tell you. He also has ashless chaps. Good lad. Am I not getting green Dakara then? Am I mistakenly doing the wrong thing? I forgot to figure out the timing for the next bit. I completely forgot. Oops. I was supposed to remember what the timing is for the bit after this, because the bit after this sucks. Sir. Okay. You can get past this bit without getting attacked a couple of times, but I do not remember how to do that, so I really messed up. Yeah, that's really messed me up. So now I don't know where Hangman throws the rocks, so I'm just going to hold forward and pray that I don't get knocked off. You can get knocked off here, which makes you start a fight against Hangman. I really forgot to check what the actual timing is on that. There's a very precise timing for that part. If you do the right timing, you only get hit by, like, I think it's one rock. But again, I completely forgot. That's one of the things I keep telling myself every run to remember after the fact, but I never remember after the fact. The timing is, I believe, slightly different on PC than it is console. Console, you can actually just push forward, but PC, you can't. Hangman is one of these enemies that I was saying earlier that can actually kill us in a single combo. Hangman has a damn near infinite combo, and if he catches us in it, that's bad. Now, it's a really bad thing to get hit by multiple rocks there. By getting hit by multiple rocks there, it's going to mean my attack drink is actually going to go down faster, because obviously we're not getting up here fast enough. This is bad. This is very, very bad. So I'm going to have to do the rest of this damn near pristinely. I need this attack buff to hopefully last until we get to the final. That's terrible. Until the final Hangman. Usually, if you're lucky, you can take care of all these guys in one kick. Unfortunately, I messed up completely and rounded the guy because I waited too long on the kick. So once again, as I said, I need to play this pristinely. I'm not. This is bad. This is very, very bad, actually. I'd love for the attack buff to last till Somia. If you're fast enough, you can have it last till the start of Somia's fight. I just want it for Hangman at this point. Again, because I have a two-handed weapon, I can use this to break through this instead of the sledgehammer. And again, you can drop weapons quickly, but down on the D-pad. This is not going well. Still libido. Aye. So, we're going to be grabbing the sledgehammer here. We need it to break through a couple of barricades coming up. The next fight that's coming up is a little awkward, because there's that guy on the right that has a lot of HP. So I usually like trying to take care of him first if possible. And then hopefully I can take care of the rest of the enemies. Not great. Very not great. As you'll see on the floor there, Hangman is still down there. Just chilling. As you do. Now, thankfully, we have the attack buff for the next room. This room is a pain because, as you can see, there's a couple of guys here that have massive HP bars. Wow, you're going aggressive as well for once. This is great. What's happening to my run right now? I'm going to be swinging this barrel around in the hopes of getting all the large HP barred enemies, which are those ones. This guy should go down to, yep, a kick. For this last guy, we'll hit him with a sledgehammer. And take the sledgehammer and get through here. Not ideal, but still fine. And it looks like I'll have my attack buff for Hangman, which is good. Probably won't have Somiya, which is a shame, but that's still fine. I can still, hopefully, finish Somiya pretty decently. But you really want the sledgehammer for this next fight. This next fight can go very, very wrong if you don't have the sledgehammer and take Hangman down in 2 hits. Again, he has that almost infinite combo that can kill us at this HP range. Forward a little bit, and then sledgehammer right to the assless chaps, baby. So, yeah, it's not lasting till Somiya. That sucks. So you can see that even with the mistakes, the actual drink lasts a decently long time. Like, if you're good enough at this bit and remember how to do the rocks, you can actually get here with a decent amount of this attack buff still left over. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into our EX mode, and we're going to go to the left-hand side of the room where we're going to grab the table. Not the bottle. You can have the bottle. The bottle's not too bad as a backup weapon. The bottle has 3 normal attacks which are blunt, and then some normal attacks which are... I should have done my EX. My charge attack even. Then some normal attacks which are bladed. So your actual... Can I charge attack finish this? No, but almost. Somiya, go down, please. Thank you. Terrible, Somiya. If you have your attack buff there, you just kill him with 3 table hits. It's as simple as that. But the bottle is not bad as a backup because you get 4 hits off of it. The first one being blunt and the last 3 being blade. And of course, because it's a bladed attack, Somiya can't guard against it because he just has arms. Same as us. We can't guard against blade. He can't guard against blade. We're going to get 2 upgrades here. We're going to be getting wherever the heck it is. So it's somewhere. There it is. Enhanced counter. And boost heat to max. I should do the K2 thing of actually, like, making it so that I can only see what purchasable in that item. In that menu, even. That would be a lot quicker than trying to scroll there. It's one of those things that, you know, menuing you get used to over time. That's why my LED menus are fast, is because I've been doing that run so much recently. Anyway, speak to Nagmo. Let's go. And when we get here, we're going to be grabbing ourselves a CC Lemon, unsurprisingly. I have to be a little careful with your movement because there is a cutscene trigger just past this diamond here. That's why I move back a tiny bit so that I can actually get all that drink in. Actually, I'm not sure if you need the CC Lemon here. I might be wrong. I might actually be wrong on that. I might be thinking of the old strats. Either way, grab this guy, throw this guy. Hopefully they will kill the enemy. I'm not quite confident that they will kill all of them. Especially not Nagmo. I'm just gonna hope. I'm just gonna hope. I'm just gonna hope. Because all the enemies need to die in this section. And the last time I hoped that they would take care of the enemy, they didn't. Oh, that's bad. You want both of those attacks to hit. Thankfully, these 2 stay together. It looks like they did take care of him. That's decent, I guess. This ain't great. Again, usually you have a set piece around the city. We had one in Kamurocho, and now we've got one in Onomichi. This fight is nice and easy. There's a bike. There's a bike. Use the bike. This next fight's going to be interesting. So what you're going to see in this next fight is you're going to see a specific enemy that's not going to move. So, very weird with the Dragon Engine games. The Action Dragon Engine games, there's usually in every single run one fight where one enemy doesn't actually load in properly. He doesn't do anything. In K2, that is Seo. In this game, it's a guy behind us right now. But we got some large HP'd enemies. Now, the benches are a very good weapon because the benches are a 6-hit weapon. You start with 3, it breaks to another 3, and you can see the guy all the way down there. Muto. Hello. Gosh, John, Niji, Sanji. Hey, so we're gonna head this way. Gosh, John, Niji, Sanji, VTubers. We're gonna head down this way and we're gonna head back to Morino. I don't know why Muto decides not to move. Don't get into this fight. Good. Good. That fight would be bad because I gotta go here, and I don't think you can go in here if you're in the fight. I don't think you're allowed to. So, as we leave, we get a couple of plot device cutscenes. Somiya and the Mama here, they had a relationship. I wish Kiwami, that's her name. Nagamo's getting to get upset, because Nagamo does. In this part right here, you can speak to any of the boys to be able to actually push on, but the correct one is actually Yuta. So you might be wondering why we've gone for Nagamo. The fun fact is you can actually go to the right place once we talk to one of them, and Nagamo, of course, has the shortest dialogue. So, off we go. I should, if I'm quick enough, not have to replenish my CC lemon. No fight spawn is good. This bit's weird in the console version. Sometimes this hitbox doesn't load in for the door. Don't know why. It's a bit weird. Thankfully on the PC version we're fine. Down here to this ladder. If you're on the console version, usually you just go down to the alleyway there. So I'm trying to... Damn it. I was trying to go into first person, but I hit the wrong button. Kiryu, could you stop being a race car for like 2 seconds? Thanks. We're gonna leave. Out the door. This one's gonna look like a cutscene. It's not a skippable cutscene, so don't try and skip the unskippable cutscene. I remember that. If you're asking about the question in Yakuza 5, that's 72. That wasn't bad. I should just kick these guys. Yeah, that was good. That first throw was actually really good. I should have kicked them. I'd have been way faster. Actually, I wasn't expecting to get all of them on that first throw. Usually, this side has, like, all 4 enemies remaining, so I'm kind of surprised I actually got 2 of them. That was a pretty good throw. As I said, throwing enemies is a viable option in Yakuza 6. It's why I like it so much. But yeah, it looks like we've got way more than enough that we don't have to replenish our CC lemon. So, we're trying to find Patriarch Hirose. He ran off with our baby. I don't know why Beat Takeshi needs a baby, but he took our baby. We can get our baby back. As long as I'm fast enough here and still keep the CC lemon for this next fight, we should be good. So, you have to go this way, the other way is blocked off. Here comes Koshimizu. That's the first of 2 times we've been fighting this guy. In the console version, we used to get a bit of a closer bit of a closer bike than this one, but it breaks in the PC version. But actually, this bike is actually a little closer than the one that we used to get, so it's quite nice. I should have gone into my EX there, but it's fine. Because I can just finish the fight this way. Do the QTE, don't fail the QTE now. The nice thing about Koshimizu's second phase is he doesn't have iframes. Yep. As I said, we'll be watching Rugby Baby after the run, because I have to set up my PS5 at that point so I could do with the time while setting up with Rugby Baby. So we'll be watching Rugby Baby after this, don't worry. Because this is where the Rugby Baby cutscene turns up, we'll be watching it after the run. So if you're looking forward to Rugby Baby, that's why we're not doing it now. I need the time set up my PS5, so we'll be doing it after the run. It's a good cutscene. If you've never seen Rugby Baby before, it's a very good cutscene. One of the best cutscenes in any Yakuza game ever. For this fight, once again, the benches are insanely good. And there's 2 of them over here. In fact, this entire bit, these benches are very, very good. Good first set. Do not like Choi moving away. I'm going. Was that a Beyblade? Did a man just vertically leap into the ceiling? there was a Beyblade off screen for a second there. I'm fairly certain. Anyway, speak of the hot one. Here comes Jungi Han. God damn. So yeah, we'll watch Rugby Baby after the run. I guarantee you, you'll get your Rugby Baby. Promise you, you will get Rugby Baby. So I'm gonna hopefully not knock Jungi Han too far away. That's not great. God, thank you. Again, I'm not EXing. I should be. But EXing, I'll do way more damage with my attacks. How do I save 7 seconds? Huh. Alright, whatever. Now that Jungi Han's gone. Not for good. We're gonna get our attack to 180! Or not, because I apparently don't have enough again! What the heck? What the actual heck? Should be enough for the rest of it. Here's a family office. We're gonna go and taxi over there, obviously. So, grab this taxi. I went the wrong way on the taxi list again. And over to the family office. At which point, Yuta's gonna get punched through a door. As he should. Even Nagamo knows he dropped up. Alright, so we're gonna run down to the dock, because it's actually a bit quicker where we are here rather than taxiing, of course. Fight spawn is fine. Nagamo actually makes the fight spawn on aggro here, which is a bit weird, but it is what it is. We grab ourselves a CC Lemon. There's a God Taxi. In the wrong place at the wrong time. Lemon and a head. This is why you have to be a bit careful with your movement here, but as long as you have good movement, you shouldn't ever mistakenly not take that CC Lemon. Shouldn't. I have in the past. Happened, sadly. Hitting 7 Rogue Baby. Yes, it will be after the run. It will be after the run once I can set up my PS5. Because weirdly enough, despite the fact that I'm like a minute behind, I can still PB this run. I knew that man was going to hit me. I'm going to PB this run. Oh my god. You! Okay. One thing that I failed to mention is that the more dangerous people in these fights are actually your allies. So, good old Tagashiro can actually stun you. Your allies in this are very dangerous. Now, speaking of very dangerous, we're going to be doing some very dumb strats coming up. Very dumb strats coming up. We're going to be intentionally utilizing the ability to survive in extreme heat coming up in this set piece. Also, I'm going to do something really dumb here. There's a quicker way to drop down from this bit. It can, if you do it like at the right time, kill you, or the right angle. If you dodge, or if you do a quick step when going over there, you actually fall down quicker, which is terrifying. Very terrifying. This lad's going to throw explosive barrels at us, so while he's throwing exploding barrels at us, we're going to try and take care of as many enemies to get him down as fast as possible. He's going to stay up there until we take care of a number of enemies. It's a pain in the ass. Went no, yeah, exactly. I'm not in a good position for any weapons at this point, sadly. Yeah, everyone's too far away because I'm here. But I'm taking care of some of the large HP enemies, which isn't too bad. Thank you, Yuta, for taking all of that. I appreciate it. Oh, God! Thank you for not hitting me with that. Saw that getting kicked and was like, that's coming my way. Don't like this. Do not like this in the slightest. Now, the thing about these barricades, you've seen me punch them so far. Fun fact, they actually break faster when you have weapons. See this cone on the floor? The cone only takes 3 hits to break this instead of the usual 5 hits from your combo. So we're going to be going alone at this point. Should be fine with my upgrades, even though I'm 1 attack down, honestly. So 1, 2, 3. So this is the pain in the ass bit. Please explode. Thank you. You didn't in my PB. Is that gonna hit everyone? Oh god. Hello. I don't know why I've had such bad luck with the exploding barrels here lately. Oh my god, I'm getting my ass absolutely handed to me. Nice thing is, my actual HP doesn't matter. I was really hoping that'd be one hit rather than 3. That's a shame. I was hoping it'd be like the barricades in K2 where they're one hit to a strong thrust, but sadly not. Science is done, now I know. I was curious. Again, you don't want to do the quick step there because you'll just fall down into death. This guy, hopefully get everybody in this throat. Oh. Now comes the scary bit. Do we throw the barrel first or do we just run through? I can't remember. I think we throw the barrel first, right? No, we just run through. Fuck, I don't remember. I think we just run through. I'm going to run through and hope that this actually works. So they're all going to kick all the explosive barrels towards me. They're all going to explode. Hello? Where's this cutscene? That cutscene's supposed to happen way earlier. Get away. Bye, my dude. So, I'm on 1 HP. It's very scary. Gonna hopefully get up here before we get hit by a barrel. Because that can and will happen. This guy likes to actually attack, so I'm going to take a bento here. Otherwise, I'm probably going to die. I know what this game is like. This game has fucked me before. He's about to attack me. Yeah, fuck you. I know yours. I know your trick. This guy hates me. Oh god, I was supposed to connect. This ain't going well. Oh my god, please. This guy's a pain. You're supposed to hit him with 2 hits of the barrel, but I pushed him too far away, so I thought I'd throw the barrel and then just, you know, do a dash attack, because that would take us to the next part. But no. Game has other ideas. Alright, this fight should be nice and easy. Should. I think I'm supposed to use a stamina X actually for this, but oh well. We should be fine. We are going to go into our EX. We're going to go and grab this cone over here, at which point we're going to use it against Jungi Han. Please come over here. Jungi Han. Well, that's not good. At least I get my EX back from this QTE. It's definitely not going well. No, you don't get to do a move, Jungi Han. Piss off. Only lost 13 seconds that. Absolute travesty of this set piece. Good. Anyway, that's the end of Jungi Han. Jungi Han gets shot. Oh well, goodbye Jungi Han. Master Zoe's also been shot. Oh well. Goodbye, Master Zoe. Chapter 11. This is not that long of a chapter. We're going to go back to Kamurocho. And we're going to go and once again put the fear of chairs into Ed. As we do. Come on, you. Come on. Alright, so. Once again, as you can probably guess, taxiing here is fast. Unsurprisingly. But yeah, we're gonna go and deal with the Sayo Triad, because Yuta here... Whoops. No god taxis. No god taxis at all. All my god taxis have been out of reach in this run. God damn it. So yeah, we're gonna head to Kamurocho with Yuta. The problem that we've got is that the... He's related to the Sayo Triad. The Sayo Triad want somebody to take over stabbing people. They want the baby. We don't want them to have the baby. They're not getting the baby. Unfortunately, Yuta has worse ideas. Because you see, Yuta thinks that it'd be a very good idea to go into a building that is completely made of wood and to set the place on fire. I don't mind messing my movement up here. If you're actually good with your movement there, you can actually get a small soft lock because you can't actually go through the door. So I'm kind of glad that I didn't do that. Would be bad. I'm going to be grabbing a CC Lemon. I think we get the one here and not the one at the later taxi spot. Hello. This one doesn't actually need to last for the entire chapter. It's not going to be that long, thankfully. I'm still going to hold it for a tiny bit, though. So I don't know if this taxi's faster than the other one. Probably time it. I think this one might actually be slower because you have to walk further for the phone call. Yeah. Alright, you can skip once you've answered it. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that one's probably a bit slower than the Pink Street one, from the looks of things. Anyway, we're gonna hopefully take care of all of these guys here. We're grabbing this guy, great, and hopefully throwing him against everybody else. And grabbing Sue, please don't
5
hit me.
months already, wow, good looking to see the thumb.
Actually was. I wasn't expecting that to hit that guy. Interesting. Please go down. Goodbye. Hold on, 2 secs. I'm gonna hit this guy. Jesus Christ, this is terrible. Jameskin, thank you very much for the 5 months. I appreciate it. It's going not great. It's going not great. Got chair, use chair, surprise. What a fight strategy. Okay. Right. Barricades break faster with chess. Oh yeah. I'm checking something here. The star skip is reasonably the same. Okay. Take care of those two. Oh god, take care of this guy, please. Thank you. Don't get kicked by this guy. Sorry, that chair. Thanks. Even though the entire place is burning down. Ed. Ed's just chilling in his office. We're gonna run past Ed and hopefully not get attacked here. Fuck you, Ed. Chair against Ed. Wait for it. Easy Ed fight. Easy Ed fight. Very, very easy Ed fight. That's all it takes. Just 2 chairs to the face. That is finally the end of Ed. And we have the Yuta fight. Which, thankfully, this one is reasonably easy as well. Reasonably. Good old Ed. Love Ed. Love Ed. Alright. So, we're gonna go into our EX to grab the vase that's on the right hand side. I love the particle effects in this fight. The particle effects in Yakuza 6 are really good. Second phase. This one has QTs that looks like it'd do damage to you, or if we let it fail. No, this still plays out, but we take damage instead. Which doesn't seem very fair. Also, fun fact, there's a hidden bike in this fight. It's actually underneath the middle desk. Well, that went a bit fast, nice. It's really hard to grab. It's like very rare that you can grab it. But if you go into extreme heat where the desk is, if you've broken the desk, sometimes Kiryu will just randomly grab the bike out of nowhere. You'll just get it out of thin air. Also, we get a lovely rounding rendition. It's been a hot minute of good old fuck you, Jimmy Lowe. So damn, I really was hoping to be way further in the marathon than this at this point. I was hoping to be done with Yakuza 6 at this point, but that's going slowly. Fuck you, Jimmy Lowe. That guy right there, it's his fault that all this shit has happened. Just because he has daddy issues and wanted the good old daddy to notice him. Anyway, now it's time to talk about a boat. So we gotta go and figure out the secret of Onomichi. So we're going over to Onomichi after this. Goodbye, Big Lord. Alright. So I don't remember how I'm supposed to do the next fight either. I should really remember how to do the next fight. I don't remember how to do the next fight. Anyway, we're heading back to Onomichi. Got a mini set piece to get through. Passed by this amount, fair enough. What do you do first phase for Nagamo for? Do you just use the EX move and the flower bed, or do you just do something else? Because I still don't know what to actually do there that's actually good. Completely keep forgetting to check, so. Yeah, that's a skip, you know it, dumbass. And look, there's Yakuza in the street. Gotta deal with them. It's a bit late. It's fine. Let's fight. We're gonna grab someone. You can't grab the guy at the front, by the way. You have to grab somebody else, so just make sure you do. I was hoping that was going to change this. Now, the nice thing about the older versions of this is that actually they lower the volume in this cutscene, because the volume in this cutscene is obscene in the PS4 version. So, like, actually obscene. So for this guy, he also has a mini infinite that can kill us at his HP range. I'm gonna hit him with that. I was really hoping that would actually kill him, but that's fine. Oh, it's because I don't have my full attack. Aha. Hey. I should have just guarded that. I thought I could just power through it, but I couldn't. So. Oh well. Yeah, if I had my full attack, it would be a lot better, but... never mind. Off to the office, where we're going to fight for the final time, for the 4th time, the most out of any boss in this game. We're going to fight Nagamo. Literally, Nagamo, you fight him 4 times. This is number 4. Every other boss you fight a maximum of 3 times, or a minimum of 1. Again, there's not that many bosses that you only do a couple of times. So. Fail this QTE. And hopefully use the bike. Good fight. Yeah, look at that. That's much faster. Bye, Nagamo. That's much faster. Nice. Nice gold. Nice gold. Alright, so. For this fight, we're obviously going to grab these guys in the front. Take these guys out with this front. And then deal with these guys. Again, a dash attack can be good here if you can grab it. One guy is alive back there, which they did take care of, which is nice. That's a shame. I was going to hit this guy with that spin. That's why I did it. I should have just kicked. Should have just kicked. That was a mistake on my part. Alright, so we're now going to get 2 attacks. 2 level ups. We're going to get the final vending machine drink max, which is over here. And I should have done the other one first. We're also going to get our attack to max. We're now outputting as much damage as we possibly can. You can see that we have broken the soft cap of 200 because of the fact that obviously we have the 2 pieces of equipment on us. So for this part, we're supposed to go through town and get all of the poem stones. I don't think there's ever been a better route found than this one we've been doing since early on. It's a shame that it's nighttime. If it wasn't nighttime, we'd be able to get down from the top part a lot quicker. You want to take the green Dakara here. The green Dakara is a better sprint drink than the Poseidon Power. Lasts a bit longer. There's a reason why. This guy. We're going to grab all the poem stones. There are 9 of them, provided we don't miss any of them. This should be pretty fast. This is also one of our last couple of points where we can actually get a God Taxi. When we go through the middle of the map, then we're hoping for a God Taxi at that point. It'll save us just a tiny bit of time. Not a huge amount. This NPC right here next to this poem stone is the one that heavily hints that you're supposed to read the poem stones in this part. But if you were paying attention to this map before you got to this bit, it should be pretty obvious. But yeah, the actual poem stones are real things in the real Hiroshima. And I think what they were saying, some of the localizers for the game, John Rittenbach, for example, was saying that the poem stones in this game that were translated was the first official English translation for a lot of these poem stones. In real life, there's apparently about, I think it's 26 of them? So there's actually quite a lot in real life. But essentially the poem stones are a bunch of famous poets came to the area and decided to wax lyrical about how much they love the area. And that's what the poem stones are. So they actually have some really, really cool, detailed, like, actual real-life lore behind them as well. It's, like, really, really nice, actually. Oops, what the hell? That's skip that text. This is usually where we do the save load, because there is usually a nasty fight spawn in the shrine here. It's actually going the correct way, so I don't need to, which is nice. You actually get, as you saw there, a quick autosave, so you can use that. But thankfully, this one is going the right way, so I don't have to bother with that. There's that sub-story that we saw earlier. We're going to be grabbing this Pone Stone on the way down as well, because this is the one I forgot before. Haha. Oops. So we don't want the God Taxi here, we want it after we've done with the next Pone Stone. So if there's a taxi ahead of us here waiting for the red light, it's really good. Which, actually, there is, if I can hurry up here. Taxi, 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 taxi! Hey, bud. We want to go, actually, to our house. Yeah. God Taxi! Not the best God Taxi you can get, but still a pretty decent one. We're going to go onto this side of the road where we're going to get the last Pone Stone. If we can get God Taxi after this, then it's also really, really good. There we go. I like running backwards here just to try and get into the road in case there's a God Taxi coming that way so I can see it. But, yep, that's that. Cool, not bad. One God Taxi. I'll take it. I'll take it. That's decent enough. Not the best one, but it's still good. I'll still happily take it. I'll take any that I can. Now, remember, after this bit, we need to go and taxi. So we now know where to go to the spot marked by the code given to us, the cipher given to us by Bigelow, which leads us to the secret of Ononichi. So we're going to head this way and grab a taxi. And go to Cemetery Lane. So if you accidentally if you accidentally do the sub-story earlier for the Girl Who Leapt Through Time spin-off one, that actually goes to the entrance of the cemetery here. We also get one God Taxi here if we're lucky. So I'm keeping an eye on the road and my minimap as I run through here. So if I see it to my right, I'm booking it. Yo, bus! If only we could use buses. This is fine. As long as we get to the taxi in time, we'll be fine. So instead, we'll just go to this normal taxi over here. Excuse me, lads. Thank you. This is getting kind of close, not gonna lie. There we go. And we are, of course, going to be grabbing a Sissy Lemon just from here before we go into the set piece. So, left-hand side here. Hello. Goodbye. Should be good with this angle. Beautiful. And we go. Alright, big long set piece. One of the longest set pieces in the speedrun. We need to go fast here. Again, surprising considering speedrun. We need our attack buff to last until the very end, if possible. So, I'm going to try and take out the majority of these enemies here with the throw if possible. I could probably just go after Sugimoto instead of the other guy. As you can see, there's a lot of enemies in this bit. I don't like that he grabbed the sledgehammer. For the large enemies, I like grabbing them. There's also obviously barrels, as you've seen. That man did not ragdoll, but he did fly. He's not supposed to fly that high, but, you know. The larger ones are the more aerodynamic of them all. That's actually not too bad. My actual allies helped me out a lot there. Yeah, larger ragdolls are more aerodynamic, you know. That's how it works in real life, you know. The rounder you are, the faster you roll down a hill. I can attest to that. Look at me, I'm fat. Why I'm getting so fat is so that I can win England's world-leading rolling down the hill contest, because that's the only thing we've got to our name. But whilst we walk across this very dangerously high crane to a fight that's a massive pain in the ass, there's no real great way to do this next one. How's everyone doing tonight? How's everyone finding their Thursday evening? Hopefully you're all having a very, very nice day. A very nice day today. Stumbling over my words already, it's not good. I really was hoping to be done with the Yakuza 6 by now, but this has not gone well. This fight sucks because it's a very small frame to be able to like try and grab people in and throw them, but it's still the best way to do this considering, you know, a bunch of enemies just in the way. Unfortunately, all of my allies are currently in the way, so it's a big pain to try and get them to actually get out of the way. Dash attack, good. Dash attack, very good. No ragdolls from this bit. Get out of my way. Sometimes I get a ragdoll in that bit. It's a shame. Well, then we got many Beyblades. I want to try and dodge that. I want to try and hit the edge there so I fall down. Just not too bad. Oh, COVID, that sucks. Hopefully you get better soon. That really sucks. Program saving update. Nice. For this fight, I want to go down here and kick all these guys. There's a lot of large lads. Unfortunately, a lot more survive than usual, so I'm going to grab this and hopefully start spinning. Actually, this might be old strats. I don't remember. I did not mean to grab whatever the hell Kiri just grabbed, but we did grab something. Unfortunately, all the enemies here just decided to stay over here with something. You can see my HP is getting very, very low. As I said, the end game of this, kind of terrifying. Kind of very terrifying. Keep forgetting which is skippable, which isn't skippable. We're gonna grab the barrels over here. Preferably not the bags. That's not good. Excuse you. Yikes. So we'll die if I get hit a couple of times. I might have to take a safety bento before the next bit, to be honest. Oh my god, my cutscene skipping is terrible today. Just in everything. Grind in mobile games like in GDQ. I do pride myself on having good commentary when I do my runs. So hopefully everyone's enjoying. I do think my commentary is a bit sucky today, but I have been a little exhausted lately, which hopefully will get fixed tomorrow, because I'm taking a day off tomorrow, because I've got to do multiple things tomorrow, like talk to the tax man. Everybody, you know, loves talking to the tax man. Hell, I'm actually an accountant myself, and I still have to talk to the fucking tax man. I need to talk to somebody that has way more of an idea of what to do than I do. Where's the dagger? Yeah. This is the reason, or one of the big reasons, why you need your attack buff to last until this bit. There is going to be a specific NPC here that we need to go down in one hit, and he goes down in the heat move to this guy. If you're squeamish, I suggest not looking for about 10 seconds. This is going to go in a place where knives are not supposed to go. That thing went all the way in. All the way. Yeah. Ouch. Ouch. And the best medicine? I'm glad to hear it. Well, see, I'm very lucky to be triple vaxxed up at the minute, which is nice. Alright, so for this bit, we want to grab the cone that's over here. And grab that Toughness Infinity if you want. Full heal, obviously. I used to want to try and take those barrels into this fight, but with the physics, you actually drop the barrel when you fall down that little step. It sucks. Hit this guy, hopefully with all the hits, because he's annoying. If not, I'm going to throw him, because again, he's annoying. I want him dead. He's still alive. Ow! I shouldn't be using my EX here. So I'm going to take it off. I just want that man dead. Weapons are okay here, obviously. My boy Tagashiro. Good lad. Wouldn't be a game with Beat Takeshi if you didn't have to fight Beat Takeshi now, would it? The man's a Tonbury. You'll see exactly what I mean in a second, so... hopefully the first phase goes well. We're going to do a triple square into double triangle attack. Hopefully this does the actual move, which it did. This should push us to phase 2 of the fight. I'm going to intentionally turn off my EX here to save my EX orbs for the next phase. And in this QT, I will show you the Ghost of Christmas Past. Ooh. Thankfully, these QTs, the last one, will get us back a little bit of EX as well. So there's the first. These QTs go a lot slower and don't respond if you're on higher FPS for some reason. I don't know why. Found that out the other day. Now watch as I run backwards. Oh, spooky. You can't actually attack him. Now we need one more QTE before we can actually end this fight. So hoping that Hirose actually does his mid-fight QTE. There it is. That should hopefully be the end of the fight. Good fight. Huh. What? What? How did I... What? See, the time save I was expecting is in this split. Run's alive. Not the words I was expecting to say before this split, but Run's alive. I have a good 45 seconds to a minute and a half of time save in this chapter. Curious. So, grab the vending machine, grab the CC lemon, grab the lemon, and hopefully take it. Actually, is it faster to taxi? Oh, you can't. Yeah, that's right. Oops. I was like, I'm just gonna taxi here. No, you can't. Oops, I'm an idiot. Never mind. There is a boss strat for Somiya 3. I have to hold my stamina because I use it a lot. There's a boss strat for Somiya 3 coming up that I don't have in my PB. So, that's why I was expecting to save time, not there. So, stun on X, charge attack, EX, ice bucket, strong. Do it again. Gotcha. I mean, we should be in EX still. Okay. These guys just throw rockets out in the middle of the day in a busy street, you know. Do your kick. Now, I'm hopefully going to grab this bike. Thank you for not going away. Because, as you can see, if you look at the top left, we would have been on one hit. The bike's actually on 3. The nice thing is... Oh, you fuckers. My teammates just pushed the bike out of hands. Wow, that's really bad. You deal with them. I'm going to deal with these guys because you just fucked me over. Actually, I'm going to... There's no bike yet. That sucks. Well, you want to keep the bike for as long as possible for, you know, obvious reasons. Terrible. Well, the bike comes back for this wave, so we're going to grab this bike. Watch out for the guy with the HP bar. He should come back to me in a second. That's why I will walk forward. Drop it here, because I'm not going to take it all the way over. Oh my god. Oh my god, that motorbike. Man wanted to ragdoll, did not ragdoll. I'm very upset we've had no Beyblades. I've been keeping an eye out. I really want my Beyblades. It's a lot easier to get Beyblades on higher FPS, but obviously I have the 60 FPS lock for the Hirosei QC. So, alright, well, this is the last time we're here in Onamichi. It was very nice. I actually really like this map. Oh, god damn it. I really like this map, despite the fact that obviously, you know, there's not much to do here. Like, purposefully, there's not much to do here. It's not supposed to be Kamurocho, where you have, like, tens and hundreds of, like, you know, flashy neon signs and stuff like that. It's supposed to be an actual, genuine, quiet place. It's really nice. Like, you've only got, like, the spearfishing, the bar stuff here, and that's about it. Like, you don't even have a proper, like, supermarket. Like, it's a really nice map because of that. It's very different than most of the maps in the Yakuza games. Like, I really like it. I really, really like it a lot. And at dusk, when the sun is going down, it looks absolutely gorgeous. Like, really gorgeous. It makes me want to see Okinawa in the Dragon Engine a lot. Alright, so, final set piece. We're obviously going to be going over here and grabbing a fresh CC lemon. We want this drink to last as long as possible. This drink does not last for the entirety of the final set piece. You can go up this small lift shaft with the drink and then drink it for the door. If you know, make a mistake, like I just did. Move away from the door so you finish the drink. And then go. Okay. The start of this fight is a bit weird because everyone's in dark suits and it's like, I don't know who's who, to be honest. Even with the health bars, that doesn't help. Everything gets confusing. So the quick and dirty, easy way to do this is quite obvious. You grab people, throw people, and just keep doing this. Large HP people are very good to grab and throw because they'll obviously die a lot quicker that way. And for the last ones on lower HP, we're obviously going to do dash attacks and stuff. Hopefully our party members actually help us out, which they didn't. Can I jump down the left here? I think I can, right? Yeah, so. Want to go down here. You don't actually have to take care of the enemies up top. That man decides to come with us. Normally I wait for Uemura, but I'm just going to grab him and throw him against hopefully everybody here. That's decent actual enemies to take out. As you can see, Seki is also another enemy that is someone who's quite hard to take out. Nice charge. I wasn't expecting Takashira to come down here with me, but my boy Takashira. Now, you have to be careful with Takashira because Takashira can, as I said earlier, stun you. Hopefully they take care of him. I'm going after the large HP enemy that Nagano started on. Actually, did a good job of. Nice, good stuff. Good Takashira! My boy! A good lad! A very good lad. He's just kicking ass today. Normally Takashira stuns me in that fight. Like, I'm literally trying to stay as far away from Takashira as I can. Anyway. Grenade strats. I actually don't think these are, like, the strats we use anymore, but these are the strats that I used to use. Go over here, kick this guy, grab this grenade, and then use the grenade. But unfortunately, the grenade's on the floor, so I'm just going to kick these guys. It's actually a lot faster than the grenade, but oh well. For this one, most of the time, Akiyama and Yuta don't seem to do anything, so I'm going to do something about that. I'm going to run to this guy on the left, kick him, grab his grenade, throw his grenade. Fuck you. Now I'm going after the rocket launcher, guys. Oh, hey, thanks for taking out the other guy. I wasn't expecting that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Nice grenade. Good shot. Good throw. They're actually going to finish the job? Lads? You're killing me here. So, ideally, in the next room after this one, we don't actually want to be holding a weapon. Yuta's going to go forward and do a dumb thing because he's not going to look. And he's gonna get stabbed. Dumbass. So, hopefully we can grab the table here. The table will enable us to actually do this fight in one hit. Hopefully, well, as long as the other guys also move a bit forward. So, table. Yeah, this guy didn't move forward. But the table is the one that you want for that guy, preferably. So, with that, we're gonna move up here. Again, if you played Yakuza Like a Dragon, you might recognize these floors. They were originally from Yakuza 6. In Yakuza Like a Dragon, you get first aid kit, so they're right there. A healing item here as well. Can't remember what it is actually, but it is there. Good old throwback to Yakuza 3. Even Kiryu's gonna make a comment about this. Oh, hello. You know I need to deal with. That'll be fine for later. For this fight, we want to move forward and take care of the guy with the machine gun first, because you can probably guess, the guy with the machine gun is a giant pain in the ass. Now, ideally, this guy would have moved forward so I can hit him with the love seat as well. This is not going well. Usually, you hit them with the love seats, but if they're being a pain, I'm just going to do that. If you need to stop behind these pillars a little easier, use the guard button. That goes a little quicker. A little more easier to hide behind it if you're holding guard. For these two, hopefully we can get them with a good old kick. So I don't know the best way to deal with these guys. I've been taking to grabbing this bin. Because this guy has a knife, or one of them does. Oh, really? There is a toughness ZZ over there in the corner if you need a spare healing item, but you should still have one stamina and XX left over coming up, which we're going to use. X are actually knocking me onto my feet faster. I appreciate it. So whilst I still have my attack bonus, I want to be taking care of these guys if possible. Again, I'm moving towards Enomoto, the large HP guy, but he just decided to be an ass, so he's getting thrown. Bad fight. Ideally, again, you get through here with as much of your attack buff as possible. Try not to push this too much, but again, stop dead with your guard. Now, this bit goes a little bit differently in the PC version, the console version. The console version, the next guy is going to be very, very aggressive from the off. We're going to wait here for a little half a second for the PC version, because the guy with the rocket launcher is supposed to shoot you immediately. In the console version, he does. In the PC version, he doesn't. By doing this, he's going to shoot them with a rocket. He missed. That sucks. So, ideally, I will hopefully not explode to this. That's actually not too bad, considering. That grenade is something that I wanted to pick up for the next round. See it there. I'm going to try and grab it once this helicopter's gone by. Surprised it prepped another one, to be honest. Grenade strats. I love grenade strats. They're stupid. I'm going to throw the grenade backwards. Go after the machine gun guy for obvious reasons, and that leaves it with just these three. Which I'm sad I missed this guy. Okay. Now, if you have HP, which you should at this point, you want to fail this QTE. You might need to take another bento. Faster than doing the QTE, but you take some HP damage. If you can do this bit correctly, you can actually get through this bit a little bit faster. It's a little bit finicky because you need these two to line up perfectly, which they're not, and I'm dying, so I'm going to actually take my bentos. Alright. Alright, mate. Fuck off. Okay. Okay. I don't know what's with the aggression of these enemies today, but it is what it is. This is just bad. Where's furniture? Give me furniture. Come here, you. So we're going to do the new strat anyway, so the helicopter's going to bust through this. We're going to go into our EX, and we're just going to run right on through. Simple as that. We're just going to use that to keep us alive. By using our EX as well, it makes it so that we have hyper armor when we try and run past those bullets, so that we don't get shot by the helicopter. There you go. If you're running the PS4 version, the base PS4 version here, good luck. The reason I say that is that this phone call sometimes doesn't spawn in if you go too fast. You have to redo that entire set piece. It's 7.5 minutes long. I need to do this fight properly, so... If I do this fight properly, I am going to save a shit ton of time. So, start with a charge attack. It's going to give us a bit of heat and obviously damage. I'm going to go into my inventory, use my stamina XX. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to use my EX and grab, hopefully, the ice bucket. And we're going to use this a couple times. So, grab another one. I think you just attack here, but... We want to be in our EX for this. Good. This should work. So, what we're going to do is we're going to intentionally fail a QTE coming up here. And if done rightly, for some reason, being in our EX and having the right move upgrades cancels out this entire long cutscene. Don't know why. But it should hopefully work, as we'll see in a second. Or perchance not. I don't know why it's failed. I don't actually know why it's failed. Okay, cool. Oh, don't pick up the stall, Kiryu. It's terrible. It's terrible. I'm still ahead somehow. That's terrible. No, you don't do the QT properly. You fail the QT. Trust me. I know what I'm doing. You're supposed to get there with your EX, and then you're supposed to fail it, and then it just comes out of it. So, yeah. As you said, it should have cancelled. It 100% should have cancelled. So, this patch thing, I mean, it's the earliest patch. It should still work. Like, it works on the latest patch, so it should work no matter the patch. I still fail this run, by the way. But fuck up Koshimizu, which... Very possible. Done that in the past. Don't know what happens. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Ready to go. Right. Let's hope we can do this. I forget what I'm supposed to do for Koshimizu, if I'm being honest. I'm just going to do the old-fashioned strat, just punch him in the face. It's usually pretty good. For that, it's faster to fail it by pushing the wrong button. Nothing different other than that. Just attack to get this. I'm just going to try charge attacking him at the right time. If I charge attack him at the right time, I should not get stabbed here. But it's a bit finicky. This is the reason why you want EX gun in second phase. I don't think I have any other EX items, unfortunately. Good shit. Not too bad. Okay, not too bad. Not sure how that golded. That was not good coaching. Well, this looks like it's a PB, because this last fight is just... it's a nothing fight. If done correctly, this is literally a nothing fight. Do we start with a charge or do we start with a dash attack? Ah, shit. Fairly certain I start with a dash attack. No. Yeah, no, you push to fail the QTE for that fight. For the glitch. I know we're talking about the glitch. For the glitch, you push to fail. So... I don't know. I'm kind of stunned this is a PB. This was not a good run. I mean, I know my PB first wasn't a good run anyway, but this is not a good run in the first place. Hi, YouTube. Well, fine, this doesn't fuck up. As I said, nothing fight. Should be 0 HP at this point. At this point, we just punch him. Hi, YouTube! Wasn't expecting that. Like sub 155. I guess that's okay. I suppose it's not good, but that's okay. I guess that was a terrible run, but it's still PB, so I can't complain. Legally, if you're on PBs, you're allowed to be upset that it wasn't a good PB. You're not allowed to complain. Cool. I was a minute and a half behind at one point. I still don't get how that Hirose split did so well. I actually cannot tell how that Hirose split went so well. That's absolutely absurd. Also, the Somiya split can go way better if obviously you get the actual skip rather than, you know, not getting the skip. Anyway, Nagamon got shot. Shame that. Next up, we're going to be doing Lost Judgment on the PS5. I need time to set this up, and I did promise, because this is a GDQ-esque marathon where I'm doing all my GDQ stuff, we're going to do the stuff we did at GDQ, so you know what that means. I'm going to remove the webcam, and I'm going to disappear for about a minute or two whilst I set my PS5 up. You'll get to enjoy it. You'll know what's coming. You'll know what's coming. I'm going to go get set up for the PS5, which I should probably turn on, actually. Ugh, Jesus. Turn on. Good. So I'm going to set up my PS5, and whilst I do that, enjoy the absolute brilliance, if you've never seen this before, of what we like to call... Oh, wait, is this one? Yeah, this one. Rugby Baby. Enjoy.
그놈은 건들지 마라. 내가 직접 처리한다.
お前半純期
I'd like to remind you all that this is a serious story
なん
cutscene.
でお前がここにくそそこをどけ邪魔だ
Very serious story cutscene. Alright, so I need one more thing. I had to wait until that was done because I have to actually change over my capture card. Whilst we're here, actually. What's my... Yes, that is a personal best. Nice split. So my new PB is a 154.59. What's my bad summer best? Literally 4 minutes due to that crap. A 150, my god. Yeah, my Yakuza 6 run is not good. I need to get the PC version that doesn't explode all of my settings. So 2 seconds, I gotta switch the capture card over to the PS5. So 2 seconds. Hopefully you all should see the PS5 at this point. You do. Fantastic. That's the shit that we like to see. Alright, so. One final game. This is the most recent one. We obviously did this at GDQ the other day. As said, hopefully... There's my splits. There's my splits. Hopefully this goes quite nicely. We'll see. Notes. I need to see the game. You're going to lose access to the capture for a second here because I have to get it on here and it reverts the capture for some reason. I think it's the HDMI cable I've got. Cool. Boss Judgment. Alright. We'll do the boss gauntlet after this as well, by the way. Okay. Whew. Yeah, that is a very serious cutscene. How much charge do I have left in my controller, by the way? Oh, full. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay. Alright, Rosetta. Have a good sleep. Thank you for stopping by. Alright. Once again, every time we start Lost Judgment, we have always got to go to see the cat with that. It's a good-looking cat. Anyway, let's get going. So. 3, 2... Wait. 3, 2, 1, go. Well, actually, it's funny you say about Yakuza 4. It's not... The last time that I played it was on the PlayStation version. But, fun fact, whilst every single Yakuza run is faster on console, on PC even, there's 2 games that are faster on console. And those ones are actually, funnily enough, Yakuza 3 and Yakuza 5. Yakuza 4 used to be faster on console, and actually, Yakuza 4 is technically faster on console. But Yakuza 4 PC has a PC-only skip that saves you 3.5 minutes. So it doesn't matter that the rest of Yakuza 4's PC4 is slower than the console version. It's actually faster on PC. Because of that one little thing, which is really stupid. Really stupid. But for the fastest versions to speedrun, the fastest versions of speedrun are always PC, other than Yakuza 3 and Yakuza 5, which are actually console. Weird, I know. It used to be 3, 4, and 5, which was quite nice, because obviously it made up a nice little block of, you know, the PS3 Yakuzas. But no, Yakuza 4 is now faster on PC. So... the entire reason as to why Yakuza 4 is faster on PC, the walk and talk section in Tanamura's part, that is actually skippable on PC. And it's weird. So, when you unplug your controller on PC, it comes up with a little bit of a menu. And in that time, the game actually slightly runs in the background. So when you replug the controller back in at the right time, you can just skip through the text for some reason. And it doesn't stop you. Whereas any other version of the game, it stops you. So that would be why. But it's a bit of a shame because that's our break segment in Yakuza 4. So we have actually lost our break segment in Yakuza 4 because of that. We no longer no longer have a bathroom break in that 3-hour run. Kind of similar to this one where we don't have a bathroom break. I should have yeeted off this already. Oops. I was supposed to get his attention. Hello? Hello? Thank you. Hello? I'm here, I promise you. That's supposed to make him go faster here, because he then doesn't look around, and then when he gets to these stairs, he starts running. I'm gonna have to, yeah, wait here now, because... that. This is actually not ideal. I don't know where to hide on this side. I'm gonna have to use buildings and stuff. He's gonna turn around in a second. He has a preset turnaround point, which he's not doing. Kosuke? Kosuke? Kosuke, you... What the fuck are you doing? He does always turn around here, though. He always turns around here. You need to keep going, my guy. He may turn around the corner, which he hasn't. Oh, wow. That's not too bad, actually. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So, Lost Judgment, in my opinion, has some of the best action combat in the Dragon engine. It is absolutely fantastic. And the good thing is, Lost Judgment's tutorials, in terms of Yakuza Speedrun tutorials, are up there at the top, because you don't have to do them at all. So, hopefully, I can get a better set of attacks rather than I have the GDQ. Very nice. Thank you very, very much. That's how it's supposed to go. That's much more like it. Oh, that's better. So, with Lost Judgment, we're going to start with two different fighting styles. We're going to start off with Crane and Tiger. We'll get a third fighting style later that we'll talk about later. But, in the original Judgment speedrun, the original Judgment speedrun is really good because you actually have to utilize both styles. Lost Judgment is inherently worse, because even though in Judgment OG, the Tiger style is the stronger style by far, and it is in the speedrun as well, you still need to utilize both styles to attempt to juggle some of the bosses. It's the way to get through fights a lot faster. The problem with Lost Judgment is that going from Judgment to Lost Judgment, somebody decided, hey, you know how Tiger is overpowered? Why don't we make it stronger? That's where we're at with Lost Judgment, because Tiger style is exceptionally overpowered in this run and will be used for literally 95% of it. It is a shame. The original version of Lost Judgment's run, when it was originally submitted to GDQ, had way more juggling. With the combat in Lost Judgment, even though I'm saying this, Lost Judgment's combat is absolutely phenomenal. Lost Judgment's combat allows you to change your style at any point in your combo. That makes things disgustingly good. You can literally almost infinitely juggle any enemy. Now, enemies will, of course, break out of that juggle eventually. Good photograph. The nice thing is, you can do that from the off. You need nothing in this game to be able to do it. Every single one of your combos actually has its own different launcher to it. So, Tiger has a couple of different ones, Crane has a couple of different ones, Snake has a couple of different ones, Boxer also has a couple of different ones as well. So, all of your styles actually have a good amount of launchers to be able to just launch the enemy, and even certain styles on their own can sometimes almost do an infinite on their own. Like, this game lets you do so much, like, in the combat. But as a way to kind of fix that brokenness of, like, launching enemies completely, the game has a hard limit on the damage that you can do when an enemy is launched into the air. Once you have done a certain amount of damage, you'll see that your damage starts exponentially decreasing, and you have to drop them back onto the floor. Oh, that's a problem.
Okay.
That's a problem. Yeah. Need to restart this run real quick. Not a single run today without a restart. Yeah, that's important. English is by far the faster language in this, and you can tell that I haven't done this run since GDQ now. Because it was still on Japanese from GDQ. Oops. Yeah, that's my fault. That's a whoops on my end. Yeah, English is it's kind of funny because for all of the RGG games that have dual language, Japanese is the faster language, bar the original Judgment and this Judgment, where the faster language is actually English. And I'll explain why when we get to those points, but yeah, kind of need to be on English. I literally lose about 45 seconds to being on Japanese, so I know it's a marathon, but at the same time, I kind of want to, you know, try. We've got a Yakuza 6 PB. Wouldn't it be great to get a Lost Judgment PB at the same time? Technically, my PB is actually a 2:29, but I forgot to hit record when I was doing that run. So I'm a little upset. I'm a little very upset about that.
You read me? You gonna be okay tailing this guy? Or do you need the detective basics manual?
Kaito-san, please. I could tail him in his sleep.
God,
The
that was
manual
cold.
says to keep your eyes open, actually.
Thanks, Kaito. I was really hoping we'd be like an hour into Lost Judgment by this point in the marathon, because, yeah, this is, getting later and later, and I gotta be up tomorrow, considering everything else I gotta do. So for those who didn't hear earlier, there won't be a stream tomorrow. It's gonna be the first day that I take off since GDQ. I got a couple things I need to do. I've got to fix my toilet seat. I got to set up a chair in general. I've got to look after the dog, which is the most important aspect. I have got to fix my PS3. I've got to go and see an accountant about my taxes. I got a lot of things that I need to do tomorrow. And no doubt Nayu is going to want to play Apex with me at some point. So, so I'm just going to take tomorrow off because I'm just not going to get much sleep tonight. And I've got a very busy day tomorrow. So once I'm done with the stream today, I will be back on Saturday? Saturday. I do not know what we are doing on Saturday just yet, but oh, I've also got to plan some charity stuff tomorrow as well, which I'll tell you about on Saturday. But what I'm thinking is Saturday may be OG Judgment. Not the Legend run, but just the normal any percent to get me back into OG Judgment, because I haven't played OG Judgment since this came out, and this, very much gameplay-wise, is a lot better than OG Judgment in places, so
Whoa, some practice wouldn't hurt.
we'll see.
It's okay.
We'll see.
Whoa.
Oh, that's bad. You weren't supposed to see that. That's too close to the edge.
Oh, shit.
That's good. Getting him to notice me there is good, because that'll distract him there. And he'll do his fast cycle that we talked about earlier, where he runs here. There you go. He'll also turn around in a second, so we do have to be a little careful. We'll be patient here, because again, he will hear us if we jump over this too early. Not too bad so far. Didn't realize he looked around here. Oops. He's gonna look around one more time at the end, so I gotta be a bit careful. Oh, shit. Somehow he doesn't see me here, though. Good old Kosuke. This should be the end of him here. Yeah, good. Why do I keep trying to skip this? You can't skip this. Jeez. Yeah, Yagumi's English voice actor is actually Greg Chun, who does streams on Twitch. Is currently going through his first playthrough of Yakuza Like a Dragon. Alright, so once again, let's do this tutorial, shall we? So, get through this, skip this, go here, hopefully get a good tutorial this time. Not bad at all, that should be pretty good. Very nice. Much better.
Oh my god.
Vengel, thank you very much for the host, I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good evening time. And now that I can carry on, we should be good. I want to know reset at this point, because yeah, I do need to get up tomorrow, so. I was going to drop frames at some point, which is interesting. I'm fairly certain I didn't drop those frames before we changed over to this game. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, so. Follow Kosuke. I don't know why Yagami stopped there for a second. You can actually, as I said earlier, at GDQ, you can actually walk here and Kosuke doesn't see you. If the depth of field is too strong, he can't see you. So, he's going to keep moving this way. We're obviously going to tail him. Now, because he's in yellow, he may actually turn around a bit earlier than he should do. So we do need to be a little careful of that. Me bumping into that lady made him turn around. How did he not see me? This is the yellow 10% turnaround. They should run. To make up for that. No? Okay. This is a very bad coast gate. He is hyper alert today. He doesn't stop here, which is nice. God damn it. I keep holding left because of the last two games, obviously needing left for cutscene skips. Alright, so let's follow him again. Keep holding left for cutscene skips. That's not how it works in the newer games.
Suspicious. No way.
So I'm walks our way down here. Let's see, grab this. Cool. Dear oh dear. Dear oh dear. So once again, we're going to do the parkour section. We're going to do it right this time. So there we go. Yeah, these action sections are alright. I actually quite like these action sections, but they can glitch out a little bit, which is very frustrating. Very, very frustrating.
Yo, Talk. You hanging in there, buddy?
Kind of hit a wall here.
We go down here, we skip a tutorial window.
You didn't lose the guy, did you?
Look, my hands are tied right now. Everything's under control.
Staring at us as we go by. Alright, so this is where we're supposed to get tutorialized on Tiger, but once again we can skip all the tutorials, which is great. So we can skip this one as well. And again, this is a nice easy fight. Charge attack into charge attack. Easy peasy. Very, very easy peasy. Very, very, very easy peasy. So, with this, we're going to carry on with the set piece. So this is going to be our first stealth section. I've got to be very, very concentrate here, because this is a really horrible bit if you get it wrong. As you saw at GDQ. So, look at this guy, skip through this.
Okay.
Go through the door. You can sprint for this one, because you can't actually, like, make enough noise here to actually wake this guy up. God, that sucks.
Too close.
Are you kidding me? You did it again, Dragon Engine? I fucking swear to God. Fuck it. I don't know why that keeps happening. The keys are supposed to always be accessible at that point, but for some reason the Dragon Engine sometimes just says no. I don't know why. Like, I don't know why. It's really dumb. Alright, try again. That just annoys me every time it fails. 3, 2, 1, go. Because I don't want to keep resetting, because it's already like, yeah, 1 in the morning. So, I would really rather not have to keep resetting this run. I'm getting very annoyed by it. Okay. I did not hit that button. Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm just playing terribly right now. This is so annoying.
Hey,
Hey,
Doc,
let's
you
do this
read me?
properly this time.
You gonna
Hopefully
be
I don't get
okay
Coast Gate into
tailing this
yellow
guy?
either.
Or do you need the detective basics manual?
Kaito-san,
Proper way to
please.
do this.
I could tail him in my sleep.
The manual says to keep your
I didn't
eyes
start.
open.
Fuck.
But actually,
I marked my map.
Alright, let's go.
Why is light split breaking on me today? Gonna work if I hit the button? Yes, good. Ugh. Okay. Let's do this again. No, we're not using clear data, goddammit. Although a boxer percent run actually doesn't sound too bad right now. And again, 3, 2, 1, hey. Let's hope this one actually works. Hey, Kevin, thank you very much for the Prime, I appreciate it. I hope you're having a better evening than I'm currently having. You're having a less stressful evening. Bloody speedruns. I'm actually curious as to how much time I've lost today to resetting so much on these runs. Because it's probably a lot. It's probably like 30 to 45 minutes after K2 earlier. So, I'd rather stop resetting at this point.
You read me? You gonna be okay tailing this guy?
So I'll probably just keep going no matter what happens here. Even if the early part messes up, I'll probably just keep going, honestly. Isn't ideal,
the
but
manual says to
whatever.
keep your eyes open, actually.
Alright, let's go.
So this run is 2.5 hours long, and we've got the boss gauntlet to go after this.
Whoa, dog, did I delete that app?
Must be my imagination.
You'd have thought I would have noticed it was on Japanese at this point, but I just zoned out completely. Patience! Patience, patience, patience. And go. Camera.
Now.
This looks like it'd be a skippable cutscene, but it's not. It's one that you have to text mash through, unfortunately. So I don't know. I don't like the feeling of the DualSense. Like, I get that it's a good controller, and I do admit that it is a good controller, but like, my hands are too small for it. I really like the DualShock 4 more. It's a shame that we can't use it with PS5 games. DualSense is just way too big for my hands.
Oh, hell.
That's not what I wanted to do. I'm too close. Fucking hell, I hate this. I hate this so much. I actually hate this so much. Buddy.
Oh, crap. I
Let's
don't
go
have
land
it.
in front of people. And off you go, lad. I'm holding this. He turned around at one point there. I'm holding this. Ooh, no, 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 no. I almost vaulted over that. That would have been pretty bad. Okay. I hate getting Kosuke to yellow, because Kosuke in yellow is just... He's so aggressive at turning around. It sucks. Alright. You're a fucker, you know that?
Must be my imagination.
That's why I'm gonna push him to red and see what happens. This sucks. This is so much time lost. Like, I've lost like a good 20-30 seconds already. This sucks. I'm so glad this is the only tail segment. God, if there are more tail segments than this, it'd be such a pain in the ass. Hey, try it again. Oh my god. Bad tutorial. Bad tutorial as well. Oh well, this sucks. Huh. What do you mean, realize you could understand all the unsubbed comments? Oh, from the people, yeah, of course. That's the one thing that I have as a problem for most JRPGs, is obviously, like, there's a lot of, like, flavor text around from, like, obviously NPCs and stuff that just doesn't get, like, obviously translated, and obviously it's kind of hard to do that, especially if there's, like, especially if there's a game like this where, you know, walking past people is gonna get, like, obviously different subtitles and stuff. It's, like, it's actually, like, impossible. Which is why I quite like what this game does. Like, to kind of like save on the localizing and to give it like a feeling that you're in Japan. Like it still has the normal NPCs around town speaking Japanese, and like some folks as well speaking Japanese, which is really good. I actually really like that a lot. It's like an actual different approach to it that like no other like RPG does. You're gonna turn around, aren't you? Fucker.
Probably nothing.
Oh hey, he's running for us. It's an actual Christmas miracle. I'm assuming you're not going straight in. No, he's going straight in. Holy crap. Kosuke's blocking it. He's finally blocking it. He's had enough. Thank God. Holy shit. Let's try this again, and let's hope that this is the one, because we're getting tired of resetting. I don't want to reset anymore. Right, so, once again, look at the window. Once again, go around the side of the building. Yagami really needs this drilled into him.
What the?
Stop trying to skip that, you know you can't skip that. Every time. Go. So I didn't go back over. That's it.
Hanging in there, buddy?
Kind of hit a wall here.
What's that supposed to mean? You didn't lose.
Alright, good. Let's try this again, shall we? This guy's getting grown too strong. We'll find out when we fight him in a second. He turns around and he one-shots me. Oh. I was playing on Legend difficulty. Lovely. Better. Let's go. Let's go, shall we? No more mistakes this time. This is the run. This is the one we carry on.
Better be careful here.
Guess I was just giving you, you know, the GDQ experience of me failing again. Right. And we go.
I see now.
Smash this. Try this again. See how the icon moved away for half a second there? That tried to mess me up again. Dragon Ninja, I swear to God. Anyway. Route. We're good. Route. We're good. We got past the hardest boss in the game. Guy sleeping on chair. Easily the hardest boss in the game.
Almost there. That'll do it.
That wasn't good. Alright. Moving on. I did move my camera, but sure. I have very cold hands as well. After I went to the bathroom, it's actually really cold outside. It's really, really, really cold outside.
That's a good boy.
Alright, let's see if Kosuke really has gone to the gym, shall we? So, we're now here with Kosuke. We're gonna go and fight Kosuke, as you know. I keep holding left to skip cutscenes because I'm too used to 6 and K2. It was actually around about LAD's time that they changed the button or the direction to skip cutscenes. See, that's what's supposed to happen this way. Man spins. Man definitely spins. Alright. Let's do this better this time, shall we? That's bad. Oh, this is terrible. This is actually god-awful. That's god-awful. I hate this. This is such a bad start. I want to restart. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. I've had enough. Alright, chase section, let's go.
Now you're really asking for it.
Hopefully the chase section isn't too hard. Not this one, at least.
You won't get away.
We're just gonna go. I've had enough of resetting. Yeah, the original Judgment's chase sections, I'm not sure if I said this during GDQ or not. You can actually avoid all of the directional input button ones here, but the nice thing about Lost Judgment is even though you have to do them, you can hold the directional input ahead of time, so you don't actually have to worry about obviously having to avoid them. So whilst it's obviously a tiny bit slower than OG Judgment, it's actually not that bad. It's actually really not that bad. I actually quite like it. Why bother getting that? You're my problem, Kosuke. Very much my problem right now. So, this is new to the chase sections in Lost Judgment. You have to pick the right way to go. Usually the rule of thumb is that all the chases will loop back on themselves. So, if it starts on like the left here, like obviously it went this way, then it's usually going to go back that way. I'm not looking forward to doing those on Legend difficulty when we eventually do a Legend difficulty run. I have a suspicion some of those are going to get very hard. So... I also wonder if Legend difficulty is going to change them up in any way. I don't think it will, but... that's always the fear. But yeah, you gain access to control in this bit, so we run forward here to go into the Law Office. And then we get a few cutscenes. Start skip this one. Start skip these two. So again, the law officer taking on a case right now at the court where a police officer was caught groping a woman, and that's actually going to become very important coming up. The one and only time you jump out of the window in this game. In OG Judgment, you do it a lot. A lot. That's good. It's the quickest way out of the building. Right, hopefully a good fight here, because I kind of need a good fight here after what's happened. Not quite a good ragdoll, but he flew. This guy has the most HP, so aimed in the last hit. That's a good fight. That's a very good fight. That's a very, very good fight, actually. I'm okay with that. Not bad. Not bad. We'll take that. We'll take that. That was good. Alright, so... we're going to be heading over to Pink Street for a second because we want to go into Ebisu. We're going to go grab a piece of gear ahead of time. We're not supposed to know about gear until the next chapter, but there's a shirt that's pretty cheap over at Ebisu that actually gives us a decent bit of an attack upgrade, which we're going to need coming up. So, Pink Street entrance. It's a little quicker to get back to the office via Pink Street rather than Pink Street entrance. That's the reason why we always use that one. Here's Ebisu over here on the right. I don't know what they're building here next to it. It's been like that for a couple of games now. Goodbye. Battle Innerwear. And we leave. Okay, so. That should be good enough for this first chapter. Gonna lose a little bit of time by the looks of things, but that's fine. Yes, please, skip. Keep holding left. Gonna lose a lot of time. Now I hold left. Yes. Right, good. Left for right. DMCA song. And that's a split. It's apparently a gold split. I disagree. These are definitely not my actual latest splits, that's for sure. Something's up there. But, oh well. We're now in the Sasaki Jincho. You'll have seen this if you saw me do the Yakuza Like a Dragon run the other day. We're going to head down the street here where we're going to get introduced to our third style. We're not going to get to see much of that third style in the run, unfortunately. You will get to see it in the boss rush gauntlet, because that's where it excels. Fight spawns is nice. Fight spawns aren't a problem here, because this is an area trigger, so you would just run in here anyway. But if there is a fight spawn, you do need to basically redo your movement. You can lose a little bit of movement to it. Let's go. Oops. So, normal hit Matsui. We're going to hit this guy here. I was hoping these guys would stay reasonably close together. Nope, so instead I'll just take out Matsui, and I was hoping this guy also, in that time, would come over. If you do a charge attack against him with the first attack, I don't think it's enough damage to take him out, so just make sure you do a light attack. The reason why we did light attacks to Matsui was to make sure that he wouldn't actually, like, fly away as well. Those wristbands are also a piece of gear. They're only a 3% attack buff, but obviously 3% is better than nothing, so we're putting that on in a bit. We're replacing that with a different attack accessory coming up later on. Let's head on in here now. Well, the problem is Yakuza 5 will never get accepted to a GDQ. It's one of those games that just, it's way too long, there's way too much downtime, there's pretty much only like 0.1% chance that Yakuza 5 gets into a GDQ. It's way too long. It's way too long with way too much downtime. And again, the problem with a relay percent is who gets Saejima. No one wants Saejima. Like, but I can guarantee you now, you'll never see Yakuza 5 at a mainline GDQ. You might see it at a hotfix show. Yakuza 5 would be a good showcase for some of the hotfix shows, but for mainline GDQ, absolutely not. Yakuza 5 is way too long. You'll never ever see Yakuza 5 at main GDQ. You might be able to get character percent there, aka just Kiryu. That'll be, come on. That'll be a little more of a easier sell, but will still be pretty hard. That's the only way I could foresee actually, like, getting Yakuza 5 at GDQ is just Kiryu percent. The rest of the game after that is just way too long. The finale's really cool. The finale's really good. And Akiyama's part also has some pretty good speed tech, but you just have to get through another 2 hours before you get there. It's not happening. So. Like a Dragon has a chance, but with Like a Dragon, it's on the longer side, and also it's also fighting for that one big RPG slot. So there's a lot of other games in terms of like turn-based RPGs that would do better in that slot. The Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster is coming out soon. I could see that making it into the next GDQ. Can't believe I got that. Which on that note, I actually want to speedrun Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster, not because I want to get it into a GDQ, but because I actually just want to speedrun Final Fantasy VI. I've always wanted to speedrun Final Fantasy VI, so I'm going to be interested in how FF6 Pixel Remaster speedrun is. Because again, I've ran Final Fantasy 13 in the past, but I've always wanted to run Final Fantasy 6. And we never got Final Fantasy 6 over here in Europe. I'd have to import a SNES, then get a specific capture card or a RetroTink, which again I do want to do for the PSP Yakuza games anyway. But yeah, the Pixel Remaster is easier to access for me. Yep. So we'll see. We'll see. Yes, Shinada's actually pretty good as well in Yakuza 5 speedrun. But you'll never see the full Yakuza 5 run in a GDQ, ever. It's way too long. It's way, way, way too long. It's a shame because, again, it actually has some of the best speed tech in the Yakuza games. As far as actual, like, speed tech goes. So, it's genuinely a shame, but, yeah. Exceptionally not gonna say it. It's way too long. The ones that you are more likely to see in terms of, like, runs that haven't been done at GDQ yet, you're more likely to see OG1 and K1. OG1 and K1 are good games with good tech that will actually be short enough and good enough to be shown off. OG2 is good, and I like OG2, but OG2 is very volatile, and in the first 6 minutes of OG2, you need a random chance of a fight spawn that gives you a random chance of a weapon. And of course, you could always just say, just have a safety save, which is obvious. But you still have the rest of the run to contend with as well. As much as I love OG2, I don't think OG2 has as good a chance as the others, which is a shame, because again, OG2 is very good. It is a genuine shame, because OG2 is very good.
Suspicious.
Too far.
Here.
On the move. Cool. And now we go downstairs. Cool. It's fast to go up and downstairs in first person in this game. When you're walking. Oops. Should have start skipped. Forgot. But yeah, as much as I would like LAD to make it to GDQ, it's fighting for, god damn it, a very, very hard spot that is filled up by other things that could do better, potentially. Golden Sun still has one more game that would fit that slot way better than LAD, for example. I'm still going to be trying to get LAD into SGDQ, of course. I really want to get LAD into a GDQ. It's a very, very good run. I absolutely love it. But again, it's all determined on the games list, and like it needs to fit into the games list, and that's the big thing about any like submission exceptions. Is like you can always say, you know, this run's really good or that run's really good, but it has to fit into the schedule as a whole. Like you can't have. As much as I love Final Fantasy 13, I love Final Fantasy 13, you can't have, say, Final Fantasy 13 and Yakuza Like a Dragon. There's not enough time for both. You have to remember that these long runs, like 13 and like LAD, also keep other games out. That's the reason why you'll usually see, like, one big RPG, and that's about it. I'm very glad that it was 13 this time. Again, I would say that Final Fantasy 15 also needs a little bit of love at some point as well. Again, it's on the longer side of runs, but it is that one that would fit that block really well. But 15 has that weird problem, and it's really weird considering 15 is actually a success. But 15 has that problem kind of like 13, in that a lot of people don't casually like 15, which is really weird, because again, Speedrun actually has good tech. It's the same with DMC2. I really want to see GDQ accept DMC2 at some point, because Lone has been working so hard at that. And DMC2, even if you're divisive on the game casually, which again, I agree that DMC2 is not the best DMC game. I think it's the worst one.
Are you safe?
But that doesn't mean that the speedrun is bad. The speedrun for DMC2 is actually really good, and actually really short as well, which is the other thing. So, but it's just got that stigma behind it of it is DMC2, much in the same way that Final Fantasy 13 had that stigma of it is Final Fantasy 13. Like, well, I'm glad that Final Fantasy 13 did well at GDQ. I'm very upset that the blindfolded fight did not actually get met. Very, very upset that the blindfolded fight did not get met, which is a shame. If you look at the money raised, like, during the time when the two runs were actually on, we raised just under 1,000 less than Final Fantasy 13. So both Final Fantasy 13 and this seem to do really well for GDQ, which is really nice to see. Really, really nice to see. The trouble is, the older Final Fantasies are always going to do better in terms of donation numbers than the newer ones, because, quite simply, character naming. Character naming is a very big thing for your turn-based runs at a marathon, because, you know, for the entirety of the run, that name is going to be on the screen. So it's a very worthwhile thing for people that want to donate for, you know? It's one of those things that the older Final Fantasies would just do way better at, because with the way that modern storytelling is done with Final Fantasy, you're always going to have named characters. So, in the older Final Fantasies, I think you're going to get at some point an absolute resurgence of the pixel remasters at GDQ. I think that you might have like a couple. You might have like 1, 2, and 3 in the same marathon. Please turn around. Please turn around. Please turn around. Please turn around. Thank you. So bad RNG. I think you'll get a couple of pixel remasters. The pixel remasters are also actually pretty quick. The Final Fantasy 1 pixel remaster is also very, very quick. Whilst you'll see more of those runs at like RPG Limit Break, for example, I think you will see the pixel remasters at GDQ. I think that I think you'll see 6. I don't know if they'll do it at SGDQ or wait till AGDQ for the run to, you know, stabilize a bit. But you will definitely see Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster at AGDQ. Good. I wanted the bomb here because it allows us to run earlier. I think at SGDQ you might see the FF1 Pixel Remaster. So I think the FF1 Pixel Remaster is actually pretty fast and also pretty good. So I think you could see the FF1 Pixel Remaster at GDQ, the next one. The only thing I can say for certain that you're seeing at SGDQ is Metroid Dread. You know, I think everybody knows you'll see Metroid Dread at SGDQ. It just, the big conversation point is what category will it be. I think it's going to be one of the longer ones. So,
Don't let him go!
GDQ did a marathon for longer 3-hour runs. I mean, I wouldn't mind if they did that, but at the same time, RPG Limit Break. Like, you have that with RPG Limit Break as well. If I was showing the LAD on a Hotfix show, I'd be okay with that. I'd be very okay with that. I think LAD would make for a good Hotfix show. It's kind of around that, you know, 4-hour mark that a Hotfix show does. And I think it could get a good audience in a Hotfix show as well.
Yagami, you can't get caught now. They'll label you as a sex offender. You don't want that on the news, do you?
Shame we don't use Snake. This song is so fantastic.
Only one way out then.
Okay. I want to try and get into his next phase. That's fine. Shame it's them. Really survive that, which sucks. I need Higuchi dead. I should probably EX after this. These guys need to go down. Oh, that actually cancels out my combo. That sucks. Could you do your thing, please? Hello? You're supposed to be doing your attack, even with enemies alive, you know. Thank you. I don't know why he was so late on that. He still does that even when the enemies are alive, so I really don't know why that was a late activation there. Like that, he should have done that the second that he walked back up to me, but he decided not to, and I don't know why. It was really weird. Really, really weird. Oh well. Not the best of fights, it's fine. Yeah, fine. I'm gonna lose time in this chapter. That was a bad fight. I'm not quite sure why he didn't activate early, but it's fine. Dragon engine stuff, I guess. So, yeah. And actually, I'm kind of surprised. I will be very honest. I don't know if this is just because people haven't submitted it yet. I'm very surprised we haven't seen a Dragon Quest at GDQ for a while. I think the Dragon Quest would do very well at GDQ. I do think that Dragon Quest is more suited to RPG Limit Break or RTA in Japan, but I do think that a Dragon Quest could do quite well at GDQ, if given the chance. But again, a lot of Dragon Quest runs can be quite long, so you're fighting for that spot. But I do think that a Dragon Quest would actually be pretty good for GDQ, genuinely. Depending on the right Dragon Quest, I think it could be very good. Maybe not the one where you set the Famicom on fire to go faster. No matter how fascinating that is as speed tech. But I think that, yeah, I think that a Dragon Quest could do very, very well for GDQ. Hello? Oh, I have to look here first. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Please stop messing up. Thank you. I got my bits confused. Let me go out. Yep. There we go. Confused with the second time we come back here for that photo. Thought we were a bit further on than this. So. Why am I going this way to go to the gym? Fuck. God fucking damn it. God damn it. This is terrible. I'm not paying attention at all. I'm actually not paying attention at all. This is bad. I want to go this way. It's quicker. This is very, very bad. I'm just not paying attention. It's getting too late at night. It's 2 AM. I'm still kind of tired and I've got to get up early tomorrow. But we're seeing this run through. God damn it. We're seeing this run through. No matter how bad it gets. This should give us enough skill points to be able to get to attack level 2 on the dot. It should give us exactly 5,000. If it doesn't, I've done something wrong somewhere. Which hopefully I haven't. We'll see. Yep, just enough. good fight. Good fight despite that. It's fine. Based off RNG manipulate. RNG can, yeah, I think I remember seeing that one. But I think the Dragon Quest is one of those that, again, if given the chance, could do quite well. Obviously, Golden Sun got a chance and did quite well, and still has one game that it still needs to show off. Obviously, the Yakuza games, I would like to think, have done very well at GDQ, considering they were gracious enough to give us a couple of chances. So it's just one of those things where, again, I don't envy the people that have to make the schedule, the games committee, because, like, you get, like, if you think about it, with these online marathons, I think, like, I can't remember how much it was for this GDQ, but I think I remember hearing that at one online GDQ, there were over 12,000 run submissions. You have to go through that entire list. Like, you actually have to go through 12,000 different runs, and whilst, yeah, there's obviously going to be a couple of people that submit the same game, for example, that's still 12,000 submissions to go through. Like, I don't envy the games committee in the slightest. They have a very hard job that they have to do, and they actually have to balance that entire schedule out. Like, it's kind of crazy that they actually managed to do it. Like, very, very impressive. This committee's like 9 people. Yep. We still have to go through that many submissions. Bigger impact. Kung Fu. Okay. I think the Yakuza runs, like, I'm not the games committee, I'm not GDQ, I have no idea here. I want to say that the Yakuza games have done well for GDQ. I do know that Lost Judgment actually did do well for GDQ, which is nice. I'm certainly looking at things. Yakuza 6 did double what K2 did, so that's a decent sign. So that's why I'd like to hope that LAD would get a good chance, because LAD actually has insane potential when it comes to incentives for a turn-based RPG. But again, that's just me saying that. I'm just one person that speedruns the video game. I'm not the games committee. Like, I'm not the one that has the answers to all of this. Because the submissions will go down when it goes back to on-site, which will be a bit nicer and a bit not so nice. You are going to lose out on a couple of these really unique runs. Like, you'll miss out on a lot of these runs where, you know, it requires some, like, hardware from people who live at home. It's really nice. It's obviously, I said this a couple of times, I really like the fact that with these online GDQs, the GDQs have been going for some of the more out there stuff that they wouldn't be able to do on site. Like, they would be able to do stuff like VR on site, but you've got potentially a whole bunch of problems to doing VR runs on site. So I really do like the fact that they have been, you know, actually embracing runs like that, like your Beat Sabers, like your Step Manias. It's always great to see stuff like that whilst we can, because obviously with a runner with their setup at home, not having to get a DDR, like, entire, like, machine to GDQ, even if you live in America, would be an insane, colossal task. Like, it's really nice that we're getting to see this stuff now whilst it's online. That's one of the big draws to it. So I really am happy. Really am happy that they would actually do that. I need Tiger 1. I feel like my SP is a little low, but it shouldn't be. Take care of this guy. So that would hit this guy that didn't. Anyone? And just fly away. Not the best of fights, because this guy actually knocked him away really badly. That sucks.
And stay down.
I didn't even take any damage. Like, if you're gonna get knocked away, at least take some damage.
My eyes.
At least help me out here.
Cheap shot.
This kid's gonna try and stab me.
Can't see. Got you now.
Yeah, I'm glad that GDQ has been taking obviously more of a chance on the not obscure runs, but the more like out there runs. Obviously, I'm a little biased in saying that, considering I'm in Europe. But again, the first time that I got into a GDQ with K2, that was the year that I finally had enough money and was planning to physically go to GDQ. Until, obviously, the world went to shit, unfortunately. Genuine massive shame, that. So, I'd still like to go to an on-site GDQ. It would be really, really good. We're taking a little bit of a detour here as well, by the way. We need to pick up this book, for those who missed the explanation of GDQ. This is Book of the Damned. It gives us a move called Verge of Death, Wounded Tiger. When we go to low HP, our HP is currently, you can see at the top left, it is green. That means it's fine. When it's in red, that's low/crit HP. That is going to give us way more damage when we're in Tiger Style. Again, for some reason, they decided to make Tiger Style even more OP than it currently was in OG Judgment. I don't know why. That's really, really weird. Wait, not Skipple, then Skipple.
Don't give me that smug look.
Yeah, says this guy. Look at his face, he's so smart. I missed a couple hits on him there, that sucks. Put him into his EX. The others. He doesn't use his EX, that's alive. Sucks, we can push this guy over to the left. It's fine. I'm surprised that connected. That was not... I think that was more the furniture rather than myself. That shouldn't really have killed that guy. I should not have pushed him too far away. I should have done an uncharged attack against him and then done the charge attack. So that was my mistake. I'm kind of surprised I wasn't punished harder for that. It was not too bad. Down to second floor for the faculty office. Bad movement. That's what I was talking about at GDQ, where if you go around the stairs at too bad of an angle, you can literally just launch yourself. It's really, really bad. This is the one I was thinking of. There we go.
Hey. Suspicious.
There we go. That's more like it. And the end of the chapter. I'm assuming we're losing a bunch of time here because the fight wasn't that great, unfortunately. So the splits right now. Gotta focus on movement. Yeah, not good. Yeah, that's 30 seconds. How am I losing 30 seconds? Holy shit. That's terrible. That's actually awful. Okay. We can still save that time elsewhere, but that's definitely bad. I'm not actually quite sure what I lost all that time on. Would have, like, thought I'd have lost, like, 15 seconds or so, but not 30. Okay, so, time for us to go and leave the school again. We're gonna go and find... Is it the crime scene now, or is it the crime scene in the chapter after? I can't remember. I guess the chapter after is a crime scene. Or is it this one? I can't remember. Game will tell me in a second. Yeah. The time waiting segment. The actual break point in the run, which isn't too bad. My student's trying to beat Yagami. The school apparently has a bullying problem. I certainly see no evidence of bullying there, that's for sure. No, basically, the reason why we're here is with our friend Sukuna and Sugiura here, they're a detective agency here in Ijincho. We're helping them with a case of mass bullying. Apparently, according to the school chairman, there's no bullying. A kid just tried to stab us.
It extracts only the trouble-related chatter for display on the map.
Fairly certain.
So it actively
there is bullying going on at that school.
It's wild that you can program her on such
the kid himself is like, you know, oh, I know the Chinese mafia in this town.
The AI isn't
As you can probably guess, no, he doesn't.
So it's still paying some false positives.
Just talks mad shit and tries to stab us, as you do.
This is just a big mess. How am I supposed to know where to go?
This is indeed too much.
But this right here, this is the entire reason why we run the game in English. It's not Japanese. The reason why we run the game in English is because this conversation right here is about 45 seconds faster in English. It is actually a massive amount of time. Like an absolutely insane amount of time. So, that's the reason why we do English for this game. For OG Judgment, you can actually skip some boss intros in English, which is really weird. That's the reason why we do English in OG Judgment as well.
Meaning it'll turn
out
no
bullying, just assault, just murder.
That's still pretty busy.
Just murder, that's all.
And therein lies the predicament.
Murder's not bullying.
Narrow these results down any further. We must depend on
instincts, faster. It's actually quite nice. It's actually also very nice that it's also OG Judgment and Lost Judgment, the both of them, the faster ones in English.
Even in this day and age, human intuition will trump.
If there's a Judgment free, it's probably going to be faster in English.
That is, until we all become cyber. But that's getting ahead of myself.
Oh no, we knew way before GDQ. I never said it was due to the bid war.
Intuition out of all of us.
Well, let's just.
We've known about the language stuff for months. We've known about it since the first month the game came out. There's the thing you're getting confused with is there's actually a conversation trigger in this in Japanese that actually makes it slower, not faster.
Our results around
slower.
that specific term. And there you have it. See, there's a concentration of suspicious
Judgment One's never been in GDQ.
As to
So I don't know what you're talking about.
Brewing, you'll have to rely on your good old-fashioned eyeballs. Shady
And
activity
it wasn't
isn't
ESA
always the
either if you're
easiest to
thinking of
spot,
ESA.
So maybe think of it as a
I
sort
found
of
that out
treasure hunt.
casually.
A treasure hunt for trouble, huh? That sounds
Judgment
right up
One's
my alley.
never been in GDQ.
Doesn't it? I can already picture you out there.
Judgment One's never
helping
been in
people
ESA
need
either.
Until it all pays
been...
off. What could await you at the end of the trail? My heart rate is already spiking. Now I.
What marathons has Judgment One been in? It's a good question, actually. Judgment One hasn't been in ESA either. What marathons has Judgment One been in? It's been in really, really long-a-thon, but we didn't find out about it there. We found out about it earlier. It's not been in RPG though, Rick. That's not over enough, is it? Nah, I don't think so. Marathons has OG Judgment One. Blast the Process. Blast the Process, one of the really, really long-a-thons. I think that's it. Yeah. No, I did not find that out on a marathon. I did it casually. I would know. Alright, don't fuck me about, my dude. Okay, good. Good. You really want that third hit to actually connect to him, because otherwise this fight takes fucking forever. This fight sucks. That man can actually dodge you and attack you. Like, very, very rarely, but this man is actually a pain in the ass. Absolutely hate that man. Say Winter 2021? Did they actually run Judgment at ESA Winter? Wait, 2021? No, that wasn't... No. I swear I've not done Judgment for ESA.
I know this
right,
is
English, you have to skip one piece of dialogue there. You don't in Japanese. Now that I'm getting confused thanks to GDQ. I swear I haven't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, look, I trusted the actual taxi this time. So. Oh, yeah, and I bought Times Anyone out who post links. I mean, if there's a video proof, then I can't deny it. I just have no recollection of Judgment at ESA. I really do fucking Judgment for ESA? Jesus Christ, I buried the ESA stuff so far back in my mind. What am I leveling up here? Oh, of course I am. Attack level 3. Nice. Of course I am. And Rising Blow for Tiger. Of course I am. Of course I'm getting damage here, why wouldn't I? Wait, don't you walk away. Should be in the fight. Alright, that's a good fight. That's a good fight. Not quite as good as the one I did at GDQ, actually, but that was still a good fight. Nobody actually flew away too far, which is good. Okay, so... Mikoshiba a life pick.
What the?
Face, chest,
Suspicious.
arms, rubble. I still don't remember doing Judgment for ESA. I really don't. I've literally buried everything I've done for ESA in the back of my mind.
Don't let me down now.
Don't you fuck me over. I won't let you down if you don't fuck me up. You fucker. Kiwami. This is what I was saying during GDQ, that sometimes Kiwami likes to do Kiwami things.
How's this?
Like literally, like he's not supposed to dodge back like that.
Hey, what else you got?
Oh, don't you worry. I've got plenty more. You want to see true damage? Here's damage. What do you think?
Bring it up.
I should have dodged that. Now I'm going to run out of my EX as well. This is why you don't want to get hit by your EXs. I should have just done the EX dodge. I was trying to get greedy with my damage. I started my combo way too late. I started my combo way too late. Way too late. That's terrible. That's awful. That's gonna lose me time. Terrible. Yeah, you can see that it's like a 20-second time loss every time you get hit by an EX. It's absolutely awful. Also, yes, the actual audio stacks for some reason when you skip some cutscenes. It's really weird. Okay, go into my inventory. Hello? You'll be seeing that extract again a lot later on in this run. I genuinely have no recollection of that Judgment run. Which is interesting. Which is very interesting, actually. Alright, it's not plausible. One of these days. One of these days. Okay. Losing time already. Hell yeah, let's go. Alright. So this should be the next chapter at this point. This is where things start kicking off. Okay. Yeah, it was not good. That Kiwami fight was terrible. That's one of the worst Kiwami fights I've had in a long time, actually. Okay, should be chapter 4, if I remember rightly? Yeah, okay. Okay, so this is the other way on the taxi list. Up by 6. Not down by 6.
Right.
Keep thinking that's not skippable when that one is. It's weird because there's another window cutscene earlier that's like not skippable. This one is. So. Alright, so back to the high school and then we're gonna go and find the murder scene. So this way. This is the quicker way, because we'll go to the faculty room. The actual mini-map at the start of this wants you to go and use the lift. As I was saying before, every time you want to go up or down a singular floor, you want to make sure that you use the stairs. Don't use the lift, it's a lot slower. It's a lot slower. Okay, so Samuel Sensei won't speak to us, so we're gonna leave.
Hey.
And this is where we're gonna go and find the crime scene. Okay. So up by 6. Just gotta remember my taxi positions. Weird how, like, sometimes you'll lose the confirmation prompt there, because I lost it for, like, half a second there and wasn't able to actually grab it. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Wait. Did I mess up my menu? That's weird. Oh, that's fine. So anytime you're out and about, you want to run into the road when you don't have an NPC partner with you. That way you can get out the skateboard and obviously go faster with the skateboard. The skateboard rules are a little different. Skateboards don't stop fight spawns from starting, but they will stop the aggro onto you. So what you can actually do is you can literally skateboard right past a pack of enemies if they're in the way, which is really, really nice. As long as you don't, like, bump into them and anger them.
Suspicious.
This action sequence sucks because you can lose a very, very big chunk of time very quickly. So you can actually fall off this building at any point. The worst part of it is coming up at the top floor here. You can go up one more floor, but there's only an item up there. So the worst part is this part. This platform, as you can see, is really, really thin and really kind of awful. Sometimes the Dragon Engine will just throw you off that platform completely. And you have to do this entire bit again. And it's just random whether it does or not. And it's actually genuinely a shame, because I actually quite like these action sections. But these action sections have the big problem of just not having, like, enough platform space. Here you have to fall down here. You literally slide off the vent a little. If the Dragon Engine decides it wants to take you out, it will just throw you off the side. It's a massive shame. This blood. Now we meet Watanabe. Showing the picture of Mikoshiba still alive. Now we work with the police.
What you...
So we do all the dialogue options here. The only one that doesn't matter is the building owner. We have to go through all the other ones to get through to the next part of the dialogue. The interesting part about this is they have an idea of the time of death, and they also do not have the murder weapon.
Tell me.
And then we're being spied on by 3 people, and we're going to get into our next chase section. After that guy right there.
Hey!
You can actually start that a tiny bit quicker if you press the X button there.
Get away.
So the nice thing, as I was saying earlier, all the chase sections have the exact same input from run to run. with this chase section, this is the first chase section that actually starts mattering in terms of the run. We have to make sure that we hit this suspicious man with enough objects to finish the chase section early. Otherwise, we'll do more than one lap. We basically consider each of the chase sections as laps. You can do 1 lap per each chase section. The nice thing, again, as I said, is that every single input is exactly the same per run. So I already know that cars, for example, are square. Kicking objects like this is triangle. It will never change. And we want to make sure that we kick all the objects against a key kick. Okay? Yeah.
Hold up.
And again, with the split paths, he's always going to go back on himself. So always going to go back to the original pathway. Be careful on these bits here. You can get caught on the car and the bridge, which can be a game over, and you can miss this kick. We don't need this healing item. There's the last kick. And you'll see that even though he's at 1 HP, he's not actually going to stop yet. That's because every single one of these chases has predetermined endpoints, and this is the one for this one, the first one. This is the reason why you want to do all the damage for this bit, so that you can catch it. This next predetermined endpoint is actually a bit further down the road on the bridge that we crossed over at the beginning of this chase section. That's the reason why you need to be, you know, good and do that and not mess up in terms of, like, your actual timing. So now we have the Tsukumo, we have the bug searcher, don't we? Yeah. Yes. So, a wiretapping incident. So there's a big wiretapping incident going on. We have to use the buzz researcher to find out what's going on. We're now going to go and taxi on over to where Tsukumo is. Bad menuing, that's my fault. And we are going to have to defuse the situation because the local security guards actually think that Tsukumo is the one who's doing the wiretapping when he's not. Flash them our lawyer's badge. And then we are going to do a bit of bug detecting for Tsukumo. We're going to be running around this corner with our skateboard out, obviously. We're going to be doing a bit of Tony Hawk. Anytime you can use your skateboard is a faster method of travel than running. Although most of the time will obviously be fast traveling. Get around to about here. Stop, get out, change to the bug, and it's about, whoops, here. There it is. To be a bit closer than that. The nice thing is the story actually gives us a metric ton of money here. You can see we're at 103,000 and then we're at 183,000. We're actually also right next to an item shop. This item shop increases its wares as the game goes on, so it gets stronger. For now, we're going to go and grab a couple of things from this item shop that are massively, massively important. So we're going to grab ourselves the battle boxes S, the EX power booster, and the safety box. All of those will raise our damage in one way or another. The EX power booster should obviously be when we're in our EX mode. The boxes and the other thing that we bought, they're just a straight up attack increase. And we don't have anything on there, so obviously we'll be replacing the wristbands with both those accessories coming up. For now, we're going to go and help the gang over in Kamurocho. It's going to require us to taxi away. So, off to Ikebukuro Station. This part, we are reenacting what happened with the Ihara groping on the train. So we want to make sure we get all of the cameras. So we need to hold right on our control stick here to get a little bit of a quick start and get to this camera. And now this one's the pain in the ass. We have to find a couple of cameras in the starting bits. Here's Hoshino. His character gets utterly humiliated and destroyed in this game. Shame that.
Suspicious.
Look. Spin camera left to begin with. We want this one. This one's a little awkward to get to because this camera's hitbox is actually in the way. Oh, this one. Almost missed it. Next three are over here. Well, the next two. I can't remember if it's 2 or 3, but there's definitely the next ones are over here. I'm going to look to the left because there's one right here. And then this one is cheekily hidden behind this pillar. And now the final ones are over in this part. So you saw one very briefly to the left there. This one right here. This one right here. This one right here. This one over here. And the final one is all the way down here, which you can see right there.
What the?
Beautiful.
Okay.
So we need to have a look at our pathway that Ihara ran through. Disembark point, the dotted line where there is obviously no camera coverage. That's important. Escape path and apprehended. dotted line is going to become very important, unsurprisingly. Hey. Cool. This is the doggo run, but unfortunately we don't use the doggo's heat move, which is a shame. If the doggo's heat move wasn't so awkward to try and set up, I would have offered it as an incentive for GDQ. But to get Rampo's EX move, you first need to go to a shop and buy some dog food, and then you need to get hit by a specific status ailment, which in the run, there's not a lot of enemies that actually give you that specific status ailment. Excuse me while I'm flying here. Ugh. So, unfortunately, we don't use Rampo's EX move. If we could, we would. It would be way better. But unfortunately not. It's one of the rare occasions where we actually want to use the lift to go downstairs. There's only 2 times we do this. The next one is going to be the last time we were here in the school. It'll be the time when we actually leave. Again? My dude. Okay, so. Head back to the office. I think this is the Tesso stuff? Question mark? No, it's Rampo first. I'm stupid. We're just talking about Rampo. So, let's get back to the office. We see there is a dog outside of our office. This is not our dog, but it is our dog now. That's how this works. Rampo is a detective dog. He has a nose for crime. He has a nose to sniff out where trouble is. You can actually use Rampo to despawn enemy spawns, which is great. Rampo is pretty fun. When you're taking Rampo around town after this bit, Rampo will occasionally find you items and stuff. This way, huh? I don't know if it's specific to certain areas or the amount of times that you actually use Rampo, but Rampo can find you certain stuff in the game. I'm looking at the wrong alleyway. Sorry, Rampo. It's my fault. You can actually use him to find certain things like Master System games, for example. There's a Master System game that's actually hidden behind Rampo.
Doing great.
So he actually used Rampo, funnily enough, to find dog food. Unfortunately, yeah, requiring the actual status ailment makes it so that it's just too awkward to try and have that as like an incentive.
This way, huh? Got something?
Come on, Rampo. Alright, hopefully I have a good fight here. Seems to be okay. It's not too bad. I wish this guy hadn't fallen over too far here, but that's terrible. If I actually hit him with that move, that actually would have been really good, but that's unfortunate. I was hoping that my third attack wouldn't actually have taken me as far as it did. Unfortunately, it did. So, oh well. It's still not too terrible of a fight. That fight can go way, way worse. You can have one of the enemies actually survive and go around the left-hand side where the fence is, and that can take absolutely forever because they will just literally walk off and there's nothing you can do about it, which really sucks. So, now we get to the Tesso stuff, right? Now we get to the stuff I have to remember. I need to remember my actual level up coming up here because I don't. It's Verge of Death, Wounded Tiger, and I think it's EX Reversal and EX Attack. Is it Reversal? It is Attack and Tiger Triple. Of course it's Tiger Triple. That should be obvious. That should be very obvious at this point. So, another chase part. Again, this is very important. If we do the start of the chase part correctly, we can actually skip a little bit of the later part of this. It's a shame you can't reuse, like, the football. If we could reuse the football as a kickable object here, we could probably finish this in less than a single lap. But unfortunately, you can't, so... As long as we just do this bit correctly, everything will be okay. You don't even have to stick too close to Tesso here. He actually just doesn't get that far away from you. So as long as I kick this bucket here, we should now have a good setup for this chase section where I don't have to kick any more objects towards Tesso, and it will still end the chase section. You'll see him pull away here because he's going to throw an object. It's always the telltale sign that someone's going to throw a can at you is if they pull away like that. So So even if you're playing casually, if you notice that they're pulling away like that, just make sure that you are ready for that. Yep, his HP is low enough that I can now avoid this bucket on the left. Which is also going to hopefully help with this little bit of speed tech coming up here. So if we can land at the right time and angle here, we can actually land on Tesso and not stagger like that. Unfortunately, I was too far to the left, I think. Fairly certain I was too far to the left. Looking at that, I felt too far to the left. So now I have to make sure I do this correctly, because this is a little hard timing-wise to do. So I've got a level up coming up. I have to equip all of my gear as well. I got to mention that. So, Tiger Triple. For the love of God, don't forget Tiger Triple. So, Verge Death, EX Burst. So, skills. We want the... Where are we? Verge Death, Boom Tiger. EX Burst Attack. And Tiger Triple Attack. So, with Triple Attack, we got to do Triple Attacks while in Tiger Style. So, that was supposed to be a charge. That's not good. I can still do the fight fast. With that, it's just like a loss of like 2 seconds or so. See how tight the timing is on that? Timing is very tight on that, so that's pretty good. It's very good. Good test so far. So, next phase. We now have to get out of Restaurant Row. We're going to start by getting our attack buff with Tiger on the guy to the right, because he only has very little HP. Like so. He's actually still alive, which he shouldn't be, because I forgot to equip my gear. That's why. That's why. I completely forgot, and I told myself to do it. So, I don't have enough damage in EX. I'm very surprised the Tesso fight went as well as it did, considering that. So, we're going to head upstairs. There's going to be a couple enemies. I've actually got decent EX left in it, so good first hit. Take out the guy with the large HP bar first if you have to. That was actually a pretty good fight. Not bad. Not bad. Down here, we're going to attack this guy, hopefully. Take care of a couple of them. I'm going to EX to stop from a little bit of fatigue after that combo. We can start attacking straight away. That's the 1 EX bar for this guy. That's fine. If I just go straight into my EX moves, it should be okay. Get his HP down enough. Good attack. Good fight. Good fight. Okay. Okay, not too bad. Despite forgetting to equip my gear, that's actually a really good set piece. Okay, that's pretty good. Again, I keep holding the wrong button to skip cutscenes because I'm still used to the 2 other Dragon Engine games we did tonight. Would not be losing as much time as I am if I remembered which button to hold for the cutscenes. But not too bad. That should be the end of the chapter. That's gonna save us a good chunk of time, actually. Huh. Actually, no, it's not. Kamurocho. You keep forgetting Kamurocho, my dude. You keep forgetting Kamurocho, my dude. Keep forgetting Kamurocho, my dude. Gotta go back to the other city yet. Oh my god. So, us and Kaito, we're gonna go back to Kamurocho and help out with the Ihara case over there. Okay. I was really hoping that was the end of the chapter. Wishful thinking, I think. I'd have been like 2 minutes ahead. It was been, whoa. So as we get here, we're going to find a new group called RK who have taken over since the Tojo were gone. Now, we're going to start with the guy on the right, and I'm hopefully going to build some EX out of this. I should have probably gone after that guy first. Kaito, it's a shame he got out of that. Shame he got out of that. Kaito had the perfect grab there. That was actually really good. That's a shame. If he hadn't broken out of that, that last hit would have actually attacked him. That's a shame. Nice try. Nice try. I'm not too upset about that. That's not too bad of a fight either way. So, we meet a guy called Akutsu. You'll be seeing Akutsu in the next chapter. He brings with him some hype-ass music. that a fight spawn? No, it's not. Good. If there's a fight spawn along this road, you do have to get rid of it. The guy on the right is the fight spawn. He's a nouveau rich guy. Usually the nouveau rich guys in the older Yakuza games are like really easy to take down. Not in this game. The rich guys in this game will kick you in the head. They are actually terrifying. This should be Mikashira alive. There we go. It's the evidence that the police do not have. And back to the office to finish the chapter. So we could save a little bit of time here. If I can get good NPCs and get my skateboard out. Not great. Not great. That's fine though. And up the stairs. Cool. Okay. We're going to save a little bit of time. That might actually gold, which would be good. Oh, it does gold. Nice. Okay. That's decent. I'll take 10 seconds. I'll take 10 seconds considering I had to mess around and do an extra menu to do my gear. That's actually not too bad at all. That's actually pretty good. Okay, so the next day, we need to go back to the Genda Law office, but we can't do that until we've actually gotten Kaito's dialogue here, so run forward. And then we're off. Drinking their divine water, yeah. That they have. Okay, no fight spawns is good. If there's no fight spawns, I can just run. Wait, that's a fight spawn right there. Stupid. Thrown out. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now we leave the office. Time to go fight RK. Totsari first. Every time. Every time. Literally every time. I hate her hitbox as well. Her hitbox is really finicky sometimes. Sorry. Hello. I'm right here. I'm trying to speak to you. I'm literally trying to tell you the groping incident is not real because I have a map. Yeah, the large lad rich guys in this game, they actually can free shot you on hard difficulty, and even better than that, in the speedrun, because we have no HP, if you do get into a fight with them, pretty much you're gonna die in like one hit. It's great. It's really great. So, these are RK members. I'm going to run forward a little bit to hopefully get behind them here. Going to my menu, we're going to level up our attack to level 4. More than enough for that. Good starting here. Surprised that guy did not get hit by that. A little upset he didn't as well, because I probably just kept going here. Okay. Not too bad. Kaito, language. Kaito, please. So, with that, we're going to go to RK's hideout and get them to stop coming after us, because they are all over town looking for a certain someone that we don't know, but they're also, as you can see, giving us some crap. Now, every single fight, or some of the fights in this bit, not every single fight, but some of the fights in this bit are all fixed in position. That one on our left is, which we have to run past in a very specific angle, otherwise we get into a fight, which is obviously really bad. Here you want to run forward before this starts, that way you can be next to the door, open the door, and then sprint immediately. Here we want to look at the ventilation shaft. And we want to look at the boxes. Oh, it is. Oh, you can skip that. Interesting. I don't think you want to skip that, but you can skip that. Interesting. Anyway, we're going to go through this little set piece here. We're going to try and stealth our way around. So, Kaito hasn't come back after seeing Akutsu over there. We can see him all the way down there. We're just going to go and, you know, sneak in and save our boy. Now, this is where we're going to do a little bit of speed tech in the next stealth section. The next stealth section does have a tiny bit of speed tech to it, which is really nice. We're going to be getting that guy's uniform. So once we've assaulted him here, we can actually skip the cutscene. You can't skip it before that point. I'm walking into a wall. It's not ideal. We're going to head downstairs and we're going to find the guy with the weakest disposition for alcohol that you have ever seen in your life. This man right here just wants a drink, and man, this man cannot hold his liquor in the slightest. Like, at all. This man cannot hold a drink. Like, this man must not ever go into any drinking contests. This guy is terrible. Yeah, same miss me. I really think that he must have put sleeping tablets in this because it's obviously a cocktail.
Here, sir.
It's obviously just a normal ass cocktail. Man enjoys it, clearly. Walks off with some swagger. And then all of a sudden, he just passed out. Alcohol doesn't hit people that hard. I don't care if you've never had alcohol before. You get slightly drunk before you pass out. So, want to avoid that guy who's looking over there. He's the one that can game over you here. That guy can't see us. This guy is the speed tech here. Because we picked up one of the smoke bombs earlier, we can use it on him here, which allows us just to walk past here. Otherwise, the actual coin that you toss, like, takes absolutely forever. I would ideally like to throw the coin here and not the smoke ball. If I can keep the smoke ball, that's going to make another stealth section later on go a bit quicker. It's all connected. It's all connected. Alright, so.
That's a good boy.
We're now going to get into a free wave fight. So we have got a couple of enemies to take down coming up here. So we're going to start off with building up our EX. That's the important part. We have half our EX bar, we need the rest for the rest of the fight, but also we need to obviously get our attack damage up from the Tiger. So we're going to be hitting Kaneda with our charge attacks and hopefully the last attack. I'm actually going to hit a little bit of EX taken out, so I look like I'm dead. It's a little bad because you really don't want to do this, but with all the enemies like all over the place, I'm going to help out our boy Kaito. Again, I'm going to build up a little bit of EX. This is a Kutsu.
Hey, quit dragging your ass.
Again, you'll see him in very detail in about 2 chapters' time.
Go! Fuck them up, boys!
Language. Go to the side, Kaito's all the way over there. Can hopefully take care of most enemies. That's a very, very good start. Oh my boy Kaito. Oh my boy Kaito. Oh my boy. Good start.
You down already?
Very good start.
No, sir.
Now, unfortunately, Kaneda's going to get an X attack. There's going to be a couple of enemies here as well that have like large HP bars. So we're going to attempt to take out as many people as we can. If Kaneda uses EX, I'm just going to go away because I don't really care. That actually almost... Oh, I didn't mean to grab. I tried to do the counter because you saw me start the actual counter up there. Everyone's too far away. This sucks. Couldn't do that. Oh, you guard. How dare you? Well, the guard meant that I actually charged my last attack to finish off Kaneda. My boy Kaito. Bye. My boy Kaito just salvaged that. Damn. That should have been really bad after all the enemies went all over the place, but our boy Kaito just absolutely decked the halls. Good lad. I don't think we can say deck the halls anymore. It's not Christmas. This is one of the few points where we have to watch out for fight spawns in front of the game, the law office. Thankfully, again, because we're on our skateboard, they don't aggro onto us. The big trick to the skateboard. We are going to head to Yui Mamiya's apartment. She is the lady that was groped by Ihara on the train. We're going to emphasize with her because, you know, she doesn't exactly want the prosecution's lawyers or the defense's lawyers to be, you know, all up in her face. Like, that was very weird video game. Look at the kid, look at her herself, and then to coerce some answers out of her, show her a grisly murder. No, I don't know either. I don't know what we were trying to plan with that, but, you know. Kaito phones up and says, I ain't doing that detective shit. Fair enough. We're going to head back into the office, and we're going to do the detective shit. Actually, might save some time in this chapter, provided I do the right menu in here. So, speak to Sayori, which, again, her hitbox.
Are we lit?
I love you, Sayori.
Yeah.
Please. So, the correct options are, Ihara's accomplice posted the murder footage. The map, because the map is the single most important piece of evidence in this entire video game. The dotted line to show that there is, in fact, a hole in it. Yui Mamiya was colluding with Ihara. And, of course, someone spying on me went to Kurakara Academy, which was a Kaiki. Good. I lost 0.2 of a second. Good. Good chapter. That's mostly the fight in the arcade hideout that did that. A bit of a shame, but... So our boy Kaito really did save us from not losing more time. Nice, no NPCs. I can just skate my way down here. Try and get off the skateboard before you hit the office. It's really weird. Do this yourself. If you hit the office from that direction, on the skateboard, the game will throw you to the left. It's really weird. Obviously not ideal for a speedrun, but it is actually kind of hilarious. It's good to see it at least once, but in the speedrun it loses you a couple of seconds because the game just says, hey, you don't get to move, you stop. You are in violation of skateboard law here. Now, RK is in Izizaki Jinsho. They've stopped their search for a man called Shinya Kiwami. So we're going to head to the faculty room because we know that Sawa-sensei used to be a student at Kurokawa Academy, but she is not going to be very responsive to us, and then she's going to have a staff meeting to go to. So we're going to have to head off until later, and we're going to send our investigation over to Kamurocho. I know we just got here, but we're not actually the ones going back to Kamurocho. I am very much, again, I keep saying this at this point, I'm very much looking forward to Kaito's DLC. Now, I don't know why this door is giving me such grief today, but I'm upset. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Kaito's DLC is actually going to be like. It's going to be cool. So, you probably heard via the name there, we were contacting Sayori. We want Sayori to actually do some investigative work for us. Sayori is going to be our second playable character in this video game. Whoa! She's going to go undercover. She's going to go undercover. We are going to find where RK are and what RK are doing. So, little throwback to the original Judgment here. This is Bartender. Hope you're not sick of hearing that name, because we visit here multiple times in the original Judgment, which I might run on Saturday for you all. You are supposed to dress up Sayori undercover. It's exactly the hostess scenario from K2. It's the exact same menu, exact same dresses, exact same hairstyles. Doesn't matter what you pick. Time for a walking section. How's everyone doing tonight? This is a walking section. You can't speed this up, unfortunately. We do get 4,000 skill points out of this, which I'm not going to complain about. It's quite a lot. Be careful not to walk into people because of the sound system we said earlier. He actually walked into Mary, not us, so it didn't actually cause the sound system to go off. That did. You saw how that lady next to me looked around? Not good. What? Wild.
But if you...
Kaneda's back, by the way. Now he gets beat up by the Hoshino, which is great. Partly27, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good evening tonight.
Wait.
So, with that, we're going to head back to Yagami, skip through a couple of messages. This is the time waiting segment here in Lost Judgment. In the original Judgment, there are 4 time waiting segments. All of them take about 90 seconds to 180 seconds. The nice thing is, the time waiting segments in Lost Judgment don't take any time at all. You just have to go a certain distance away, which is absolutely phenomenal. As I said, I keep saying this about this game. This game really wants you to play the video game. It doesn't want you to wait around. It wants you to actually play. So, Sawa-sensei did not come back from her staff meeting.
Pardon.
She got a phone call from her building's superintendent that her building was being broken into. Now, obviously with RK in town, and them going after Kurokawa Academy students, we feel like she might be in a bit of danger. So we're going to go and get her home address off of the school chairman.
Come again?
Not too long.
No, I will not. Thank you. We're now going to leave the school. Now we have Sawa's home address, and we're going to go and see if we can help Sawa. So down to the first floor. That was almost bad movement. That was. Felt that coming after the second floor there. I had to have tighter angles around those corners. Thankfully, the taxi for Sawa's home apartment is a nice, easy one, and this won't be the last time we go to it in this run. Very, very nice. Again, running the road, you can get your skateboard out and go faster. It's faster than running. Bad movement, my dude. But who should turn up to Sawa-sensei's apartment than Jin Kuwana? And unfortunately, behind Jin Kuwana, RK. That was 2 seconds, that's fine. So, this is one big, long set piece of a chapter. This is where things actually start changing up a little bit. So, I'm changing to Tiger straight away, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and get Tiger Hidden Art 2 and Secret. What this means is that when we get our attack buff from Tiger, we can utilize that in other styles, including Crane. Now, because I got knocked over there, I'm actually just going to do this like normal. Shame I missed that guy. Would have been a good fight if I hadn't missed that guy, but still a decent fight. I'm not going to complain about that. So, Kiwami is going to get away. We're going to try and distract RK for him. Sal's going to be in her apartment. I'm going to try and take care of this guy in a single combo. Always happen, unfortunately. I do actually like that he interrupted me and didn't flinch there, because now I'm guaranteed to take him here. Shame that didn't hit him. That would have been really good. Chat, I got one simple instruction for you. We call this chapter the Cat Jam set piece. Ladies and gentlemen, Cat Jam in the chat if you would. Well, this music is fucking banging. Doing that. And stay down. And the drop. Gets interrupted by that.
Really, guys?
Fortunately, that's the only time you're going to get to hear this song. It actually stops after this bit, which is a massive shame, because goddamn, RGG really know how to do good soundtracks. This fight, Akutsu, we are going to make sure that we take out Akutsu first. So, it's built up our EX nicely. This is going to take the fight to the next phase. And in this part, Kiwami...
Not happening.
Good luck, Yagami-kun.
It's going to fuck off. So, whilst he goes into his EX, we're going to start taking care of some of the enemies here in the attempt to obviously thin out some of the enemies in this fight. My attack buff on. This is EX. I need to dodge this. With Crane's EX, if there are enemies nearby, that will actually hit them. It's an actual AoE EX, which is really nice actually. Hope this hits you. Good. Now, you must make sure you do your Tiger upgrades before the end of this fight. Reason being is that once we are done with this fight, we are actually going to lose in a cutscene, and we're going to have our phone thrown away. And the nice thing about the game here is actually, with your phone thrown away story-wise, it actually doesn't let you use your phone in the game. So we can't heal here, we can't level up here, we can't do anything here. Akutsu has a chainsaw. Shame that. He's not going to have it for long. Once again, we're going to do our normal combo. This is going to send him straight into the next phase. Nice. Triangles for your QTE for this fight. Now, I'm hoping Akutsu goes the correct way then. I'm hoping he goes this way towards the screen. If he does, he's going to be in prime position for me to just absolutely mess everybody else up. I got good EX, so I'm just going to go straight into it. He's going to go to his EX, so be invulnerable for a while, so we're going to go over to the side, take care of some of the larger enemies here. Hopefully it goes with that. The large lads, as you can see there, have a brand new attack. It's fantastic. They actually throw their friends towards you. Shame I lost my thing. They can also throw furniture, which as well, also fantastic. I love the large lads and their actual like repertoire of moves in this game. It's actually fantastic. Not the greatest spread of damage right now, but good decent damage to the screen. Shame. Block that. Boys. Boys not doing a good job today. Shame. You can tell what difficulty of the game you're actually running on depending by the amount of health drops in that fight. Because you can't heal, the game decides to very nicely make some of the enemies drop health items. Now, on the easier difficulties, you get way more. harder difficulties. Good luck. We did that on hard in our casual playthrough. There was like 1 HP drop. I think it's like 1 or 3. It's like very, very little. It's fantastic. It's an actual genuinely hard set piece. I think on Legend you don't get any at all, which, oh god.
Hey.
I'm looking forward to that. We are going to do Legend speedruns of this game. It's one of those things where it's going to take a while to, you know, actually do a route for it. Also, we're going to desecrate the crime scene by stealing this yearbook from it, even though it's actual important evidence. We used to be a lawyer, you know. We're a very good lawyer detective, aren't we? Just desecrating murder scenes here, left and right. Not the first time, probably not the last time either. If I help, bud. Appreciate it. So, the bullies at this point are starting to realise that maybe bullying is a bad idea. Dumbasses. So, this is going to be the last time that we're actually in the school. This will be the point where we leave. This chapter is fantastic because you are going to get to meet the actual antagonist of this game, or as I should say, one of them. Because you've already met the other one. So we're going to check up on Class 2-2 before I leave. I don't know why I moved to the right there. That was me. I did that. Can't blame the game on that one. That was 100% my thumb that did that movement. I don't know why. So we're just going to go check up on Class 2-2. And as I said earlier, because this is the last time that we're in the school, we're actually going to be using the lift to leave here, which is very nice. Because again, otherwise on this side of the school, we have to go through 2 different doors that we have to open up, which is just a bit slower than using the lift. And as said, this is the last time where we will be in this school. But this chapter is all about trying to figure out who the hell Jin Kuwana is. Because Soma, the main antagonist of this game, or one of the main antagonists of this game, told us that his real name is actually Yu Kitakata. Jin Kuwana is just an alias. So, let's go figure that out. We're going back to the office. Menu out, taxi out. There we go. Ah, right. There's a level up I need to do in this chapter and make sure that I actually get this level up before it happens. Because we change our level up around a little bit with this route. I'll do it here, actually. Skills, attack, level 5. Good. Taxi, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Kuwana's house is actually strangely close by. It's actually very, very close by. This is... This little hut here on top of this parking garage isn't actually here in Yakuza Like a Dragon. You can actually walk on that. It's like a little bit of a small rooftop. So, since the events of Yakuza Like a Dragon, this little house got built up. When we get to Kuwana's house, we find that the place has actually been broken into already. We're looking for some clues. The clues are this ashtray, because Kuwana vapes, and the cigarette box, because Kuwana vapes. So, check the lighter. The lighter is secretly a USB device. But you have to look at the ashtray first to piece 2 and 2 together. Outside. Okay. I'm hoping to come out of this fight with enough EX for the fight afterwards. It's really hoping this guy wouldn't fly this way. I kind of pushed everyone everywhere. That's not ideal. This guy does have an EX, so I want to kill him before he uses it. My boy Kaito, give me a solid. No. I'm now out of EX. That is a bad fight. Oh dear. Oh dear. No EX for Soma. Oh baby. This is not gonna go well. You might actually get to see me do a bit of juggling coming up here as I build up my EX. So, we find that Kitakata has an uncle who runs a bar here in town. We're going to go to the bar and find that the place has been ransacked but not deserted. And unfortunately, the person on the other phone is Soma with an ice pick for Kaito. This is one of our main antagonists of Lost Judgment, and by God, this is one of the best fight themes that RGG have ever put out. So good. So goddamn good. This track is called Viper. It's absolutely amazing. Go listen to it. The full version is so goddamn good. Now, thankfully, Soma is not messing me around like Koana did. I messed up my timing a little bit, so I had to do that a little early, but honestly, that's not a bad Soma in the slightest. That's a pretty good Soma, despite having to mess up my EX. It's a shame you don't get to hear most of Soma's theme. You get to hear more of it later, trust me. When we do the boss gauntlet later, you'll also get to hear a lot more of it. Yeah, we don't get to the good part of the theme, which is a massive shame, because that theme is fantastic. I'm losing a little bit of time in this chapter. Okay, cool. Not quite sure why. I don't think that was that bad, actually. Just moving right in that one corridor messed me up. Yeah, a bit weird. I don't know why I lost time there. That's... Oh, I guess the fight outside of Koana's house. Yeah, that would do it. That would do it. That would do it. That was pretty not good. that was pretty not good, I'll be honest. Yeah, no, that... Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, fair. Some fight good, other fight... No. Movement also bad, so. Anyway, Survive Bar, you might recognize this place from Yakuza Like a Dragon. You might recognize the barkeep from, you know, Yakuza 0 to 3. When you say that his real name is Kita Kata, and this entire conversation just boils down to, give me the USB device. No, I'm gonna go watch the USB device. Why would I give you the USB device? But before we go and watch the USB device, Tesso. Imagine me actually remembering Tesso today.
Hey!
Do we have EX for this fight? Yes, good. It does now. Good. So, try and hit Tesso with full EX before so that he doesn't do an EX move. That will make this first part go way faster. I don't like you guarded, Tesso! Nexus. Again, hard difficulties have more QT block presses. I'm going to attempt to hit these guys down here. Tesso's going to go invulnerable for a second whilst that happens. Take care of the enemies. Now, when I get Tesso to a certain HP value, he will summon back up. Now, I'm hoping to hit Tesso before he does his EX, so I'm not going to do a charge attack to begin with. Unfortunately, that did not fully work out for me, but I'm just going to carry on and not give a fuck about Tesso. I'd rather kill off all the ads, because the ads are obviously going to be here for a long time. I'm actually surprised I got this EX in time. Good fight. Good fight. That last EX actually probably shouldn't have counted, but it did. That was right literally on maybe like the frame or the next frame for it to not actually work. That was very, very good. So, we're now going to look at the USB stick, and this USB stick is quite harrowing, unfortunately. This is a bullying video of a kid called Mitsuru Kusamoto, the son of the Vice Minister of Health, Reiko Kusamoto, and if you've played the original Judgment, you know anyone that holds the title of Vice Minister of Health ain't going to have that title for long. So, this is the guy that Arcade were looking for, Shinya Kiwami. This is the date that shows that this was just before Mitsuru Kusamoto attempts suicide. This is Uemamiya. This is Akaiki, the guy that we chased earlier. All of the pieces are putting into place all of a sudden. We're now going to go and look at the yearbook that we pilfered from the crime scene. And the interesting thing about this is that this is missing both Shinya Kiwami and the homeroom teacher. Because the homeroom teacher's real name, or the first one before, was Yuki Takata, aka Koana. So everything is finally fitting into place. I'm now going to sleep. That's the important part, is I now go to sleep. Every time you go to sleep in this, thankfully, you get healed and you get your EX back. So we don't have to worry too much about having to recover EX for fights coming up, which is really nice. Speaking of, there are fights coming up. But there is a fight coming up. Oh no, it doesn't give you your EX back. Sorry, it heals. It doesn't give you your EX back. I'm stupid, because this is the problem that I always find after Tesso, where I have no EX left. And I probably have no EX left here, because I finished the Tesso fight with my EX. So, back to Uemamiya. The groping was orchestrated. Then we show her the video that she's in with the bullying. Her personality literally does a complete 180, and then we get attacked by these guys with baseball bats. Good. Now, I don't have my EX, so I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to attempt to, hopefully, take them all out in a single combo. That was very good. For not having EX, that was very, very good. Our boy Sugiura actually just launching that guy. That was very, very good. Do appreciate that. That was pretty good. Yeah, that was actually really good. It's a good chapter. Speak to Yui Mami. I don't believe yet. Mitsuru Kusumoto's bullying video, at which point we get a phone call from Kuwana, who is broken into our office. Great. So now we're going to go and have a one-on-one conversation with Kuwana, which is going to turn into the game's hardest chase section. The chase section is really tough because we cannot make any mistakes in it. If you make even the slightest of mistakes, you are going to have a problem. And you're going to have a second lap. And the second lap in this chase actually costs you about 45 seconds. It's really bad. Because this chase has a very, very precise endpoint. So we have to be very, very careful with this one.
Hold up.
So apologies, chat, but I'm going to have to concentrate on this a second. Most of the early part of this is fine. That bucket ahead of us is the one bucket we need to make sure we hit, which is a pain because that bucket's really hard to hit. Again, if I mess up my movement beforehand, I'm not going to be able to hit it. The early part is fine. We can slightly mess up our movement here, but not after this next bit. So you can do that, and still be fine. Don't hit the car. This beer crate, as you'll see, is going to go flying. Good hit. And this is the point where I'm not allowed to make any mistakes. So don't hit the beer crate. Done that before. It's fine not to get that straight away because he's not pulling away during that time. The entire game slows down. But I did forget that that one exists. I always forget that one exists, to be honest.
Leave me alone.
Now, this is the tricky one, so hopefully we get this. Plenty of time. More time than I usually have there, actually. Pretty good. Was pretty good. And because we hit him with all the objects, he actually goes to the right here instead. If you didn't, he would go to the left and do an entire lap again. So that's the reason why you want to make sure that you get everything in the first lap. Because Kuwana, for story purposes, needs to stop here. Except the cutscene's still going. Hey, remember when we speedran Yakuza 6 like an hour and a half ago? And we were on this road and Haruka went into this car park? Yeah, that's the exact same one. Neat. Now, I'm hoping to get a little lucky with the start of this fight. Nope, that's not good at all. Very bad. Hoping the guy behind me actually moves forward so I can take care of these guys and him. Yep, good. Okay. That was fortunate end to a bad setup. That was a very bad setup. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you can actually get the double light strong attack to actually hit most of the enemies in the first part of that fight and actually take them out. The second hit of that combo did not do very well for me. I should have just cancelled out into my EX, which is something that I might consider for the future, to be honest. Time wait segment. Leave. Hey, you got it. You remember. Keep forgetting about this time waiting segment. Every single time. Almost forgot about it at GDQ, actually. As long as we can skip this cutscene, we get taxied back up to the part of the map. We can avoid this fate spawn with this skateboard. Again, if you get close, just jump. You won't fall off your skateboard like that. But the nice thing is, even if we get into the fight spawn here, this is actually an area trigger in Charles. So we don't actually have to worry too much about being in it. So, time to interrogate Yui Mamiya. So, grisly murder footage. Trace inspection report of the underwear garments on the hand of Ihara. Basically, they set it all up. That blind spot on the map that has no cameras on it. Surprise! That's where they did the changeover from Kuwana to Ihara. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing, isn't it? The map was the secret all along. That stupid piece of paper we keep showing to everybody. That piece of paper we keep going to people. Listen, please. Promise. This is the answer. It is the answer. Not the last time we'll be showing the map either. There's 2 more times. Good old map. we're off to go and see Ihara at the detention center, which is the Moida footage. And Sour Sensei told Ihara what happened to his son. I think this is Watanabe chapter, right?
Sure thing.
Not mind you telling me sure thing. Listen to Sayori-san. Always listen. Sayori-san is the best character in this video game.
Hello?
Can't skip this. Looks like you can, Watanabe levels. Yep. Just a bit too early. Yeah, Watanabe levels. Okay, so we're gonna head back to Izazaki Jincho. Fast menu. Do you like fast menu? It always feels good when you're, especially with like games that rely on menuing, to be confident in your menuing. It always feels good. That's probably one of the most satisfying things about speedrunning for me. Like, if you're on a very menu-based, very heavy menu-based speedrun like this, I absolutely adore getting the correct menuing. It's the most satisfying feeling in the world, but it's also the most unsatisfying feeling in the world to mess up cutscene skips and stuff. So it's a double-edged sword in that, you know, good menuing is so satisfying, bad menuing is so unsatisfying. It's the reason why I really like LAD's run, is that I'm usually reasonably pretty good at the menuing in that game. Usually.
Yagami.
Okay. We're going to wait until nighttime where we're going to get a phone call from Detective Watanabe. We're now going to go and try and find Detective Watanabe, who's over in Chinatown. Thankfully, Tsukumo was locating him via the noise on his phone. Bit weird, not going to lie. But, thanks to him, we're now going to get into another big boss fight. So, heading down here, we'll get to the middle of the intersection. And here we go. So I have to be very careful about what I upgrade here, because I'm going to do the wrong thing. 6 gauge extension reverse. That's the one I need to remember. So, we're going to go into our skills. We're going to go up here to EX gauge 1, extension 1, extension 2. This is going to make it so that we get our EX faster and keep it longer. Boost attack 6, and of course, EX reversal Tiger. So in our EX reversal when we're in Tiger, we will actually do more damage. Sad that missed. Do not, under any circumstances, fail this QTE. It's an instant death.
Oh god, no.
There's not that many instant death QTEs in IGG games. This is one of them. Nice, easy. That one's a lot nicer timing-wise. As long as you get out the charge attack for your final attack, you can easily defeat Detective Watanabe. What I like doing usually is doing a charge attack for the second or third attack, because that way I don't accidentally do too many attacks and hit him with the last attack while he's still invulnerable. Hey, J. Alfred, hope you're doing well. Oops, that's skippable. You know that's skippable. So, we're going to head over to the Komi Jewel area. This is supposedly where Kuwana is hiding.
Better be careful.
Spoilers.
Way to go. Yeah.
Spoilers, isn't it? But this is going to be our next stealth section into action section. It's going to be a pain in the ass, let me tell you. So, you don't need that gold plate. We don't need money in this run. The nice thing about this compared to OG Judgment is there's no money walls. We do not need money at all. Throw the coin here to make sure that he doesn't see us as we run by. He's going to see us a little bit, but not that much. God, he actually almost came over me. That would have been a first. Throw the coins, not the bombs. We're going to be saving that last smoke bomb for a stealth section later on. This looks skippable, it's not skippable. We're going to, again, throw a coin. Run past him. The drone. Skip and go for it.
I see now.
That's the end of the first stealth section. The next one also doesn't exactly do anything, so looks skippable, not skippable. Again, 90 to 95% of cutscenes skippable in the Dragon engine. It's fantastic. It's a great engine to speedrun in. Thankfully, for everything else that isn't skippable, it's usually quite fast to text skip, which is good. So we're gonna get in here. Sugiura's gonna catch up with us, but Arcade are also already here. So, run forward here. because we're going to go into a walking section, which, as you remember, in walking sections, when going up or downstairs, it's faster to do so in first person. So, head out the door. Now, you might remember this from Yakuza Like a Dragon. It's the exact same place. We're going to go a slightly different direction, much to my chagrin, because I fucking hate this bit. This bit is probably going to end the speedrun. I'm going to be upset. So we're going to head down this way. We're going to look over at this climbable section right here. Sugiura's going to run off that way, and we're going to do the climbing section. Now, more importantly, if you fail this climbing section in any way, you restart right there. That's important, because this bit absolutely sucks. I'm going to be going a little slowly here to make sure that I don't fall off. But the trouble is, I could just fall off if the game decides it wants me to coming up. There is going to be a jumping bit coming up right about here in a bit. Not this one, but the one afterwards. We have to go from one building to the other. And unfortunately, the game decides sometimes, hey, you don't have enough speed. Or fucking does that. This is the problem that I have with the action sections in the Dragon Engine. The Dragon Engine, whilst it's nice that these bits exist, the problem with this bit is that the Dragon Engine sometimes just decides it wants to yeet you off. It would be much better if, in this part, it was either A QTE, or B, fucking automated like the wall runs. This happened casually as well. That almost failed as well, by the way. Because you need to make sure you're running at a good speed to be able to make it over, which is why it doesn't work. Like, and that cost me a good 30 seconds and ended the speedrun. I'm gonna kick this guy in the face. Good fight. I'm angry. I just kicked a man off a roof. I don't think he's alive anymore. Whoops. Supposed to be, you know, law-abiding citizen, detective, lawyer Yagami, but in this instance, no, we're, Batman Yagami. I know Batman doesn't kill, trust me.
Yeah.
You think Batman hasn't killed before? Bullshit.
Huh?
That man would kill Superman if he could. Let's go. So, in this fight, we're going to be using our EX straight away to go in, hopefully attack these guys, get some damage up out of them. I want this guy hopefully to get hit. I was hoping that the others would actually be on their way over, but they're not, which is really weird. This guy is the one we want to take care of in our EX. There's actually a real bad set of enemies away from you right here. That interrupted my EX, actually. So, Sugiura here is doing a real bad job of dealing with the gun enemies. You're supposed to take out the gun enemies. Bad fight. Bad set piece. Bad fight. Very bad. Now, we get told that Koana isn't actually here. Koana is over in the Lumang area. So we're going to go there. Now, this is a pain in the ass bit, because sometimes you can't actually get the drone out to despawn enemies, which would be very bad. Speak of the devil. Good. Speak of the absolute devil. Good fight spawn. Hate the fight spawn here. Because we're with Sugiura, we can't get our skateboard out. Now, time for, once again, a whole host of, if you please, cat jams in the chat, because it is time for absolutely amazing fight theme.
Stay out of my way.
So we're not going to use our EX straight away. We're going to get our damage and do a decent bit of damage to Koana. We want our EX for phase 2 of this fight. Beautiful fight. Perfectly timed. Ooh, good shit. Good fight. Love that. Don't worry, you'll get to hear that theme in its entirety later on. Don't you worry about that. Ah, boy Zhao from Like a Dragon! His ass, and he's cooking! That's the only cameo he gets. That's about as much that he gets in the actual speedrun as well, to be fair. It's a massive shame. It's a non-speaking cameo role, by the way. It's not important, but it's like a sly little, you know. I know that guy. I know that guy. You know that guy. We know that guy. So we're gonna head over to the construction site. We're trying to bait out whoever has a there you go. Whoever has a lock on Reiko Kusamoto's phone, whoever's bugged it. Which, surprise, surprise, it's public security, and they have under their employment RK. So let's go head over there now. It is Unwavering Belief, yes. A bloody good song. I never thought they'd top Penumbra as a final boss theme, but by God, they actually went and did it, the Mad Lads. How? I have EX. That's going to make this a lot faster. So, I'm going to start from the left-hand side of this fight, going to the EX, and hopefully hit most enemies with it. So I was hoping to hit more than that, which is a shame, but... Ooh, the nice thing is, I'm at low HP. So I'm actually doing way more damage than I should be right now. This is our low HP strats. This is why we get Verge of Death Wounded Tiger a bit early. It's because if you manage to get into your, you know, your actual Verge of Death, you do an insane amount of damage. I would like to ask, ladies and gentlemen of the Speedrun jury, that's you, chat. I'd like to ask, despite the fact that I lost 30 seconds by falling off of a fucking building, how in the blue bloody hell did I just save 14 seconds? What? This is Yakuza 6 all over again. This might actually have a chance of PBing. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I need you to question whether or not this speedrunner is cheating. Because I think he is. Not good. Very not good. Don't actually know how I saved that time. I fell off a fucking building. The only explanation I have is that whatever PB splits those are, because they're not my PB, whichever PB splits those are, I fell off the fucking building. There's no other explanation other than I fell off the building. That's the only way that makes an ounce of sense. These PB splits have me falling off the building. There is no other way. Like, there's no other way. Excuse me. Sofa. We could actually still PB. That's the absolute craziest thing about this run right now. Is we actually could PB. Like, I'm... If this PB has fallen off of a building, does that mean that we have, does that mean we have Quicksoma in this splits? There's a chance that it does, because I'm fairly certain my proper PB has Quicksoma. And the PB before this one. There's a chance the finale has a 30-second time save. But I don't know these splits. These are definitely my splits, but they're not the 229 that I set. So I don't know what's happened to those. RNG manipulation, yeah. RNG manipulating a loss of 30 seconds. Hey, your hitbox every single time. Hoshino's hitbox is fine, even though he's a massive piece of shit in this game. Leave it to Sayori-san. That's the correct answer here. Thank you very much. This stops you from going through a menu to redo Sayori's makeup again, because we get to have to do her walk in shame once again. Where all we do is walk down this entire road, and it's great. It's good gameplay. It's the best. I love this bit. Hoshino is a sexual deviant. I hate him now. Yagami's head's too big. I can't see my dude. But the good thing about this entire shitty section is that by walking down this street, I get 10,000 skill points. That's pretty good. That's a level up. That's a couple of level ups, actually. We actually kind of have too much SP at this point, even now, but, you know. You know. Oh yeah, we have the Yakuza level, don't we? Oh yeah, we have the Yakuza fight. That can go better. Actually, well, actually, I don't know these splits, do I? I may not be able to go better. I don't know. Yeah, I dislike this bit. Basically, Hoshino becomes a massive jerk in this bit, and like all of Hoshino's character development from Judgment 1 gets completely ruined in this entire cutscene. Pretty impressive, that. Very impressive, that. Gender is the only good choice in this option. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. So we're here to try and figure out where RK are hiding. Act surprised when I tell you that RK are in RK's hideout that we went back to all the way in Chapter 6. It's the same room. It's never left. What's the point of destroying Hoshino's character like that? I got a big level up coming up here. Okay, so I need to get myself a couple of things. We're going to get a weird one to begin with. We're actually going to be getting grip level 1, which you didn't think that grip would be important in the speedrun, but actually it is for the next chapter to go fast. Excuse me, I did pull out my phone, thanks. So, grip level 1. We're going to get EX, 3 and 3. And we want dodge and adamantine, don't we? So, where are we? Where are we? I've actually lost it. Dodge and adamantine. That's going to look EX Burst Immortal. So, when we get eventually to that amount of skill points, we'll be able to get a skill that will keep us alive. I'm going to knock them too far away. Charge attacks. Kaito. Being Kaito. Love you, Kaito. Yes. That attack to hit. Oh god, there's too many large HP guard enemies left over. This is not good. Ninokutsu dead. I'm stunned that he has yet to use his EX. And he won. Despite the fact that Akutsu stayed alive, but where the heck is he going, Kaito? My boy? You helped out so much earlier. Look at all these healing items. Yeah, not a good fight. Not a good fight. Yeah, I'm still saving time somehow. I guess those splits had a bad Akutsu fight. Kaito kind of took that guy away. Akutsu stayed alive for far too long. Far too long. Despite the fact that Akutsu stayed alive for far too long, it actually wasn't that bad because he didn't do his EX at all. I think I heard him pull out his EX once, but that was when we were on the other side of the room. So actually, it wasn't that bad. I can't complain about that Akutsu fight, honestly. Well, I can. But I don't think it's that bad, so. God damn it, miss me. So, we're going back to, obviously, our office. We're going to go and sleep overnight. And in this chapter, we're going to try and find out more about Soma. Again, if you jump, you actually avoid pedestrians. You avoid falling off your skateboard with pedestrians, which is really nice. Okay. Charles. Over to Charles. Go see our boy Higashi. Again, the nice thing is it's the same exact tactical locations as the original Judgment, so you don't have to worry too much about that. It's going to be really weird going back to the original Judgment after this fighting system. It's going to be really weird going back to OG Judgment with no combo speed. It's going to hurt at first, it really is. But as I said, OG Judgment speedrun actually has some real in-depth tech to it. It's really good. You're going to see a really good speedrun. You're going to see a really good speedrun. I absolutely love it. Soma's fight music is called Viper, yes. It is very, very good. The full version that you haven't heard yet is even better. Hey, Divine. Hey, shrooms. Random ass shrooms we picked up off the ground. But yeah, Viper, the full version of Viper is stunningly good. I mean, every single RGG soundtrack is an absolute banger, but like the songs in this game are phenomenal. Genuinely phenomenal. So, we're gonna go back to this building from the prologue. Thank you for getting my way, Kaito. I appreciate it. Higashi's here as well, as you just heard. Hey, yeah. Let's see the knockdown. That wasn't too bad. That man's gone.
Really, guys?
Once you're over the out of bounds, you're not coming back in. On this speedrun. So, much like the original Judgment, there are certain passcodes in the game, and if you know the passcodes ahead of time, you can actually use them ahead of time. For example, this set of input devices here that we're supposed to go through, you're supposed to go backwards to go get the code, but instead we're just gonna, you know, 0508. At which point Kaito turns into Ryuji from Persona 5. For real?
Yeah.
Skip a text box, then skip this. This is the reason why we got our grip upgrade. For the final part of this action section, which is the last one, thank God, if you make perfect movements, you can actually get through this faster. Or you can get through with grip level 1, which obviously makes it faster. If we could sneak over to the right there, we would save so much time. But unfortunately not. So. LG Judgment made LG Judgment so easy. Being able to swap, like, your combo style at any point is so good. Like, I will still maintain that despite the fact that the combat in OG Judgment's speedrun is better than Lost Judgment's, the combat in this game, in general, casually, is way better. Way better. It's so good. Like, it's a bit less, it's a bit more looser, it's a little less, you know, rigid, but I think that most people would like OG Judgment's combat if you like fighting games. In this game, obviously, it's a little bit faster paced. In OG Judgment, it's actually a little bit more timing based. With OG Judgment's combat, there's a common misconception where we can obviously, don't do this game, where we can obviously change our style at any point in our combos in this game. In OG Judgment, there's a common misconception you have to be in your EX mode. Incorrect. You can do it at the apex of your combo, aka when the strong attack hits. There's a timing aspect to it. Now, this is the bit I have to focus on and not mess up my movement. I'm not too happy with this movement, if I'm being honest. Push it anyway, because we need to. Let me close. Yeah, that's why you have to be careful. That was very, very close on what wasn't perfect movement, but was very good movement. Okay, these two stay together, because if they stay together, this fight ends rather quickly. As you see.
What a waste.
I agree. I very much agree.
Hey.
We're gonna let Kaito and Nagashi up onto the roof.
Okay.
Tiger needs very much to be toned down. Has Yaku's hair compared between OJ and LJ? Bit fluffier in this game, if you ask me. Bit fluffier. Moves about a bit more. Power the PS5. Same range, it's the same. it just looks a bit fluffier. Because the original Judgment, you've got the original Judgment and Judgment Remastered now. Judgment Remastered does get rid of the kind of cool visual filter that the game has. You have to wait for this guy to turn around. Please turn around. Thank you. And the visual filter is kind of cool. It's a shame that they didn't have it for the remastered version, but that means that the remastered version of Judgment on console is actually like 60 FPS and is really good, even though the PS5 and the Xbox Series X could handle the original filter. I kind of like both the filter and I kind of like the new look of Judgment, you know? There's no one real, like, good style. Like, they're both good. Final stealth section. This is why we have our smoke bomb. We need to get that guy at the end. The trouble is, we're starting a hiding spot, so we can't actually move until we take care of this first guy. So this is why we have our smoke bomb, to make this bit go a bit faster. You need perfect movement here to be able to get the other guy in time. You do have to take care of this guy as well. It's more noir, kind of. I felt like the original was a bit more noir-like. Well, I guess it was a bit of a, you know, yellow filter. Oh, God. What the fuck? I have to wait. I have to wait. That sucks. I do not understand what the fuck just happened there. That was interesting. I've never seen that before. There are no Dreamcast Yakuza games. The series is on PS2. None of them went to the Dreamcast. They're on PS2. It went to the Wii U. Unless you're talking about Shenmue, at which point, no. I know people that do Shenmue. I like watching Shenmue runs. Would I like doing Shenmue runs? No. No. Absolutely not. No. No. But I do like Shenmue casually. EX out of that. That was okay despite that. I need to get that guy into his EX a lot faster than that, to be honest. I wonder if it's worth going after him first instead of the big group of people just to get him into his EX. Honestly. Might actually be worth it. I need to play around with that. Yeah, I need to play around with that. Now, Shenmue isn't actually affiliated. It's not RGG Studios. They are good games in their own right. Obviously, the Yakuza series is almost like a spiritual successor, and I'm gonna say something controversial again. Better than Shenmue. Did it again. I do. Don't mistake me as saying Shenmue is bad. I like Shenmue a lot. I do like Shenmue a lot. I just think that the Yakuza series is better. Obviously, it's had more time and more resources to, you know, get to this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Unaki. Unaki, my dude. Controversial anymore? To some people, yes. Again, I am still saying that Shenmue is a good series. Do not take this as me saying Shenmue is bad, because I actually really do like Shenmue. I haven't played Shenmue 3 yet, so that's probably the reason why I'm saying that. So keep that with a grain of salt until I've finished or played Shenmue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the specific time that I'm saying that. If I remember rightly, we got to go see Tesso. Yes, we do. Good. Actually remembered the thing in the speedrun. Good. I do like Shenmue 1 and 2. I wish you hadn't said the name though, because if my mod Nayu, who should still be lurking in the background,
here we are,
remembers I promised to play Shenmue on stream about 3 years ago, and has still never let me leave that fact down. One day. That's not my menuing. I'd go much faster than that, obviously. We just need to go into any disguise. Any disguise is fine. How are we looking? 2:07 here. 1 minute 30 to finish this chapter. Potentially. No, actually 2 minutes. Wait. Yeah, 2 minutes with the time loss I'm already on. Actually, that is very good. 1:30 is actually slightly better. We'll see where we are PB-wise after the end of this chapter, because this actually could be very good. We have one big long fight left to go here, which I'm hoping goes well. I need to build up my EX at the start of this. Let's grab really fast. I mean, it's one of those games that, if it was made these days, would actually probably, like, do really well. It's kind of a shame it was a product of its time. That's not good. That guy. I need to get this guy. Ah, you got that. I hate you. I still have brain. So the problem is that guy now has a gun. Now the big problem that I'm having here is that I've actually moved a lot of characters away, and so has Kiwami. This is a bad fight. Oh, what? Kiwami, why are you on this side? Oh, that's terrible. That's a bad fight. That's such a shame. Wow, I could have been ahead. I actually could have been ahead. I moved some enemies away a bit too far, and then Kuwana also moved some enemies away a bit too far. But, despite that, we're only 8 seconds behind. This is PBable somehow. This keeps happening. This keeps happening. I don't know how this keeps happening. It keeps happening. But Shenmue, the Shenmue is undeniably had a big impact on games. Like, Shenmue for its time was so unique. Like, Shenmue for its time was absolutely fantastic. Like, a lot of aspects of Shenmue are actually emulated in games today with, like, the time waiting stuff, like, everything being, like, obviously interactable and stuff. Like, Shenmue at the time was genuinely groundbreaking, which is, I think, one of the reasons as to why Shenmue did so well back then is because, you know, it genuinely was absolutely groundbreaking. Like, we'd never played anything like it when it came out. Now you get games that do what Shenmue does, but just way better. Which is also a little unfair on Shenmue itself. I do think that Shenmue itself could do better. The things that I heard about Shenmue 3 don't fill me with confidence, but I will hold my opinion until I've properly played it, of course. But it does sound like it needed time and budget.
I'm going to try and...
I need to taxi over here. Away from this place. But I think that, yeah, Shenmue is still one of those things that's so beloved, and you can still feel its influence on games today. It's one of those things that was very good, and I still think it can be very good. We're going to show off the match. No, we're not. That's later. We'll show them that later. For now, we say this bastard still has the murder weapon. Oh. 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 But I say hold-ups today. As an experience, yes. But I would say that with the same way that I would say that Yakuza 3 has kind of aged not amazingly. You know, it's still good. It's still very worth playing. It's a good experience, but it's still very, these days, rough around the edges. Shenmue 1 is damn near tank controls, for example. I'm someone that likes tank controls. I grew up on the original Resident Evils, but by God, it is a bit sluggish. Shenmue 2 actually is very, very good still. So it's kind of like OG Yakuza 1 and 2, you know? You've kind of got your original game, which isn't terrible, but the second game had so much more little extra things added to it. The second game is way better. So I think they're still worth experiencing. There is a HD version of Shenmue 1 and 2 that is very much worth picking up if you're interested in Shenmue. And I do think that, yeah, I do think that it's still worth, like, trying Shenmue and seeing what Shenmue is about.
Let's go.
Bad menu. That was hard if you tried Resi 4 and was confused. May I recommend the virtual reality version of Resident Evil 4? No joke, Resi 4 VR, I'm still stunned at. I'm still playing through that in my own time. I'm still stunned at how good Resi 4 VR is. Like, I honestly expected Resi 4 to be like a stupid simple cash grab of let's slap Resi 4 into a VR machine. But there's actual care and attention that has gone into it, and it's bloody good. Really bloody good. So, yeah. Yeah. But the older Resi games, they are hard to get into because of the tank controls, honestly. I like them. I like them a lot. I really like them a lot. So you love it, yeah. Like, Resi 4 is a good game. It's another one, again, of those games that actually, like, shaped the entire landscape of things that actually came along. And as we all know, the rumors of the remake of Resi 4, and whilst I don't think I would want to go for a Resi 4 remake, per se, I'm stunned still at how well... I'm stunned still at how well Resi 4 translated into virtual reality, and that just makes me want other Resi games in VR like Resi 5. This bit goes fast if you don't get any of the smoke bombs from Sycamore. If you get a smoke bomb, you are going pretty slow, so I'm hoping not to get smoke bomb in this part.
are ready to go.
That man is EXing. I am unhappy about this. What the fuck was that? Yagami. Slow fight. Oh, what the fuck that was? Yagami just went for a bloody counter that wasn't there. Yeah, they play differently. They're very good. I like the originals, but I also like the newer ones, and I also think that Resi 2 Remake is obviously absolutely fantastic, but I still love OG Resi 1. Resi 3 Remake less so. I wish there wasn't cut content in it, like the Clock Tower and stuff. But I still think that Resi 3 Remake isn't awful. It's just the promise of Resi 2 Remake combined with Nemesis was so high that it just fell flat on its face, because, like, the whole point of Nemesis is that he turns up randomly. There is RNG whether he turns up or not, and, like, he can just turn up at certain points of the city, sure, but he can turn up in, like, different parts of the city. And the problem with Resi 3 Remake is it kept him to certain little play areas. Like, with the promise of, like, what Mr. X was, something like Mr. X or, like, a big playground like that with Nemesis would be fantastic, and I think that's what most people were upset about. But I also think that because of how different it is, there's obviously place for both OG Resi 3 and Remake. How did that miss? How did that actually miss? Which one did I miss? I did not want to EX yet, but... Sorry, Higashi. Whoops. Hey, Dices. Yeah, all the runs I've done for GDQ, this is the last one. Considering it's the one we did the other day. Actually, funnily enough, we got a PB Yakuza 6, of all things. We were like 2 minutes behind at one point and then saved a minute and a half in a split. I have no idea how that even happened. Trying to put my EX back up for the final fight. There we go. So now I'm going to EX these guys down. Actually, I'm hoping they'll come over here, so let's EX these guys down. I should wait on that first hit, but... Higashi, I'm leaving that last guy to you. I believe in you. You won't let me down yet. You're alive. Oh, that's terrible, that dodge. Higashi, that man is still alive. This is why we trust our boy Kaito more. God damn it. It's been pretty well other than that. Yeah, the Yakuza 6 run PB'd, which was really, really good. I wasn't expecting that. This has been alright. This actually could PB still, which is kind of weird. Because these aren't my PB splits, but this would technically be a PB, so... I'm not actually quite sure what happened in these splits. Wish I was on Crane for that. So I got a couple upgrades for Crane earlier. That makes it so that if I dodge an attack, I actually get a big combo speed boost. Just gonna be building back up my EX in this fight. Someone hit me, please. Okay, who? Come on. No. I really want the combo speed boost in this fight to go a lot faster. Why is no one? Thank you. Watch the speed now. And it also applies to EX as well. Should give a quick warning for photosensitivity for this bit, because this is going to get very flashy if I do everything correctly. Thank you. Beautiful. Good lad. If I can do this bit quickly, I'd like you to stop guarding large lads. So I've lost my combo speed. Now I've also lost my attack damage, so I'm going to have to build that back up with this. Style shifting is the key to going fast in this part. The other secret is the fact that all the enemies are hopefully being kept together. These guys are spawning above me, which isn't great. Just have to be very careful of the last enemy that spawns in. He's the one that can actually kill me in one hit. Thankfully, not this guy. do want him gone so I can see if he spawns in. I was really hoping you were attacking there. Thank you. Good, he should spawn in during this bit. There he is. And he's over here as well, that's perfect. He needs to die. This man needs to die. If I'm in my EX, I should actually be safe from dying, which is good. Just crane to get some speed, get back over here. I'll do some snakes, sure. Don't want to, but... Too bad. Okay, that was okay. That wasn't too bad. I had some very good time dodges there on Crane. I would prefer to be in low HP for this bit for the extra attack up. We should be okay. Actually, yes, okay. Not often you actually use that attack with Snake, but I do like using it. It's a good attack that can do a little bit of damage. It's considered a throw. Sit here, please take care of that guy. Oh, come over and take care of him. Yeah, you will. It's really weird. Your AI partners in this game, as I'm about to shit talk them, sometimes they're really good and sometimes they're really not. It's really weird because with the new EXP system, it seems like if you ever, like, even on hard difficulty, if you go into a fight, say one of the early fights when you've got Kaito and Kuana with you in the Liumang area, when you leave one enemy alive, just watch them, because they won't actually take care of the enemy, which really sucks. I have my EX. Ooh, good. I'm very glad these exploding barrels don't actually explode in this game. Nice, good fight. Very good fight. Okay, this is good. This is good. The only downside to that fight is not ending close to this door, but that is absolutely fine. That was a good fight. Speed tech here, we want to run forward very, very quickly. We want to make sure that we look up to the left, because we're in a walking section. Look at the orange barrels, that's where we got to go. Look to the right, that's how we get up there. So, we're going to leave the boys behind. This actually so far could be PB pace. Like, this actually isn't too bad. This is not bad at all. It all is going to come down to Soma, I think. I think it's going to come down to Soma. So, I'm fairly certain these splits had a low HP Soma, which would have made things a lot faster. Go here for cutscene. Now for our only second lock-picking section of the entire game. Nice. Had it good until that one. Like the end boss in this game? Yes. Yes, I do. Both from a thematic standpoint and the actual fight itself.
No.
Which is really interesting because I also adore the absolute ever-loving fuck out of OG Judgment's final boss. OG Judgment's final boss was, for me, at the time, probably the quintessential best final boss RGG have ever put out. Like, the themes behind it, the actual fight theme itself, the boss fight itself, the multi-layered fight to the fact that, you know, there's two phases. Such a good fight. Such a good fight. And yet this game somehow almost beats it. And I don't like the fact that I don't have any EX built up, so up quickly. I really want this guy dead because he's a pain. Go over here. EX as soon as I get up here, because that cancels it out, and I can get back to my feet quicker. Charge that one. Good fight again. Wow. This is actually working out really well so far. This is a very good finale so far. Sometimes you have to skip one piece of dialogue in those bits just to make sure that you can skip the rest. What the? There. Over here. Okay. One long action section here. If you fall down in this action section here, there is 2 really nasty enemies to fight, but usually this action section has no problems in the slightest. This action section is actually really nice. It's actually, considering the rest of the action sections and how bad they've been in this run so far, the fact that I fell off a goddamn building, this action section is chill. We would be ahead right now if I didn't fall off of a fucking building. God damn it. I'm upset. I'm actually upset. Hey, Insane Raccoon, hope you're doing well. But yeah, if we fall off here, then we have to fight those 2 guys down there that have purple HP bars. But even if you don't level up grip to level 1 like I did earlier in the run, you shouldn't ever fall off here. It's great. Saying that, it's gonna happen, isn't it? What we have seen with some of our runners is Dragon Engine shenanigans, once again, with this bit here. So, what's going to happen in a second is I'm going to have to wall run over here. This can throw you down to the ground. Not happened to me yet, but I have seen it happen to other people. So we have to be very careful about that. I can jump down here. Ah, that was too early. Skip falling down all of those individually. Okay. One last group of enemies. This HP is actually at least okay for Soma. I guess I'm gonna do a little juggle to build EX into not EXing final phase. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it.
Come on board.
This ought to be good.
I don't know who gave that boy Kaito a forklift, but I'm not complaining. Also, hope you're doing well, Egg Dices. Hopefully you've been having a nice time off since GDQ. For those who don't know, again, as I said earlier, I'll mention it again now because we're getting to the end of this mini marathon. We are going to do the boss gauntlet after this, by the way. I will be taking a day off tomorrow. I've got a lot of things that I need to do tomorrow. I've got to fix my toilet seat. I've got to build a seat. I've got to look after my dog. I've got to fix my PS3. I've got to go see a man about my taxes. Not necessarily in that order, but you never know. Get used to your EX phase. That's not what I wanted to do. He's not in his EX phase yet. Barrel guides have got to go. Into EX, please. This is a very bad fight so far. How large it be rather. EX guy will come over to me. It's fine. I really want to charge that. I do want to charge this. So I do not want barrel guys alive. Barrel guys are the worst. Okay. I don't want to do that counter, but at the same time, that's actually not a bad way to end that fight with that much HP left. Thanks, Kaito! This is actually building up my EX as well. Oh, Higashi. Take back every bad thing I said about you. Grab. Okay, 2 bars of EX. That should almost free. That should get us EX into Soma as well. That's not too bad. Slow fight, but the trade-off was building up my EX for both of these next 2 fights. So hopefully, Soma behaves here. If Soma behaves here, we're going to have, hopefully, a very quick 2 set of fights. So, this is our final set of bosses. We're going to start with Soma Phase 1. Going to EX, run to Soma, and then hit him complete with this EX. Do not bother with the answer tool in this fight. You don't need to. Hopefully Soma does not... Ah, the game actually moved me away. That sucks. Okay, with the drop in the phase, I think I lose my EX. So... with this HP bar, I think I can get away with stupid strats. So... build up EX, and then just EX. I think that's what we do here. I think that's how we do this faster. We are, yes, we are getting Kaito's story DLC. No one knows what that's gonna take place. We don't know whether that's gonna be like Kaito during the time of the game, or whether it's gonna be, you know, just a random Kaito story, which I'm okay with. More Kaito is good. I assume we're gonna see more of our boys Higashi and Sugiura. Okay. Remember when I said you'd hear the longer version of Viper later in the run? There you go. Enjoy this fight theme. This damn near horror game fight theme. I love this fight theme. It is amazing.
Stick around, won't you? Behind you.
God, I love this fight theme so fucking much. I can literally do a 20-page essay on how good this fight theme is. It is so, so good. I'm assuming no EX? I have EX. Ooh. Anyway, I'll just do Soma as I normally would. No, Soma. Please go to second phase with this. If not, I should be able to get off. Yep. Combo. Actually, I'll wait until this is done just in case. I don't want to actually hit that because what I want to do is cancel out. I'm going to go into my inventory and use not the Divine Water, but the Horizontal Extract. This is going to end the fight. And also the fight after this one. This is the end of the run. 229. I think this is a PB. I actually think this might be a PB.
Pay attention.
I am. Calm down. Unfortunately, not going to get to hear all of this amazing fight theme because I went fast, but you will hear more of this fight theme in the boss gauntlet coming up in a bit. Shame, it was just about to get to a good bit as well. Hey, here's the final boss. Enjoy. I'm just gonna walk away for a second. Yes, I am actually gonna walk away.
You really gonna do that?
If you guys don't back off, then I will. Do you know how many people I've killed through the years?
Nah. But if you were really that kind of scum, we wouldn't have come down here. You wouldn't be the kind of person worth saving. This one is my fight, guys.
The way I see this, Tak, you and Kuwana both have your reasons. Something to consider. But between the both of you, is there really a right answer?
Such a good fight theme. Hold on. So, this is the final boss fight, and because we have the Horizontal Extract on, yeah. Watch this. Gonna go into that EX to get a little bit of extra damage. A little bit sad I missed that attack, but it's fine. Yeah, this is what the Horizontal Extract does. It's a bit of a laughable way to end the run, but it is what it is. If I had low HP, this would be going even faster. This is a PB. This is a PB. Huh, interesting. It's not my actual PB, but it's a PB, I guess. It's a PB because I didn't hit record on the 229. I don't want to finish the combo. Ah, because he falls down. Hold on. And time is on this triangle input here. Yeah, that's it. That's time. Wow, look at that time save in the finale. Oh, that was a good finale. Good fight. Ah, it's because it's saying Yakuza. It's the spin-off. Yakuza game shirts off. Yakuza spin-offs shirts on. Yeah, the Horizontal Extract makes that hilariously overpowered and hilariously easy. It is what it is. That was a very good finale, actually. I don't think... Look at my splits here. I don't think I had the quick Soma. I don't think I would have saved a minute without quick Soma. So... Don't know what happened there, but I don't know what's happened in my splits, but oh well, that's definitely at least a recorded PB, which is good. So technically it is a PB. So, one last thing. Before we go, what's my summon best actually? Before I close this. Summon best. 230. Still terrible. good. Before I go, let us set up these splits. Let us do the boss gauntlet. This was the incentive that we tried to do for GDQ. What we're going to do is we're going to do all the bosses in the boss gauntlet. So these are all the bosses from the run that we just did, but some of them have a couple of extra little conditions, like we only use Tiger against Kosuke, Crane against Tesso, most skills Snake against Soma, and we're going to finish with Super Bloody Amon. I've got to hit start, so fuck it. Thank you, Liz. Appreciate it. Alright, so, Kosuke. We want to actually make sure that we do a full combo against Kosuke. We're going to try and launch Kosuke, because we can get a little bit of a juggle out, which keeps Kosuke nicely in a corner that I can just hopefully keep him going, but unfortunately, he's going to counter us. He's trying. He's going to use his EX at some point, which is not quite for me. This is a good Kosuke, actually. Drop an EX. Ah, he's too far away. If I was a bit closer, that would have been a very good finish. It's a sub 1 minute Kosuke. That's actually really good. It's actually really, really good. Holy shit. Alright, Tesso. So Tesso, we're going to use Crane style now. This is going to make this fight reasonably fast. I'm going to actually wait at the start of this fight. Actually do the stupid and taunt Tesso.
That all you got?
He's going to use the EX, which I'm going to counter, and then I'm going to be able to do some stuff myself. Please attack. Thank you. Now I have my speed. 3, 4, 5. The nice thing about Crane is there are a couple of combos that have actual heat attacks based off their combos. I don't actually like Tesso being in the corner, because it's actually a little harder to deal with him. I would like you to stop dodging that, because that's the combo that I need to launch you for this. Oh my god. Tesso, my dude. Attack me, please. Thank you. Fine, I'll do the other. Fine, I'll do this one. A little easier to get off this one against Tesso. Not the greatest of Tessos, but still fine. Snake style Soma. I said earlier about how good this fight is. This is an amazing fight. I love this fight. It's so good. So, when I counter, he's going to counter. This is a counter fight. It is actually a really goddamn cool fight. Obviously, utilizing a lot of Snake's latent potential. I was supposed to counter that. I'm trying to get the Snake bonus onto Soma, because that's going to make him react less. By knocking him into an object like that, he will not actually react, which is really nice. That's what the EX to do. You can see your EX moves do a lot in this fight. Okay. That's okay, so the fight, that's pretty good. I'll take that. Next up, Super Angry Watanabe, where I have 1 HP, and if I don't die in this fight, I consider that a success. This fight keeps killing me, and I'm upset about it. So, even though we're on 1 HP, we have everything from the run that we had earlier. I actually tried to do my dodge cancel there, but it didn't work. I'm actually kind of surprised that didn't work. So, this one sucks. Again, if you get hit by that EX, it's game over. If you get hit by most things from Watanabe in this fight, it's game over. He doesn't usually EX that first hit, which is a little surprising. That's what he usually does. You can actually get hit. If you can hit the EX, it's actually really good. I now have a bunch of damage, and because I'm in EX, I'm going to do way more damage. Oh, this is bad. Patience. Absolute virtue in the Watanabe fights. Despite that, it wasn't that awful of a fight. Mortal Kuwana is Kuwana 2, but with the HP regen. Not actually that much to this fight. This one's just like the most normal fight of the bunch. I heard my counter actual go off there. It didn't work. That's interesting. Very interesting. Not quite sure why that didn't go off, but I heard it go off.
Stay out of my way.
Must have done it just a bit too late. I messed up. You're not supposed to dodge twice. You're supposed to dodge once because that stores up the other dodge. I'm just going to do it the old-fashioned slow way where I wait for him to punch me this time. You can go very, very fast at the start of this fight, but it is very finicky. It is very, very tight timing-wise. Kind of torn.
Bring it.
Damage. You are being a pain today. Holy crap. That's what I get for calling him a basic fight. Again, you only have Tiger for this fight. That's what I get for calling him basic. Jeez. Alright, so next up is going to be an actual hard fight. This is Hyper Soma. We have to make use of every single one of our EX moves to be able to finish this fight. So if I start at the start of this fight, I should have him use his counter, which I attack and get my attack speed off that counter. Hang on a second to actually hit that. I will do this EX action while I'm on the ground. This one does a lot of damage. So Soma here is definitely on either hard or legend because we have our heat damage retention in this fight. So basically if we use the same heat move multiple times, we stop doing as much damage. That to hit me. 5. Soma. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need to get this off. There we go. This is one of the harder ones to get off, so that's why I'm going to get it off as early as possible before Soma gets hyper aggressive. I also need to get off one of these heat attacks. So I'm going to do that before, because we're in this area, I don't want to break all the starter cases just yet. Thank you. Missed out on the combo. Pretty, did it grab? So you'll see here that this won't actually do that much damage. I'm just doing this to stop the timer while it gets me up. Listen to the drop. Told you Vital was good now, didn't I? I just time that. That's the last one I haven't done yet. So now I have to beat him in a fist fight. HP's starting to get a little low. Because he has actually bled me in this fight, which is really bad. I don't really want to use the mortar reversal. It's not exactly great damage, but it's okay damage. God, I might actually die. Summer. Okay, God. That fight sucks. That fight is actually really hard to do. That fight is really, really hard to do. Now for Perfect Kuana, which is a very easy fight because we have access to damn near every single attack, including the counter. So I'm going to try and get that counter off if possible. After we get the X off. Hopefully try and get our damage up a little bit. That I can't. Hey, that was a good setup, right? There it is. Look how much damage that does. You get that, you do an insane amount of damage, even without the attack buff. You fucker. I hate it when he does that one. I should have actually done a job on that one. Look at that damage. Like, if you can get this off, it's so good. The timing on it is very, very tight and precise. It's essentially like the Tiger Drop. It's the same input. It's still faster to do this fight, like, normally. But it is fun to do, you know, the counter. No, I'm just gonna finish this fight. Just have one more fight after this anyway. Ah, you got it. How dare you. Always guarding the strong attacker. Interesting not trying to murder me. Now, normally that would be the end of the boss gauntlet, but I was told I could do Super Aim on as well. So, this is one of the hardest fights RGG has put out, but it's actually really easy. Watch this. The secret is to be aggressive. So, with our attack speed up, I'm going to try and launch aim on. This is the juggling that you can do in Lost Judgment. This is the real star of Lost Judgment. Unfortunately, I messed up my combo there. I really want to get Snake's bonus off, which is why I'm trying to do it. Come on. Unfortunately, I spawned the drones early, which is not good. I should be able to get Snake off of this. Not when I do this, I can't. I'm going to use my EX here because I need to reset the fight with all these drones. This EX move is long enough that it makes it so the drones explode during it. Again, the secret is Snake Style. Snake Style makes this fight stupidly easy. So, 3, 4, no speed buff, so back into Snake. That's Super Aim. It's so easy. It's so easy. Like, if you are just aggressive against Amon, he doesn't do anything. It is so easy.